Welcome Seri_bot. Incoming ad break. Welcome Xander Wilder 1.
It's showtime! Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Internet Show, where I put my sanity on the line for your guys' entertainment. How's it going? What's up, Suicune? How's it going? Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. We'll actually start with the stuff I have lined up momentarily. Just gotta share some links on my socials real quick for the stream, of course. Yeah, let's have a quick little yap sesh if you guys feel so inclined. Blink. Just gotta do the thing here. Gotta do that. There you go. Do that there. Copy this. Anybody do anything interesting? See any good films lately? Or got into any hobbies? I've been getting into the hobby of the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game. That's one of my hobbies. I have a bit of a collection. Maybe a little maybe an overabundance. An overabundance of playing cards. But that's alright. It happens. That's the way it is sometimes. What's up, Dutchy? Welcome. How's it going? How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, Lue. Welcome. Welcome. Oh god. I'm trying to like. What am I doing? I don't know. Alright. So. Gabriel. Gabriel? What's the goal? What's the goal? Oh, the tip goal? It's a new PC front. Can you please show my Trump? Oh, don't mind if I do. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta pull it up real quick. Alright. First order of business. We're gonna show the world Dutchy's amazing edit. This Trump is diva. Hell yeah, it is. Alright. Oh, dear God. Here it is. Which game is this? We're not playing a game. We're checking out some current events and such. Anyway, behold. Wait. Behold! OMG, I'm like so beautiful. I am kawaii desu. I am your big, beautiful president. Like, oh my god. The Trump diva. Valley Girl Trump, dude. Valley Girl Trump. Yes. Shoutouts to Dutchy Plays. The legend created this beautiful piece of art. Oh my god, please, for the love of God. Subscribe! Hang on, let me put the link in here. There you go. Subscribe! Subscribe to Dutchy. I'm having fun on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. They added a new deck that if you let it go first, be ready to run Shark plus his Berry Informed deck. Oh yeah. You got the full armor Dark Knight Lancer, Nash Knight, stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I got the Shark deck too. Wait, how do I... Okay, there we go. That's a big, beautiful president. So that's the first thing we got is our big, beautiful diva president. Diva, yes, Trump. Oh, yes, I'm so slaying. Yeah, I actually have the cards for the Shark deck physically. Or most of them. I'm still missing 7th Tachyon, but it got reprinted recently. Or it's about to be reprinted, so I will be getting the reprint eventually. So that's pretty good. Yeah, that's the Diva Trump. Diva Trump. Diva Trump. Let's see, what do we got here? Speaking of Trumpy. Speaking of our big, beautiful president. Bear in mind, beautiful is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Diva Trump is in the building. Like, OMG, I'm going to win all the beauty pageants. Listen, I know beauty pageants. I've ran a teen modeling agency, so I know a thing or two about being beautiful and modeling and beauty pageants. Especially for teenage girls. Ask my buddy Epstein. He knows. I know probably better than most people. I would, like, totally slay in the modeling agencies. All right, let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? We got this shit here. Trump is just gonna buy Gucci bags. He fucking would. He fucking would, wouldn't he? He's just that kind of guy. Let's see. Let's start with... Oh, God. Trump is definitely looking sickly. Wait, I thought I had some shit about fucking ICE lined up. I might be looking at the wrong... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. It's time for me to get mad and scream at things and scream at the sky and stuff. It's time for me to get salty. It's time for the salt. So we got... Now, as some of you may know... Well, I don't know if everybody knows, but... As some folks know, or as you might have heard, there's been anti-ICE protests in Jersey. We were in a call right now. Dutchy is friending me. Cool. The friend chat. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. There's a bit of protests taking place in New Jersey. I'll be right back. I just uploaded a short. Okie doke. We'll see you when you come back. Jesus Christ, I have ADD or something. I don't know. I got something. I don't know what it is. I need to get myself examined. I gotta get myself tested. But yeah, anti-ICE protests taking place in New Jersey, going against the ICE facility, or as they're more accurately known as concentration camps. I forgot to turn off my phone alarm because I'm a real genius. I'm a professional streamer, everybody. Like, share, subscribe, and follow, and donate if you want to. That's optional. Now, it was to show solidarity with the hostages, the prisoners, in that facility, in that camp, detention center, or whatever.
Today?
I'm fucking great. Whatever you want to call it. Because apparently they were feeding people, the people in those facilities, gross, disgusting, expired-ass food, a lot of which had worms in them. Just literal worm-filled slop.
Crazy that this isn't being covered more in
So.
the media, but all hell is breaking loose in New Jersey because there's this massive protest outside of one of the ICE concentration camps, and it's been growing more and more by the day. It's now gotten to the point where
Mr. Xander the Goat, Xander the Goat. Oh God, Xander the Goat. Thank you. I do try to be a good goat.
the state government is sending thugs to crack down on these protests along with ICE. You have a curfew now being implemented in Jersey. So first, let me show you this. More than 6,300 children have been detained by ICE during President Trump's second term. 97% have no...
And the administration wants us to believe that they're only going after criminals. Like, what the fuck? Why 6,300... over 6,000 kids? What do they do? Steal a fucking candy bar from a goddamn Wawa or some shit? Like, get the fuck out of here. Not even a minute in, and I'm already pissed.
Criminal record. Guys, how insane is that? 6,300 children, 97% no criminal record, and ICE is rounding these people up. It becomes even more disturbing when you remember they literally don't give a fuck about due process. They need warrants, but they don't get warrants, so they're arresting whoever they want. The Supreme Court basically said, yes, you can racially profile when it comes to immigration enforcement. This is truly, truly Gestapo-like shit. The way immigrants are being treated is with zero rights. They have no fucking rights. And by the way, if immigrants have no rights, that means none of us have any rights. Because if they take away the constitutional rights of one person, immigrant or not, then everybody's rights are gone. And so all they have to do is just assume you're an immigrant and do whatever the fuck they want to you. Okay? That's where we're at. And of course...
Yeah, so basically the Constitution's out the fucking window. Law and order, as we've known it our whole lives, is out the fucking window. The rules of engagement post WW2, it's all down the shitter. So now we're in this crazy fucking position where we have to do whatever it fucking takes to survive, to fight back against this shit. Because the law isn't on our fucking side. The cops are not on our fucking side. The DNC is definitely not on our fucking side. As a matter of fact, they're colluding with the GOP, the RNC. Trump sucks a lot of dick. Yet, figuratively and literally, Trump does indeed suck. Let's not forget, a few months back, the story about Trump blowing someone who goes by Bubba. Now, Bubba, as you... Kawaii Trump doesn't... Now, Kawaii Trump is... Our Trump is superior to IRL Trump. We have the better Trump. Diva Trump is better than Donald Trump. Hashtag Diva Trump. But yeah, yeah, the RNC, Bubba D's nuts. Oh, got him. Yeah, basically there was a story or rumor, which I kind of believe because it's really funny, that Trump gave Bill Clinton a blowjob at least once. Hell yeah, Donnie. Hashtag Diva Trump. Fuck yeah. Come on, Donnie. Show me what the definition of is. I want to know if your BJ game is good. Show me what the definition of trumping the hog is.
Incoming ad break.
I did have sexual relations with that man. With that orange man. Holy shit.
There's torture going on, of course.
Watch Donnie Bob's.
There's grape going on.
Okay.
It's literally, immigrant or not, that everybody's rights are gone. So all they have to do is just assume you're an immigrant and do whatever the fuck they want to you. Okay? That's where we're at. And of course, there's torture going on. Of course, there's grape going on. These are literally concentration camps is what we're talking about here. Okay? So, on the ground in Jersey. Ready for this? Shout out to Status Coup, man. Everybody go subscribe to Status Coup. Jordan Sheridan's doing great work out there. But
subscribe to Status
he's
Coup.
on the grounds for these protests.
And Midas Touch.
There's been a violent crackdown by...
I know, I did. Good channels. Nice and informative. Just how I like it. Is the stream 18 plus? I don't know if I set it to that. I hope not. I don't think so.
The regime. Let's watch some of this. Here we go.
They threw tear gas directly at my foot. The horse literally just hit our camera.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Skibbity Trump. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to imagine Skibbity Trump. Like, dude, we already had Skibbity Biden a year or two ago. I don't want to see that shit. I would die. No, you're gonna hurt me. You're gonna curse my eyes with Skibbity Trump. Dude, my eyes would just melt into fucking slime. The ooze.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Firing tear gas directly at the media.
They targeted us specifically. They just targeted us specifically. They threw it at us.
All right, guys, that was directly at my feet. I know that was intentionally targeted at me.
Now ask yourself, why is the media not covering this? It's that old saying, the revolution won't be televised. That's what this is. The revolution's not being televised.
I mean, if you want to, you can make it. But yeah, look at this shit.
I know
like,
that was intentionally targeted at me.
Now ask yourself, why is the media...
They're using tear gas, using fucking chemical weapons and shit.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Like,
I'm hungry.
this shit overseas is considered a fucking war crime, but it's done here in the United States. In New Jersey, which is not that far from where I live, by the way. Just a fun little fact. Just to let you know how great I'm feeling about this shit. But it happens here at home. It's just like, oh, just another Tuesday. Just another day that ends in Y. The media is barely covering this shit. The population, like, is barely fucking informed on this shit. Like, nobody gives a shit. When they should. They should give a shit. Like, it won't be long. It won't be too much longer until this kind of shit starts showing up in everybody's fucking backyard. Which, you know, like, they're gonna be forced to care one way or another, and that's my fucking conundrum with trying to get people to understand and care about the severity of this fucking crisis that we're facing right now. This fucking outright fascism that's on the fucking rise, that's on display. But people choose to remain willfully ignorant and go about their fucking days BSing, sitting around with their thumbs up their asses, pretending like everything's normal. Just out of sight, out of mind. If I just look away from it, if I just turn a blind eye, it'll just go away. I don't see it, therefore it's not real, therefore the problem's going away. It's like, that's not how it fucking works, dude. People saying, oh, this is why I don't watch the news or pay attention to politics. Because it's too stressful. As if that's a fucking solution to the fucking greater problem than your stupid fucking stress levels. As if that somehow makes the problem just go away. Imagine Trump being 100 times bigger and fatter. Dude, he'd be a fucking planetoid.
Firing tear gas directly at the media.
They targeted us specifically. They just targeted us specifically. They threw it at us.
All right, guys, that was directly at my feet. I know that was intentionally targeted at me.
Now ask yourself, why is the media not covering this? It's that old saying, the revolution won't be televised. That's what this is. The
I'm going by. See you later, Dutchie. Have a good one.
revolution's not being televised.
Don't let go of me. Don't let go. I got this. So they're trying to... This is state-sponsored terrorism. Watch out. Yeah. A horse literally just hit our camera. You okay, John? I'm good.
I mean, yeah, it is state-sponsored terrorism. It's absolutely fucking violence being done against the citizens of this country on behalf of the fucking state. A tyrannical fucking government. But, you know, once again, I have to say, remember your Second Amendment rights. You know, remember to fucking arm yourselves, defend yourselves. Like, it's Second Amendment time. Like, the time is up. The clock is, like, the alarm bells are ringing. Like, it's time to fucking fire back at these Nazi motherfuckers. The time is fucking now.
Protesters are saying, we pay for these streets. They are literally attacking unarmed protesters. What makes them different than ICE? This is a war zone on American streets.
Yeah, and the cops are fucking in cahoots with ICE too. So, like, the cops ain't gonna fucking save us. Democrats aren't gonna fucking save us. Because a lot of them, if not most of them, support funding for this fucking Nazi fucking agency. And the Republicans sure as shit ain't gonna save anybody. They're the ones that are large and in charge and fucking enforce, like, fucking promoting this shit. We're on our own. So, like, we the people are on our own, so we have to fucking fight back by any means necessary. There's no fucking systemic outlet at this point. There's no fucking systematic way to address this fucking problem. Okay? If there was,
I'm hungry.
I'd be the biggest supporter of it you've ever seen or heard. There's no fucking non-violent or legislative solution to this shit. None of these fucking institutions are on our side. None of the fucking powers that be are on our side. The law is not on our fucking side. We're on our own. So we have to fucking save ourselves with violence if we fucking have to. With guns or any other kind of weapons we can get our fucking hands on at this fucking point. Like, I don't see any other way. I literally do not see any other way out of this fucking nightmare.
New Jersey. I've been at many war zones across this country. Chicago.
And all these little fucking small, like, bright spots of Democratic wins or Democratic Socialist wins across the country, in the grand scheme of things, means fucking nothing, especially when shit like this is still allowed to fucking continue. Like, not to... Like, not to shit on those fucking, progressive candidates, too much anyway. Like, I'm glad they won instead of anybody else. But still, they're still subservient to the fucking same political power structure that that rat fucked Bernie not once but twice and reduced AOC to just another capitulating shill. As evident from the fact that she refused to endorse one of the more fucking recent candidates. I can't remember the person's fucking name. Whose name escapes me at the moment. I would have to double check. But still. It's ridiculous. It's fucking bullshit. And of course, those two, Sanders and Cortez, being two of the many people, the so-called progressive wing of the Democratic Party, carrying water for Joe Biden and making arguments and excuses and lesser of two evils arguments for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who would not have governed all that fucking differently, by the way. Especially as it pertains to the shit with Iran. They're just as fucking hawkish on that shit. Kamala, I think, more so than Biden. Like, them forcing such a horrible fucking choice on us facilitated. It fucking facilitated the rise of Trump. They lost to him on fucking purpose. And here's the fucking outcropping of that. They allowed this fucking madman to win. Just like fucking... Why? Because they'd rather have a fascist than a fucking progressive or a leftist or a democratic socialist win. It's fucked.
Minneapolis. And now New Jersey. And truth to be everywhere. More tear gas.
And of course, the Dems celebrating the supposed subpoena against Hassan and the fucking UK banning of him and Cenk. It's just more fucking evident that the Dems are not on our fucking side. They're on the side of the fucking evil-ass Republicans. They're siding with the fascists, which in turn makes them fucking fascist.
I guess. Fuck. My little flashbang.
Jesus Christ.
And this is the fucking outcropping of it. This is the fucking culmination of the fucking uniparty suppressing and stifling any sort of fucking alternative. It's full-blown fucking authoritarian crackdowns.
Watch it, John, watch it. There's a car, there's a car. The governor needs to stand her horses down.
Right now, we are working to make sure we get ICE out of the situation, establish peaceful areas for protesters.
This is making the situation 20 times more unsafe than it was. This is even more unsafe. You see them hitting unarmed protesters. Oh, my God.
Jesus
That they have the ability
Christ.
to peacefully protest, and that they do so safely.
That was another flashbang grenade, we believe. Look at the journalist in the car. Oh, there's a journalist literally covering this in the safety of her car. That's the difference in status quo and whatever media that is. We are out here under attack with the people.
Insane. Insane. We have more stuff here, though. ICE crushes a protester's leg after pushing into Megatron.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot about this. I just want to give a content warning. If anybody's squeamish or faint of heart or anything like that, you're not going to want to see this shit. Viewer discretion is advised.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
All right. Okay, that's the agent there.
Yeah. So it looks like they're using a mix of gas, pepper spray, who knows. John is chronicling right now.
That fucking baboon of a goddamn ICE agent going, come here, I want some blood, come here, I want a fucking... Like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking psycho. Above and beyond with violence, exactly.
So this guy, after they were backing off, ICE agents were backing off, and then this guy right here.
Don't even... Some of them don't even feel the need to hide their fucking faces at this point because they know that they're not going to fucking face any fucking legal consequences. By the fucking vice president's own admission, they have absolute immunity. And the douchebags that fucking killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy are still... They're still free. They weren't fucking held accountable. They weren't relieved of their duties. No. They were just shipped off to some other state to terrorize another fucking community of vulnerable people. It's like how the cops shift their fucking goons around whenever there's some fucking controversy. Or like pastors or priests get moved around in some religious circles. It's the same shit. It's the same bullshit. It's fucking absurd.
Showing he pushed forward, started waving his baton at the protesters, and that's what caused him to go into the 18-wheeler.
ICE is moving now.
And like that's what I mean when I say we're on our fucking own. There's no systemic way out of this. There's no peaceful or electoral path or legal route, no legal avenues, no non-violent fucking avenues to fucking stop this at this point. The only fucking justice that's even remotely fucking possible at this point is fucking vigilante justice at this fucking rate. Or a fucking well-organized anti-fascist militia enacting fucking righteous violence to get some fucking justice for the people who have had to suffer at the hands of this fucking ever-increasingly corrupt, retarded fucking regime. That doesn't make any fucking sense for any one of us to live under. And, I hope that we get to a point where we're not just going to fucking sit back and peacefully fucking take it anymore. Because it does not fucking make sense. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. As for me, I'm pissed. As you can no doubt tell. That's my secret. I'm always pissed. It just varies in degrees from moment to moment. I'm always pissed about something. But yeah, once again, want to say, viewer discretion is advised. A whooper! Excuse me. By the way, if you guys haven't followed on Kick or Twitch yet, feel free to do that. It'd be very much appreciated. Please and thank you. Viewer discretion is advised for what's about to happen next. Woohoo! A whooper! Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Anyway, we're about to see a guy's leg get fucking destroyed.
ICE kicks protester into moving mega truck.
Look at this shit.
Oh no! Oh no!
Fuck.
Oh, his leg. Oh my god, his leg's broken. Oh my word! Look at that. His foot is under the tire of the truck, bro. That shit is sideways, dog. He got shoved in there.
His leg is fucked.
Oh. Oh my.
Hello, it's a Wookiee.
My god.
His leg is.
Oh, that's a compound fracture. That's a compound fracture.
The leg is completely and utterly fucking screwed, man. Oh, God. Because a fucking ICE agent kicked them back to that fucking moving truck. And this is the fucking agency we're supposed to be fucking peaceful against? Give me a fucking break! This is basically a Soul Link, but if it was with a fucking troll. What the fuck? You know what? Like, the same motherfuckers, mind you, that every time some shit like this pops off, always use the weaponizing of vehicles excuse. Or they're gonna run the poor Gestapo agents over. Like, these are the agents that... Dude. Like, the same fucking agents that bitch and moan about shit like that whenever something like this happens weaponized a moving vehicle by kicking one of the protesters into them, and it got to the point where their leg was fucking crushed. But we're expected to pretend like ICE is necessary or good or helping the people or making the streets safer. This fucking ICE agency, like, they're the ones that we're supposed to feel bad for when shit like this is happening. Give me a fucking break. I hope every single one of these fucking ICE agents has a fucking vehicle weaponized against them and get their legs fucking crushed.
These thugs gotta be arrested, bro. These thugs gotta be arrested. This is insane. But
put these fucking agents on the fucking guillotines. 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 Make guillotines great again.
Then again, Renee Nicole Good got murdered, and that person's still free. Alex Preddy got murdered.
Yep.
That person's still free. These ICE Gestapo thugs. I mean, this is insane. They're shoving people into oncoming traffic and getting their leg broken with a compound fracture, and nobody's even talking about it. Nobody's talking about arresting these people. I mean, this is ridiculous. We now have a country where certain people are above the law. whether it's the Epstein class is completely and utterly above the law, the war criminals are completely and utterly above the law, and these ICE Gestapo thugs, this disgusting paramilitary, this fascist paramilitary, they're above the law. They're above the law. All right, fire burns in the street after New Jersey State Police pushed people away from Delaney Hall. Look at this.
Holy shit.
Very toxic fire, you guys.
Shout out to Andrew Mercado. He's the one who got this video here. A woman pleads with New Jersey State Police to allow her through to get medical attention. So apparently her leg was super fucked up also, I believe. Here we go.
The hole will be on our way. We have not obstructed you guys at all.
We don't want any trouble.
And it's not your fault that it's broken.
Let me get this straight.
It wasn't you guys.
You guys opened the door for a American supporter streamer so he can go inside, get medical attention.
Facts.
Which he wasn't even hurt.
Facts.
They were just throwing water bottles at him because he was instigating, he mazed the crowd. We have somebody in a wheelchair. Right now, you can visibly see that she's injured, and you can't even escort her to the other side? Who are you protecting? Who?
They're protecting their own fucking disgusting ass team. There's clearly a different fucking standard on the part of this fucking regime. Like, this is clearly a fucking, like, very one-sided civil war where only one side is using fucking any sort of real violence. Like, how long is this supposed to fucking make sense? How long can this fucking go on until we start to fucking fight back on their fucking level? If not an even greater fucking level. Like, I'm fucking serious. I'm genuinely asking, how long is this supposed to make sense? How long are we supposed to pretend like this makes a lick of fucking sense? How long until they finally fucking push back violently? How long until we finally have the national fucking divorce? How long until it's fucking all out civil war? Like, there's no other fucking way out of this at this fucking point. Like it's like if you're in a fucking, if you're in a war and your enemy has fucking guns, tanks, and missiles and shit, and all you brought was a fucking teddy bear to fight back with them with instead of a gun because you want to be fucking, because you're expected to be fucking peaceful or some shit. Like, how long are we supposed to just, how long are we supposed to only have the fucking teddy bears and the fucking cardboard signs until we finally decide, all right, it's time to fucking arm up? I'm serious. Like, how long till it's time to fucking fire back? How long? How long are we supposed to fucking keep going this way until we finally fucking end it? With the fucking force that is absolutely necessary in this moment in history.
God, to walk around, it's over.
Guys, can everyone stop talking?
Could you guys
Everyone stop.
Stop, please.
Let us speak to them, please.
Could we just please just walk right through there and then just...
Is that what that is for?
We'll all back up.
Everyone else will back up. We will walk right through that hole. I see there's...
It's amazing how it's
Officer.
we have an interpersonal...
Everybody want to come on. Go out the fucking decency. Please say that. You got enough prisoners. Back up.
I'm hungry.
No, don't give them that. Don't give them that. That's the least they can do.
Jesus Christ. Again, Mercado Media, shout out to them. Back to status quo. Fascists go home. Anti-ICE protesters chant as Proud Boys run from Delaney Hall ICE prison. Look at this.
You're a coward! I'm a coward. Show your face! You know you're on the wrong side! You know you're wrong! Fucking traitor, motherfucker! Never a traitor. Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah, we'll remember you.
So Proud Boys are there to defend the ICE Gestapo thugs and the concentration camp. They are there in defense of the concentration camp where people are getting sick, where people are dying, where people are forced to eat food with mold and worms in it.
Of course, because these guys are a bunch of fucking Confederate assholes. And this is the outcropping of never finishing Reconstruction and never adequately fucking punishing the fucking Confederates.
Have you been to these protests before? Have you come to the before?
Should have all been fucking sent to the goddamn gulag. That's what we should have done with the Confederates.
We also have this one. Status Quo spoke to Trump supporters who, again, showed up in support of the concentration camp. And, man, they're really letting it all hang out these days because anybody who's still
outright threatening to kill us.
Obviously, they're part of the death cult.
Outright threatening to kill any opposition.
Imperialists, they're terrorists. They actively want pain and suffering and harm and damage done to everybody who's not exactly like them. These are wretched, vile, disgusting, putrid people. They barely count as people. Listen to what they're saying here. Watch this.
We need to kill all the mullahs. Kill everyone. You're not an asylum seeker if you're a stinking Somali and you came here to rob us blind. Biden wasn't president. That was Obama's third term. We just went for 3 terms, 12 years, under the gay Kenyan. I'm an elected official.
The gay Kenyan.
I'm with the Republican Party in Ocean County. I'm running for re-election. And it doesn't matter who's in the... Those aren't little fuzzy immigrants that want to pick asparagus. There's murderers, rapists, dope dealers.
Calling everybody who's locked up in this ICE concentration camp murderers, criminals, rapists, dope dealers. Meanwhile, we have the statistics. Over 95% of them have no criminal record. Not even a violent crime. No criminal record. You see what I'm talking about? There's no reasoning with these people. There's no reasoning with them.
No. Nah, this dude needs to get fucking old yellered. And speaking of death, he sounds like he's about to keel over and die all on his own, so it's like we don't have to do anything. All we gotta do is, I don't know, wait a few minutes, and then he'll fucking just... he'll fall over and die.
I remember when I was working as a volunteer for Reagan way back in '84 for his re-election.
Holy shit, you're old!
I was a college student still, and I was obsessed with the Russians and the Chinese. And he set me straight. He said, you don't have to really worry about the Russians and the Chinese. They're gangsters. They're criminals. They're like the mafia. They're communists. He goes, the ones to worry about are these Islamics. He goes, these are the ones who...
Wait, so you're cool with communists, I guess? What the fuck? Oh my god.
He goes, the ones to worry about are these Islamics.
That's unusual.
These are the ones who worship a culture of death.
So.
Oh my fucking god. Right, as you fucking support the American empire of death that has spread fucking destruction and chaos and devastation in every single fucking part of the world that it has ever touched and continues to fucking touch. Give me a fucking break.
As you are in the...
And also support a pedophile, rapist, war criminal president.
MAGA death cult, you're saying Muslims worship a culture of death. Oh my word. Please spare me. You're fucking...
And if you yourself are a Christian or Catholic or whatever, or something along those lines, need I remind you of the fucking Crusades? Need I remind you that the German Nazis were also very Catholic and Christian? Full-on fucking theocratic ethno-nationalist douchebags. Kind of like Israel.
Your leader regularly threatens nuclear annihilation, regularly bombs innocent fishermen in the Caribbean, regularly attacks a new country every other week. Oh my goodness.
Because they're absolutely...
Yeah, but it's the white man doing it, so it's okay. That's probably what he's fucking thinking. Well, it's only bad when them damn mudbloods do it. It's the fucking mentality of this racist scumbag.
evil. They would welcome starting the apocalypse.
That is so ironic because that's exactly what Israel and the
What
US
are you-
and the evangelical Christians are trying to do. Mike Huckabee, who's the ambassador to Israel, is open about the fact he wants to usher in the end times. They're open about this.
We have been at war with Iran for
Oh my god, what a crusty old retard. Why don't you just fucking die already, you boomer piece of shit? Go choke on Trump's little mushroom dick and fucking die. You piece of shit!
47 years, and finally we got a president with a pair of balls big enough to take these bastards on.
His balls are so big, he could take those bastards on. So big, in fact, that they could be used as a weapon. Like a couple of big old wrecking balls against them Somalis and Muslims. Whips out his nuts and swings them around. In addition to being big, they're pretty long too, with all that excess skin. You know, you can wave it around and swing it like a fucking lasso. Shit's unbelievable, I'll tell you what.
Trump isn't starting a war, he's fucking ending a war. And I hope, and
He started a war to end the war. What a fucking... What a maroon.
you know, he's given them every chance possible. I am relishing when next week he starts smashing them again. We need to kill all the mullahs. Kill everyone.
Oh my word. Oh my word. These people live among us.
I love how he's like, these people worship a culture of death. By the way, I'm looking forward to more death and destruction of my enemies. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm getting some mixed signals here, dude. Oh, whatever. Postmodernism. Hypocrisy doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all about winning. All that matters in life is fucking victory and power. That's all they give a shit about. Yeah, beliefs are tools, identities are masks, and purity and consistency is bullshit. What can you do?
How about this? Over
What
the
can you
weekend,
do?
The former head of Trump's Border Patrol attended a summit with fascists from around the world.
What can you do against a cult that doesn't just merely ignore the contradictions, but embraces them? What can you do?
Who are calling for Weimar solutions, and for some reason...
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Border Patrol attended a summit with fascists from around the world. And
it, for some reason, has received almost no press coverage.
oh my
That's
god.
Great. That's awesome. The little munchkin guy went over there to goose step and zig high a little bit. And then finally, a generation-defining image.
Christ.
Photo of detainees at Delaney by Ryan Murphy for Reuters. Look at this. You see the shadows of the innocent people locked up in a concentration camp, desperate to get out, starving to death, being tortured, being raped, being abused. You know, you have dozens of people in a small...
This is like an old WW2 picture, brought in color. Or like a screenshot from a fucking horror movie.
Cell, multiple clogged toilets, unsanitary conditions, sickness. You have guards who are just the worst, the scum of the earth. And here you have the barbed wire in front of it. This picture says 1,000 words, and this is just another classic example of that here. What a disturbing image. You're living through history, and
living through the darkest timeline. The darkest timeline. Yeah, as usual, fuck ICE. I hope they get what they fucking deserve. We do also have, hang on a sec. It takes a minute to reload. Another story. Shush. All right. So here is Hassan Piker talking about his latest development. Hassan's situation.
Left-wing YouTube pundit Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's okay. Well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who to reach out for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union, and now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland. Okay, guys, it's not about being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do in the UK. Yeah, a sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of...
I love how the chat's first reaction to this story is to just meme, not taking this situation seriously. That's great. That's fucking brilliant. They're not locked in at all. Not talking about the subject matter at hand. At least not in a way that's even remotely fucking productive. It's fucking horse shit.
Israel take the highest priority, but yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there.
And, you know, like, not to be mean to the people in my chat, but they weren't really saying or do anything in regards to the fucking ICE shit. Instead, they were fucking memeing and shit. I mean, I guess that's fine if you want to do, but you know, there's a time and a place for that shit. There's a time and a place for that shit, and you know, it wasn't then. I mean, it's too late. What's done is done. Whatever. There's just people just refuse to lock the fuck in, pay attention, stay on fucking topic, and refuse to fucking care. People just refuse to give a shit. And it's kind of fucking depressing to me.
All the time for press stuff, dude. What are you talking about? I had like actual things to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal, take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna risk getting deported and not entry into the country for 10 years. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Dear Hassan Doan Piker, your UK ETA has been canceled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision. Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA canceled does not mean you will be refused a visa. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state.
Yeah, he's a fucking op,
man. What are you gonna do? The other day, someone said, "Watch Labor Party do this a couple days before your trip," and it happened. Yeah, I genuinely listen. I'm gonna say something. This is a warning.
I don't know what happened there. But yeah, Nick Shirley is retarded. What can you do? And, you know, he gets treated with kid gloves.
I genuinely listen.
What can you do?
I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham. And all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. we are moving into a very different timeline. This is why I constantly reiterate that fascism is here, right? Like the administration trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era where
I mean, bear in mind, though, liberal doesn't necessarily always mean good. There's a reason why people call it the moderate wing of fascism, because of shit like this.
I think that the
scratch a liberal, fascist bleeds, etc.
in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty. And things are going to get even worse from here on out. Yes, I was supposed to fly to the UK Tuesday. I was supposed to fly to the United Kingdom on Tuesday. I was supposed to speak at the Oxford Union alongside Cenk. I was supposed to speak at South by Southwest and also do another interview with Yanis Varoufakis. But Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hassan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks. And they did. Because Israel advocacy organizations...
By the way, they're not Jewish groups. They're Zionist groups. They're theocratic, ethno-nationalist, fascist pigs. Okay? I should apologize to all the pigs of the world because comparing them to Zionists or using pig as an insult against Zionists is in and of itself an insult to pigs. Pigs are infinitely better than Zionists.
Have unbelievable amounts of power over what even the United Kingdom has to say and do. Yeah, if you're an avowed anti-Zionist, your travel will be restricted. It's totally ridiculous.
And people want to pretend like Israel has no fucking control over the U.S. or UK governments. Like, come on. Of course they fucking do. They have so much fucking power and influence over these two fucking governments. And you know, not just Israel has influence. We also have Saudi Arabia having fucking influence in the American government. You know, they got all sorts of fucking dirt, all sorts of fucking blackmail that they could use against our so-called fucking leaders. Especially in regards to the Epstein shit. Because as we know, Epstein was a fucking freelance agent for both the FBI and a fucking Mossad. He was a freelancer. He worked with these two agencies to collect dirt, to collect just the grossest fucking blackmail you can imagine. Like, and with that, they can use that as leverage against our fucking government to get them to do whatever the fuck Israel wants. Whatever the fuck the Zionist, theocratic, ethno-nationalist, fascist government of Israel wants either of these governments to fucking do. It's full-blown fucking Zog out here. These are Zionist-occupied governments. And no, I don't mean the fucking David Duke or whatever the fuck version of that shit where it's all inherent to Jews. Anyone who tries to start that shit with me can go fucking kick rocks. What's up, Ash? We're covering current events. But yeah, anyone tries to say that, oh, it's inherent to Judaism is fucking ridiculous. Like, even a lot of Jewish folks, like Jewish Voices for Peace, are against the state of Israel. Like, and how they have so much fucking influence and the horrible atrocities they've committed against the Palestinians and what they're doing to fucking Lebanon now. It's fucking like it's fucking crazy. But even still, even though I fucking clarified that my criticism specifically is Zionism, not Judaism as a whole, people are going to be out here pretending like, oh, you're anti-Semitic, or Ben Shapiro tries to fucking conflate the two terms and act like that it's a distinction without a difference when there is a meaningful fucking difference. Okay? Jews in general, or at least religious Jews, practice their religion of Judaism, as anyone else would practice any other religion, without trying to impose upon anybody else. Whereas theocratic fascists, ethno-nationalists, such as the Zionists, are wanting to impose their will onto the people around them, want to enforce state-backed religion, or ethno-nationalism. No, it's not against Jews as a whole. It's against theocrats. It's against ethno-nationalists. It's against the Zionists. Theocratic ethno-nationalist fascists, not Jews in general. Okay. There's Zionists who aren't even Jewish, like Mike Huckabee, who's an ambassador for Israel. He's a Christian, but he prescribes to fucking Zionism. He's on board with ethno-nationalism. He's on board with theocracy. He's on board with ethnic cleansing when it's being done by the Israeli government. It's fucked. Can we speak after stream ends? Sure. In fact, you can speak right now in the chat. Speak with your heart. And try not to fart. Unless you absolutely have to, in which case, let her rip.
Dude. And no, this is not an opportunity for you guys to say go to France or go to other countries, okay? It's very, very shitty. I genuinely did not think this would happen. I'll be honest. You have enough clout now to set the narrative if they turn you away. The UK arresting its elderly for protesting its support of genocide wasn't enough for Keir Starmer. Now the pro-genocide Labour Party is denying entry to anti-genocide tourists. If anything, you should fly out and make it a major news event. What are you talking about, brother? No, I'm not going to. They won't put me on a flight if I don't have a visa. You don't know what you're talking about. If the Labour government is actively denying a visa that they already issued to me, because we got the visa and they revoked it, you can't get on a flight. It's not how that works. You can't just like fly. I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight from London to attend South by Southwest London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Yeah, that's when I found out as well. They wouldn't let Cenk on the flight. At least they didn't let him fly into the country and then deport him. If you can't address Oxford Union in person, can you not interact via Zoom? No, it's not the same. And I don't know what these guys are going to do anyway. Rima Hassan was refused a visa to Canada 2 months ago. Yeah, well, Canada is different because I'm an American citizen. I'm not French. So, I mean, they might do this now that the Commonwealth has established the precedent. This could also potentially limit my travels to Australia, which I was planning to go to. Weren't you let in already once under Starmer? Yes. I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, and all of the stuff that they're complaining about, I said and freely entered the country. Like all the stuff I said prior, the things that they're like complaining about were
Yes, we are, Ash. Yes, indeed.
things that I had said already, and they didn't have any issues with my travel into the UK. So yeah, we've had warnings. It's just time now. Everything else has been 0 to 100. This is what we've learned. We cannot be shocked when history has been playing in front of us in lockstep. As a nation, we've been quiet and idle, which allows it. Yeah, this is straight up fascism. Israel is a fascist country, and it gets to enforce its bidding upon other countries. And in an effort to abide by the wishes of a foreign country like Israel, the Western liberal democracies that are supposed to protect and preserve speech, even if they don't have a First Amendment like we do here in the United States of America, they're supposed to have reason, like good reason. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. Being critical of Israel while effectively combating anti-Semitism is not a good enough reason to bar someone entry into the country. Ironically enough, one of my famous speeches that I delivered was at Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to attend once again, where I warned the Western governments and I warned those who were worried about anti-Semitism that this dangerous association between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, this conflation between Judaism and Zionism, was going to create an environment where anti-Semitism would manifest. I was supposed to see you at the Varoufakis event. I'm so pissed. Well, yeah, I'm pissed too. I really was excited to go to the...
Don't you dare speak on my nation or country ill things. I just did. Weren't you listening? And it's kind of an open secret at this point. It's kind of a well-known fact that the government of Israel is comprised of theocratic, ethno-nationalist, genocidal fascist maniacs. So, like, it's just an objective fact. Like, don't shoot the messenger.
UK. Like I said, I was linking up with Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, Giannis Varoufakis. I was doing something at South by Southwest. I was going to be there for almost 7 days, dude. We had a week's worth of events and things to do lined up. Yeah. You're a member of the media? Attack against the free press? Oh, 100%. Left wing.
Don't you forget about without Jesus, who was Jewish, then the Christians wouldn't exist. I don't give a shit. That doesn't excuse what the Zionist regime is doing today.
To pundit Cenk, we were banned from entering the UK. Turkish American book to appear at South by
Chosen people, my ass.
Southwest London is travel authorization revoked by Shabana Mahmood after concern over comments about Israel and grooming gangs. About grooming gangs? I'm surprised that they went after Cenk too. It's very obvious that it's like, it's not even just, the fact that it's not just me. Dude, I can't believe it. I cannot believe how much motion Israel has over other countries. Like, what the Meanwhile, speaking of motion Israel has over other countries, we were just talking about Connie Chen.
Like, you think if they were so fucking good and innocent, they wouldn't have to work so hard to try and fucking sway public opinion and trying to do damage control and try to prevent people like Hassan or Cenk from giving speeches.
Obviously, Israel is subverting American democracy once again. Bezalel Smotrich is in the United States of America. Let's take a look. Israel Day Parade in New York City with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, far-right Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, and other far-right Israeli lawmakers and American politicians march on Fifth Avenue. New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani decided to skip the event.
Where the hell's Schumer? I can't see him.
Look at this. They're flexing on us. David Taylor demanded Kneecap be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, demanded Bob Villan be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, and is now demanding Hassan Piker be banned from...
Hang on, I can't... Where the fuck? I can't see Schumer. Although he is kind of short, isn't he? So he's kind of lost in the crowd. He's been consumed by the masses. He's lost in the ocean of people.
Look at this. They're flexing on us. David Taylor demanded Kneecap be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, demanded Bob Villan be banned from Glastonbury for criticizing Israel, and is now demanding Hassan Piker be barred from entering the country for, yes, you guessed it, criticizing Israel. That's a labor guy, by the way. That's a labor guy. It's a labor government that banned me. I've literally been to the UK.
Oh, the terror. Oh, the horrible criticizing Israel. Why you no love Israel? We are a small country size of New Jersey. No politic here.
Liberal democracy is dead. It was already dying. due to how aggressive the contradictions were becoming, how apparent they were.
So yeah, shit's fucked. What can you do? What can you do? Ba 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 da ba ba da ba. Ba da 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 ba da ba. Oh boy, we got a couple of things. Just to hammer it home. I hope I am clearing myself out. Just because there is corruption in our government doesn't mean we are evil. No, I know. That's my argument. I'm not saying Jews in general are evil. I'm saying the government is evil. And it has nothing to do with them being Jews. It has everything to do with them being fascist. It has everything to do with them being religious authoritarians, full-on theocrats, and ethno-nationalists, racial supremacists. Like, I don't take issue with Judaism. I don't take issue with Jews. As a matter of fact, some of the biggest critics of the Israeli government are Jewish themselves.
Incoming at break.
Like Jon Stewart and Jewish Voices for Peace.
So we've been talking.
All right, so here's a. Wait, what? Incontinent? Wait. Just so you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is... Are you trying to say innocent? For the crimes he was blamed for? Innocent? Dude, if you're trying to unironically say that Benjamin Netanyahu is innocent, I am going to fucking hang myself. I will actually fucking commit seppuku live on stream. In Minecraft, of course. The anger is getting stronger. The anger is getting stronger. Anyway, we got this. Oh my god.
Talking quite a bit about how Trump had another hospital visit. It's his third visit in a year. They're clearly lying. They're clearly covering up what's actually going on. Everybody knows that. Everybody who's paying attention is aware of that. But perhaps unsurprisingly here, we have another world leader who's flat out lying about what's going on with his health. So take a look at this. Netanyahu visits Hadassah Hospital amid ongoing questions over his health. So he was rushed at night, y'all. He was rushed at, I believe it was 11 p.m. at night. Okay? Look at this. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, 76, visited Hadassah Ein Kerem Hospital in Jerusalem.
Didn't Jon Stewart is... Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, Jon Stewart is a Jew. Yeah, on The Daily Show. Jon Stewart as in Jon Stewart from The Daily Show. Yeah. And he's criticized Israel too. He's criticized what's been happening to Gaza. He's also against the Iran war, which the United States government is doing on the Israeli government's behalf. Which, by the way, involved bombing of actual children. A little girls' school with a bunch of the little girls in it were bombed. Dead. In a war that Netanyahu has wanted for 3 to 4 decades. But somehow he's innocent.
on Monday evening, according to Hebrew media reports. Israeli newspaper Yedioth Aharonoth reported that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived at Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem this evening. Netanyahu's office claimed he was at the hospital for dental treatment without providing further details, according to the report. Dental treatment?
Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, there's a health cover-up similar to what they did, Hadassah is from the name of the herb Hades. Fun fact of the day. Yeah, they named the hospital after it. Yeah, this is kind of similar to how they've been covering up the state of Donald Trump's health, how it's clearly in decline, but none of the administration officials want to admit to it. That there's clearly something wrong with him. You know, he's got some bruising on his hands, some weird shit on his neck. He's got cankles. He's tubbing up even more. He's getting fatter. He's ballooning up. Especially in the ankles. And his face is all droopy. He can barely stay awake. Like, the Don ain't doing so hot. He ain't doing too well. I am very sick, but I'll be okay. You can trust me, it'll all work out in the end. Relax, guy.
Rushed to dental treatment. The visit came days after Netanyahu revealed that he had been diagnosed with prostate cancer around a year and a half ago and had undergone radiation treatment. Well, what the fuck? Because
I'm cheering for the cancer.
if you had said, hey, I think
Cancer, cancer, cancer.
this guy has cancer, you know, a year ago, they would have said, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a liar, there's
Actual name of the Queen Esther from the Scroll of Esther, which is read in Purim. Neat.
no reason to believe that. How dare you? Right?
How
now
is
they're admitting, oh
everyone?
yeah, a year and a half ago he had cancer and he had treatment for it. But everything's good now, bro. No reason to worry. And that's why, what, he's getting rushed to the dentist at 11 at night? The disclosure was made during statements and medical reports submitted
It's for dental work. That's the same excuse they use for Trump.
to the Tel Aviv District Court as part of a lawsuit he filed against journalists accused of publishing false information about his health. Quote, my health is normal. Some even say it's excellent. Who does this remind you of? Who does this remind you of? I did not suffer from
reminds
pancreatic
me of
cancer,
Donald
reported
Trump.
in April 2024. If that were the case, I would not be alive today, Netanyahu told the court, according to Hebrew news website Globes. He added that an MRI scan carried out in late 2024 revealed a small spot on his prostate, which was later identified as an 8mm cancerous tumor. Netanyahu said he underwent 5 radiation
prostate.
sessions in January and February 2026, adding that follow-up tests showed the tumor had completely disappeared. He also said he had previously undergone surgery to implant a heart rate monitoring device. Oh, okay. So he's had multiple health problems. He was rushed to the hospital at 11 at night, and they're pretending like he needed an emergency cavity filling, bro. Yep.
Yeah, perfectly normal.
Come on, man.
Nothing suspicious there. Still totally no health crisis.
And come on, man. Him and Trump at the same
Come on, Jack. Come on, man.
time. Trump's getting rushed to the hospital, and they're lying about that. He's getting rushed to the hospital, and they're lying about that. Trump also used the exact same excuse. Oh, yeah, it's dental treatment. It would have been his 3rd dental treatment in under a year, when in the White House, they have dental equipment and a dental chair and a dentist. But he's going elsewhere. He's going to Florida for his
Yeah, they got their own
dental
dentist there.
Who are you kidding? Who are you
Like,
kidding?
what the fuck?
So, it appears like he's in failing health. Now, as he is being rushed to the hospital at night, and they're lying about it, ready? Mushroom cloud lights up Lebanon's Bekaa Valley in burning orange as Israel launches 180-plus strikes in the past hours. 30-plus killed, including 4 children and 3 women, 40-plus injured. Look at this. Massive.
Sad. You just mentioned cancer. My grandpa and grandma of my dad's side passed away from this disease. Grandpa was around 20 days. I turned 13, and grandma 3 years later before my smaller brother was born. Damn, that's crazy. Sorry to hear that.
Massive mushroom cloud in the distance there.
Yeah, you got a bit of a mushroom cloud. Cloud mushrooming up a bit. It's kind of faint, but you can see it right there.
This is something we've been warning you of.
Going kaboom.
For quite a while. That any so-called ceasefire with Israel,
Yeah, I just remind 30 plus killed, including some kids and some women.
Plus strikes in the past hours. 30 plus killed, including 4 children and 3 women. 40 plus injured. Look at this. Massive, massive mushroom cloud in the distance there. And
done by the Israeli government, by the way. You know, the one Benjamin Netanyahu's in charge of.
This is something we've been warning you of for quite a while. That any so-called ceasefire with Israel is not a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire. And now that's happened time after time after time. So here's Netanyahu saying, since Operations Lion's Roar, we have eliminated...
Since Operations Lion's Roar, we have eliminated approximately 2,500 Hezbollah terrorists. During the ceasefire alone, 700 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated. More terrorists than were eliminated throughout the entire Second Lebanon War. Our forces are completing the destruction of terror infrastructures adjacent to our communities. Large IDF forces are operating deep in the territory, seizing controlling areas and fortifying the security zone in Beirut. We thwarted the commander of the Radwan force.
Eliminated approximately 2,500 Hezbollah terrorists. During the ceasefire alone, 700...
I don't know if that was a good enough imitation of his accent, or if it was closer to a Russian accent or some shit. Or some weird combination of the two accents. I tried. I tried my best to do an impression of him. An attempt was made. I swung. I don't know if I hit it or missed it. 2 months before my small brother was born, my grandpa died of cancer, respectively. That had passed away 14 years ago. My grandpa, 17 years ago. That's
Hezbollah
fucking crazy.
Were eliminated. What? During the ceasefire, you killed 700 Hezbollah terrorists? As Ryan Grimm points out, this is not how a ceasefire works. Also, many of these were journalists and medics. So they lie and call everybody Hezbollah. And again, they're...
No, of course not, because they dared have the audacity to be born brown. Therefore, they're all fucking terrorists in the minds of the fucking Zionists.
They're openly admitting to murdering people during the so-called ceasefire.
You should play Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Maybe I will someday. I might put that on the list. On the to-do list.
Ceasefire. Exactly what I told you. Remember when Trump got the fake ceasefire in Gaza? And I was out there on day one saying, this shit is fake. It's not an actual ceasefire. Wait and see. And then immediately I was proven correct. But there's a bunch of idiots out there who fell for it, who took the bait, and thought it was actually a fucking ceasefire, which is humiliating and embarrassing given the track record of how much Trump lies, how much Netanyahu lies. Everybody should have known this was total fucking horseshit. He continues, our forces are completing the destruction of terror infrastructure adjacent to our communities. In other words, we're bombing all of South Lebanon and stealing all of South Lebanon. Large IDF forces are operating deep in the territory, seizing controlling areas and fortifying the security zone. In Beirut, we thwarted the commander of the Radwan force. We are leading a massive national effort to advance solutions against explosive drones. Against Hezbollah, we do not stop fighting for a moment, and there's more to come until ensuring the full security of Israel's citizens. By the way, Hezbollah has released a video of successful drone attacks against the IDF, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. So in the same way that Israel tried to hide the damage that Iran was doing to Tel Aviv and to the country more broadly during the hot war, they're also desperately trying to cover up the damage that Hezbollah is doing to the IDF on a regular basis. Remember, we covered on the show.
They're pretending like they're winning. They're trying to fucking save face. Projecting an image of strength when really they're fucking struggling.
Not that long ago, you have an IDF chief who basically came out begging for conscription of the ultra-Orthodox, saying the IDF is going to collapse if we don't get more people. Okay? We can't fight a 7-front war, as they are, by the way.
Collapse, 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 collapse.
And not conscript these ultra-Orthodox. But the ultra-Orthodox have not been conscripted, and because they're a big part of Netanyahu's coalition, he doesn't want to conscript them. Okay, but the signs are the IDF is on the brink of absolute collapse. Israel is on the brink of collapse. Who wants to stay there? This country's warmongering with everybody around them. Everybody in the region fucking hates them. Of course, they're going to retaliate now and attack Israel. Do you want to live under the threat of bombs 24/7? Right? Like, why? It's only the most psychotic and insane ultra-Orthodox freak terrorists who want to steal Palestinian lands, illegal settlers. These are the only people that actually, like, want to be there. And even so, they just want to steal the land and not fight in the military. So this whole thing, this whole project is going to fucking implode. It's going to implode right in front of our eyes. So, again, it's not me saying it. It's the IDF chief came out and said, we're on the brink of collapse here if we don't do something. All right, but we have more. Breaking, Israel just dropped bombs on Karun Dam in Lebanon's Baquet Valley, a key water reservoir serving civilian populations across surrounding villages. This is not a battlefield target. It is critical water infrastructure. This is an act of genocide. Israel doing an act of genocide? No, I can't imagine such a thing. Look at this.
Like, they're literally fucking with the
Bombing a
water
dam.
supply. Like, this is a fucking war crime. Like, this whole fucking government is guilty as fuck. Especially Netanyahu.
Has John Fetterman issued a statement on this, condemning this? Has Trump issued a statement on this, condemning this? Has anybody in Western media even talked about this? Has that happened?
No, of course not, because they're all in with the fucking genocide. They're all in with the fucking violence being done by the Israeli government.
There is nothing that crosses the line to Israel. In their mind, everything is fair game.
Because they're Zionist shills. Because they're fascist.
We'll murder your children. We'll murder your babies. We'll steal your land. We'll carpet bomb fucking UN workers and World Central Kitchen workers, and we'll force you to evacuate and then bomb you when you get to the so-called safe zone. This is all shit that they've done. They've shot people waving fucking white flags. This is who they are. But it gets worse. Ready? So Ben Gvir, known terrorist, okay, and he's in the top levels of the Israeli government. He comes out and says, Israel will not, quote, allow Trump to make a deal with Iran. He will not allow Trump to make a deal with Iran. Excuse you? Who's the superpower here? How exactly does this work? You won't allow? You won't allow.
Oh,
wild,
God.
bro. That's wild. Now, by the way, right on motherfucking cue, I'll be damned. Because the other day, I don't know if you guys caught this, but U.S.-Israeli strikes target Iran vessels in Hormuz Strait. So,
It's Zog, dude. Zionist-occupied government. Zionist-occupied governments at work. Israel, United States, UK, they're all Zionist-occupied governments.
The other day, loud explosions in the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian vessels targeted. It was a quick attack by the U.S. and Israel. And this came, like, quite literally immediately after you had top Israeli officials saying, we're not going to let you make a deal. This thing is going to be undermined 1,000 ways to Sunday. Now,
You know, for those of you who are still in denial of this shit, you should be glad that I am, at the very least, making the distinction between Jews and Zionists, because there are a lot of people in the face of this who aren't. Especially considering when the powers that be, the leaders, are themselves conflating the two by declaring time and time again that it's being done for Jews, on behalf of Jews, in the name of Judaism. All that these Zionists are doing are creating more hostility against Jews. They're creating more anti-Semitism against Jews, as they claim to be combating anti-Semitism. It's ironic.
Trump is an idiot. Trump is sundowning. He doesn't know whether he's coming or going. He wants a deal. He knows he needs a deal to save the economy, but also he's
That sounds like a good idea, by the way, Ash. A list of games. I look forward to the list.
fundamentally incapable of understanding the complexities of the issue and, you know, how to negotiate a deal. And so the surrounding neocon warmongers and Israeli lobby freaks are actually steering the ship, and they will not allow Trump to agree to, you know, turn over control of the Strait of Hormuz, for example, shut down U.S. military bases in the region, for example, give the Iranians back their own money, for example.
Yeah, because it's Bibi that's in charge. It's Ben-Gvir that's in charge.
All right, guys, so I got to give you these big breaking updates here. But
apparently they run the United States instead of anyone here in the United States.
Israel is at it
instead
again
of the president.
and is just as bad as it's ever been, if not incredibly.
Bombs a hospital and resort and flattens Beirut. We got more sheer evil.
Worse because they feel like there's no rules, there's no regulations, there's no international body to check them. They have a complete green light from the U.S. And now they're trying to do to Lebanon exactly what they did to Gaza. So first, let me show you this. Here indeed is what they did to Gaza. Satellite imagery shows Gaza increasingly reshaped as military controls expands entire neighborhoods, farmland, and even cemeteries reportedly erased. This is not just battlefield damage. It reflects long-term territorial transformation on the ground. So here's what Gaza looked like before, okay? This is what it looked like before. Here's what it looks like now.
What the fuck?
When they say that, you know, about 80 to 85% of the buildings in Gaza have been wiped out, I actually think that's out of date. I think we're at about 95% of the buildings in Gaza have been completely destroyed. And I don't know how anybody on the face of the earth can look at that and not come to the inevitable conclusion that this was purposeful, that this is genocide, this is ethnic cleansing, this is wiping a place off the map, this is land theft, this is remaking everything in the image of Israel, this is making Gaza part of the greater Israel project. Now, there's, I believe on Wikipedia, they're referring to places in Gaza in the past tense. Because again, Israel has totally wiped it off the map. I don't know how anybody can look at this and how anybody can defend this. In fact, if you look at this and you're still pro-Israel to any extent whatsoever, I think you're monstrous. I do. I think you're monstrous. I think you're barbaric. Israel having killed every child, every sheep, every dog and cat, having destroyed every tree, every road, every building in southern Gaza, is now bulldozing the remnants, every gravestone, every sign that anyone ever lived here. It's a Holocaust. I think that's exactly right. Israeli forces occupied Beaufort Castle in southern Lebanon today, the first time the IDF has been there since Israel's full withdrawal in May 2000, 26 years ago. Beaufort Castle sits on a strategic ridge near the Litani River and has deep historical significance for both sides. So here they are. Here's the IDF goons taking this castle. They raised the Israeli flag on Lebanese territory. There's no dispute. There's no argument. There's no other opinion or other side to this. This, without a doubt, is Lebanese territory, and they're raising the Israeli flag in the same way that they stole the Golan Heights from Syria, in the same way that they're doing mission creep in the West Bank and stealing more and more of the West Bank and trying to fully annex and ethnically cleanse the West Bank. And there's pogroms there on a regular basis from Orthodox psychopaths, illegal settler Orthodox psychopaths who assault grandmas and steal houses and then brag about it, okay? That's what's going on in Lebanon, but it's even worse than that because I've been saying on this show that Israel is stealing South Lebanon up until the Litani River. Well, no, now they're expanding beyond the Litani River. So Ben-Gvir, this terrorist psychopath, comes out and says he calls for the suburbs of Beirut to be, quote, flattened. He says flatten the suburbs of Beirut.
I think Ben-Gvir should get fucking flattened instead.
Do to Beirut exactly what was done to Gaza. 700,000 civilians now, as I talk to you right now, are in the midst of panicking and trying to evacuate and save their lives. They grab whatever gatherings they can in the tiny amount of time they have, hop in a car, and try to get the fuck out of Dodge, knowing Israel is about to carpet bomb and level the entire city of Beirut. And nobody's talking about this. The media is not talking about this. The Democrats aren't talking about this. The Republicans certainly aren't talking about this. And if they did, they would talk about it with glee and joy because they're nothing but a terrorist death cult. Okay, they're bloodthirsty, bloodlusting terrorist death cult. But how many innocent people's lives are about to be destroyed? How many innocent people are about?
Of course they don't care because it's promoting the fucking, because it's ethno supremacy, religious supremacy. Because it's happening to their enemy, to the other. So of course they don't give a fuck.
To be murdered and displaced because.
So yeah, no duh, they don't fucking care. Because it's happening to brown people. Because it's happening to religious folks that aren't Christians, that aren't Catholics, and that aren't Jews. So of course people don't fucking care. Because it's happening to the out group. What is deemed to be the other in this fucking country.
The Israeli terrorist rape state is stealing more and more territory right in front of our face and not even bothering to do the bullshit civilizing mission spreading democracy type of propaganda. They're just saying, yeah, we're going to take it and there's nothing you can do to fucking stop us. And Trump's sitting on the sidelines cheering it on and golfing in Virginia. Are you kidding me? All right, Al Jazeera English says the following. Israel has destroyed Ark Al-Maluk, a beloved landmark resort and restaurant owned by Lebanese chef Hussein Fayyad in Wadi al-Hujr, southern Lebanon. The restaurant became known for providing free meals to displaced families during the war. So Israel is now in the midst of bombing this beautiful resort in Lebanon.
Yeah. Indeed they are.
This is the guy cooking in the resort. Very high class, high level stuff, you know. And this is after the bombing.
Here it is now.
May 30th bombing. It's gone now. This is where the resort was. That's what it looked like at the top, and the bottom is what it looks like now.
Bombed a fucking resort.
Completely destroyed.
And for what?
So they're bombing hospitals. They're bombing resorts.
Civilian areas.
Al Jazeera confirms the Washington-backed Zionist regime is illegal.
Like, how the fuck can you make excuses for that shit? How the fuck can you justify that? How the fuck can you rationalize the bombing of civilian areas? Especially with the civilians in those areas. How the fuck?
Occupying a staggering...
Oh shit, an update? Cool. Lay it on me.
20% of Lebanon systematically destroying dozens of villages. Over 1 million civilians are displaced as relentless airstrikes devastate major cities. Watch this. Occupying a staggering 20%.
Washington-backed Zionist regime is illegally occupying a staggering 20% of Lebanon, systematically destroying dozens of villages. Over 1 million civilians are displaced as relentless airstrikes devastate major cities.
Lebanon systematically destroying dozens of villages. Over 1 million civilians are displaced as relentless airstrikes devastate major cities. Watch this.
Israeli troops have crossed the Litani River and they're now advancing north. They're now occupying roughly 2,000 square kilometers of Lebanon. That's nearly 20% of the country. And over the past weeks and months, Israel has destroyed dozens of villages in the south. The latest push has brought Israeli forces closer to Nabatiyah. They've also advanced to Zawtar al-Sharqiyya, that's a town southeast of the city, and also pushed into the village of Shukin. Hezbollah says its fighters confronted Israeli troops here, fighting at a close range. The Israeli military has also issued forced evacuation orders to Shukin and other areas in the district, and forcing people out of their homes. More than 1 million have been displaced. At the same time, these areas have come under relentless Israeli strikes, including Nabatiyah, the city, and the villages and towns in the district.
Absolutely disgusting what we're witnessing here. Again, I want you to think about the lack of coverage this is getting. There's virtually no discussion in mainstream media in the U.S. about this. Virtually none. And then people get mad at you when you say, hey, the Israel lobby sucks and they should have a lot less power than they do. And they buy U.S. politicians and make it so nobody even talks about this. Nobody even talks about this. Nobody says it. Nobody condemns it. Nobody says, what the fuck are we doing here? What's going on? You're stealing another country? What the fuck is this? All right, look at this. Civilians mass evacuate capital as Netanyahu orders to strike densely populated zones. So Netanyahu said, in response to the repeated and ongoing violations of the ceasefire in Lebanon by the terrorist organization Hezbollah and the attacks against our cities and citizens, I have instructed the IDF, together with Defense Minister Israel Katz, to strike terrorist targets in the Danieh district of Beirut. Look at this.
Look at this shit.
Insane carpet bombings. And then, of course, we have Israel
again.
Minister Ben-Gvir flatten Beirut, area of 700,000 civilians. Quote, thank Trump, said Ben-Gvir. Thank Trump. Thank you, my fellow pedophile, rapist, war criminal, for now letting us steal another country, right? We're already in the midst of taking the West Bank.
You're welcome, Ben.
Gaza. Now we're going to steal the country of Lebanon, and we'll go beyond after that.
On a day's work.
We'll go beyond after that as well. Okay. Breaking. Israel is dropping white phosphorus bombs on civilian areas in the village of Arnoun, Nabatieh, South Lebanon. These are internationally banned munitions, and Israel is unleashing them against civilians. Look at this.
Yeah, there it is. They're just doing this shit in broad daylight.
They're known for this. They're known for this, y'all.
And
remember those thermobaric...
Nobody in the UK or in the US or in Israel, no one's talking about it. No one's calling that into question. No, none of them give a fuck.
Vacuum bombs that they used in Gaza. Also the bombs that were so big and so powerful that the U.S. even didn't use them in Fallujah because they were like, hey, just the existence of these things kills way too many civilians. Israel unleashed that in Gaza. They unleashed the thermobaric vacuum bombs that vaporize you alive. They did that in Gaza. Now they're using white phosphorus in Lebanon. This is not a country that you can negotiate with, that you can talk with, that you can make a deal with. This is a country that needs to be defeated. Do you understand that? We're staring down the barrel of pure evil.
Israel needs to get cut off.
Which I was unfamiliar even existed in the modern era until seeing what Israel is capable of.
But
that's where we're at right now.
That's not going to happen.
As all that's going on. Korean
I don't think it is.
At a humiliation ritual in Israel. Father, forgive the nation of Korea, who has spoken the word against Israel. This is so bizarre. And then again, people come at you when you say, I don't know, man, I think the Israel lobby may have too much power. This is getting kind of weird. Look at this. This is like some cartoon type shit. Watch.
Forgive the nation of Korea.
What the fuck is this?
The word against Israel and people of Israel. God, forgive those evil things done towards people of God. So even the word that was spoken from the government against Israel, I say today, God of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob is God of Korea, God of both South and North Korea. Today I stand here in the Knesset of Israel. I say Korean government will stand with Israel.
More. Israeli Knesset hosted an event where Christian delegations publicly repented on behalf of their nations for insufficient support of Israel. One German cried, Lord, please forgive us for all the things we did that did not support Israel. What the fuck is this? Genuinely, what the fuck is this? At the same time this is going on, look at this. This is in responsible statecraft. Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and Israeli militaries in the first step toward shifting aid further into the shadows. The House 2027 NDAA would all but fuse the two countries' armed forces together. At a time when the American public is expressing unprecedented levels of distrust in the Israeli government, Congress just proposed tying the U.S. to the Israeli military more than ever before. Buried in the House's version of the 2027 NDAA, released on Tuesday, is Section 224, entitled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. The provision would arguably do more to intertwine the U.S. military with the Israeli military than the more than $200 billion inflation-adjusted in military assistance Israel has received from the U.S. since its founding in 1948. Section 224 lays the groundwork for bilateral research and development, co-production of weapons, joint ventures, licensing agreements, and seemingly every manner of U.S.-Israeli military-industrial complex cooperation. The U.S. and Israel already work together heavily on missile defense, but this provision would greatly expand coordination to seemingly every area of defense, tech, including AI, quantum, autonomous systems, directed energy, cyber, biotech, and many more. It also proposes a network integration and data fusion. In other words, the U.S.'s military data could soon be the Israeli military's data. If fully enacted, this proposal would provide a higher level of military-industrial integration than the U.S. has with any other country in the world. To be sure, the U.S. has worked closely with its NATO partners on co-production and shared supply chains, most notably via the Defense Production Action Plan. And as the #1 arms dealer in the world, the U.S. provides weapons to militaries across the globe, but that is mostly a one-way street, with the U.S. providing weapons to foreign buyers who occasionally make parts for the weapons themselves. As in the case of F-35's global supply chain, Section 224 would be a different beast entirely. It would fuse the U.S. and Israeli defense sectors in multiple areas vital to the battlefields of the future, like autonomous systems and cyber. It would also bring extraordinary Israeli influence to the U.S. beyond what it already has through the Israel lobby and its robust network of social media influencers. It would give the Israeli government the opportunity to greatly expand one of the most powerful levers of influence in U.S. politics, jobs in the U.S., by expanding or starting new production facilities like it already has.
This is what I mean. Like, when I said that that it's not going to happen, cutting off Israel. Like, we're not even close, not even remotely close to doing that shit. Like, we're fucking, unfortunately, we're stuck with them, whether we like it or not.
Mississippi and Arkansas, the Israeli government could boast of providing jobs on U.S. soil, thereby securing allies among members of Congress who represent the districts where those jobs lie. The result could well be a U.S. political system even more susceptible to the whims of an Israeli government that seemingly has no qualms about drawing to the U.S. into military conflicts in the Middle East. This unprecedented level of U.S.-Israeli military integration stands in stark contrast to the traditional aid model of defense cooperation, in which Israel already stood out as the top recipient of U.S. military assistance, as laid out in a recent Quincy Institute brief authored by Stephen Simon. This shift from an aid model to a military integration model has troubling implications. So this is insane what we're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that beautiful rainbow in between, I present to you the United States of Israel.
Talking about here. Look, if I'm being honest, this is treason. This strikes me as utterly treasonous. This is a way for Israel to weasel their way into controlling more and more of the U.S. political system and economic system.
As if they don't already have enough control over those things already.
That's what this is.
It's not enough. They gotta have more and more and more.
In the same way that Peter Thiel and Palantir, they have all these government contracts. They've infiltrated so many different areas of our government. So if somebody comes in and they want to break up with Palantir, it's not as simple as doing that. It would take a long time to sort of untangle all the ways that they've got their claws into the system. This is Israel trying the exact same thing. You're basically fusing the U.S. military and the Israeli military and the U.S. economy and the Israeli economy in a way where it becomes virtually impossible to untangle them when the time comes that the younger generation says, we don't want anything to do with Israel anymore. Because, by the way, make no mistake about it, that is what the younger generation believes. So this is Israel with a last-ditch effort to make it so the U.S. cannot in any way, shape, or form break up with them because it's not possible anymore to break up with them. That's what this is. This is fucking treasonous. Anybody who supports this is committing treason, in my opinion. You are actively turning the U.S. over to a hostile foreign entity, okay? A hostile foreign entity that wants us to fight illegal wars on their behalf, that wants us to murder citizens on their behalf, that wants us to help create a greater Israel, which will become a regional superpower and eventually become a global superpower and dethrone the U.S. Although by then, I'm sure it wouldn't even be us anymore anyway, because China's already surpassing us. But you get the point here. This is fucking treasonous and disturbing shit. As this is going on, ready? Haaretz says,
oh boy,
AIPAC
there's
is
more.
funneling pro-Israel money to candidates and covering its tracks. So this is what you guys need to understand,
Of
especially
course.
for the upcoming Democratic primary, okay, in 2028 for president. Virtually every Democrat is going to be smart enough to say, I'm not taking AIPAC money. Virtually every Democrat is going to say that. Democrats
sure?
might even be smart enough to say, I'll criticize the Israel lobby or whatever. But they are smart. They are evolving. So one of the things they've done is they create these like shell groups, and they give them a benign sounding name. Like one of them was like Elect Chicago Women or some shit. And it was Israel lobby money that was funneling into races. Okay. There's another one. I forget the name, but it was something blue, big blue, something to try to make it seem like some generic Democratic PAC. In reality, it was Israel lobby money. And they open up these shell groups and use those to funnel money to their preferred candidates. The other trick they do is they'll run ads, not even mention Israel. They'll try to make arguments that they think the Democratic voting base wants to hear, and they'll make it seem like the more right-wing candidate and the more pro-Israel candidate is actually the more left-wing candidate and the most critical of Israel candidate. And they have all these ways of lying. They have all these ways of covering their tracks. And now everybody's onto it. So everybody needs to be very vigilant and aware. The actual way to cut through all of this BS is very simple. You need to ask all of the candidates, are you in favor of cutting off all the money and all the weapons to Israel and sanctioning Israel for their war crimes and their genocide? Are you in favor of that? If they can't answer that, then you know that one way or another, they are taking Israel lobby money. This is incredibly, incredibly disturbing. But there we have it, man. Israel is completely and utterly unhinged. They're now doing to Lebanon what they did to Gaza. They're doing mission creep and pogroms in the West Bank. They're currently destroying all of Gaza.
It's fucked.
Trump's so-called board of peace, which is supposed to like rebuild Gaza. None of that money is actually going towards rebuilding Gaza. It's just a total fucking slush fund where Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner steal the money, enrich their AI tech billionaire friends, put a middle finger up to the people of Gaza, the few that remain alive. It is disgusting what we're witnessing. We are living through history in the worst possible way. People will look back at this era and be amazed at the level of evil, okay? In the same way that we look back at Nazi Germany and we go, holy fucking shit, that's insane. How did that happen? People will look back at us the exact same way and go, what the fuck? How did the world not act? How did people not try to stop this? You have a rogue terrorist state waging a war on 7 fronts and doing multiple genocides and stealing territory. You have the U.S. literally run by a mad king whose brain is melting, starting multiple illegal wars, looting the treasury, and we're all just sitting around like it's nothing. It's definitely not nothing, and it's time to wake up out of this nightmare and actually try to change shit.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
That's pretty fucked. Yeah. There you have it, folks. We're fucked, we're cooked, we're screwed. Shit's bad. Guess that's all I got for news for now. That's all I got. Yeah, I'm trying to find something. I don't know if I can find it. Also, I have to use the bathroom in a little bit. Hang on a sec.
Incoming ad break.
Incoming ass break. Boy. Trying to find. I'm trying to like. And there was a comment that made a similar case that I did as to why no one's stopping it. Thank you, by the way, Ash, for the compliments. I appreciate it. And I'm trying to, unless I'm looking in the wrong thing. Whatever, I can't fucking, I can't find shit. I can't find shit. Oh, God. I can't find shit. Can't find nothing. Because it's buried in the ocean of shit on YouTube. I can't find nothing. I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce of the YouTube comments section.
Did you know you can pet me? Check out the Pet Cafe.
It's true, you can pet Mandy if you're on Twitch. It's a fact. Feel free to join the Twitch side of the stream if you feel so inclined. Join the purple or the green being kick. Either way, you're tuning in. Regardless of how you tune in, you're tuning in nonetheless. And I appreciate it. It's good. We do have a lolcow that I wanna look at. We do have. We're gonna check out Wings of Redemption in a little bit. I can't fucking find it. I'm completely fucking lost. I don't know. This is fucking. Yeah, I think. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I can't find shit. Oh boy. Welcome to the Zog machine. I saw someone comment that. Man, that's fucking crazy. Oh god, I can't. Oh. Oh boy. God damn it. Yeah, I can't fucking. I can't find it. Whatever. Fuck it. I will be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Then we're gonna look at Wings of Redemption. Alright. BRB, everybody. BRB. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm here. I've arrived. Oh god. I need to wash my hair. I have returned. Alright.
How are you doing today?
Alright, we're gonna shift gears. It's time for some fun. It's fun time. It's time to watch some cows. Or one very large cow. Alright, folks. It's 3 hours. Oh, this one's gotta be a long one. I'm definitely speeding this up. I am definitely putting this on 1.5 speed. Alright. Are you ready? Alright, it's fun time. Shifting gears. Doing something a little less dark and depressing. I mean, there might be some aspects of that that's kind of sad in its own right, but it'll be funny for us. Alright. The dark, sad end of Wings of Redemption. YouTube's oldest lolcow. Or one of them, anyway. Him and Brett Keane. Oh, and Boogie. Wings of Redemption. Jordy Jordan, who is an American YouTuber and streamer who rose to fame in the early Call of Duty commentary era. He was one of the founding members of PKA, Painkiller Already, alongside Woodsy's Gamertag. I butchered that, I'm sorry. And FPS Russia. Back then, he was respected in the commentary community. I can't read. Back then, he was respected in the community. But over time, Wings became known not for gameplay, but for rage quits, breakdowns, begging for donations, manipulative behavior, explosive arguments caught on stream. His trolls, known as Wings Trolls, became a whole subculture dedicated to documenting and provoking his meltdowns. Video by Vlade. We watched his Nova Online video. And now here we are again. Tell us what it is, Vlade. We're here to learn. Or I'm here to learn.
Look here. Look, listen. That is an awesome thing. That's a
Look, listen.
Thing. It hit you all at once, dude. Have you ever? Well, you probably have. You gotta look at it. Glass half full, glass half.
Yeah.
Look here. Look, listen. That's an awesome thing. That's a compliment. It's not an awesome thing. It hit you.
I love it already.
Have you ever? Well, you probably have. You gotta look at it. Glass half full, glass half empty.
Oh boy.
In anything, dude. I turned the only interest I had in life into my job.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't take this no more, man.
Oh God.
I wanted to do it. It's like I was getting lonely. I wanted to stream and have a good time. Have a good game.
In the vast and chaotic world of online
no.
gaming, legends are not born only through skill, but through the personalities behind the screen. Some creators rise to fame through unmatched talent, others through charisma or controversy. And then there are those whose stories go beyond the games they play, stories that grow into myths, cautionary tales, and internet lore. Among these figures stands Wings of Redemption, from lashing out at friends for doing exactly what he had asked of them.
Oh boy.
Why the fuck you stream that shit?
It was your idea.
No, I didn't say.
Yeah, I thought it was your idea.
2. Throwing his own wife over a table.
His own wife? Oh shit.
Jordy Jordan was never the kind of person you would expect to find.
Wait a minute. Oh hey, Billy's there. Billy the Fridge. I love Billy the Fridge.
Jordy Jordan was never
Billy's
the kind of person
cool.
you would expect to find in the spotlight. He did not have a polished image or a carefully managed persona. What he had was a voice and a willingness to use it. At a time when YouTube gaming was still raw and unrefined, Jordy spoke directly to his audience in a way that felt different, unfiltered, almost brutally honest.
And it's true. A lot of these guys have fake personalities on their commentaries, and it's like, okay, that's a good business decision, but I can't bring myself to do that.
His earliest videos were simple,
just gameplay layered with his thoughts. There were no flashy edits, no gimmicks, no attempt to dress things up. It was a man with a microphone telling it how he saw it. For viewers searching for something authentic, this was enough. Jordy's commentary connected, and in those first years, he rose quickly, joining the ranks of the early pioneers who were shaping the future of gaming content. But the internet has a way of turning strength into weakness.
One of the founding fathers of Let's Players or gameplay videos.
He spoke openly about his struggles, his frustrations, his ambitions, and over time audiences began to notice patterns. Promises of change, glimpses of new beginnings, followed by silence, or by a return to familiar ground. Energy that seemed bright at first, but faded quickly. His story, even in those early years, was never just about gaming. It was about a man trying to find direction in real time while the world was watching. And the world
trying to find his way.
Every live stream, every moment of tension or self-doubt became another piece of a larger narrative. Some fans sympathized, others mocked, and soon Jordy Jordan was no longer simply a voice in the gaming community. He had become a character, a figure both celebrated and ridiculed, whose life played out in clips, memes, and debates across the internet. Yet behind all of it, behind the noise and the spectacle, there remains the man himself, caught between what he wanted to be and what the internet decided he was. This is his story, the story of Wings of Redemption. But stories like Jordy's are not told in a straight line. They are shaped by moments, sudden turns that shift everything. For Wings of Redemption, the first of those moments arrived early in
the cards were not in his favor.
And it would follow him for the rest of his career. In 2011, Wings and his friends invited one of the biggest names in the Call of Duty scene onto their podcast. Their guest was Syndicate, widely regarded at the time as the best Call of Duty Zombies player in the world. Wings grew combative. He insisted that he was the better player, not just in Zombies, but in Call of Duty as a whole.
Oh boy.
On PKA saying, Tom, trust me, I'm better than you in Zombies.
Yeah, but see, I really do.
He pointed to his achievements in other games, boasting about unlocking rare trophies and mastering difficult titles.
I mean, how many games have you seen me play where I wasn't really good at? Like, I just posted Dead Space. I started playing Dead Space 3 days ago, and I did the toughest achievement in the game.
To Wings, these were proof that his skill level could match or surpass anyone's. Syndicate, to his credit, tried to keep the conversation respectful. He told Wings that confidence was important, that every good player should believe in themselves.
Having confidence behind yourself is always a great thing. If you go through life going, I'm not the best, someone else is the best. You're not exactly.
But as the back and forth continued, Syndicate pressed the point. Was Wings really claiming to be the best Call of Duty player? Wings hedged. He said he was the best commentator who played, and that in a normal multiplayer setting he could hang with the very best, leading his team to victory more often than not.
I'm not the best Call of Duty player, but I bet you if you put me in the same room as the best, I can hang with him.
However, when challenged about the
Are you sure?
he brushed it off, saying other modes inflated the stats.
I mean, just because you have high
God.
KD, like Marker J has a way better KD than I do, mainly because he plays Ground War. You got to factor in those extra 3 people, and you got to average those into chopper gunners.
And when his past one-on-one losses were brought up, he had an answer ready. Those matches weren't realistic, he claimed. They didn't reflect how Call of Duty was really played.
You have to beat him.
Oh yeah.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Is that how it is?
I beat him so many times in a regular room, and Call of Duty is not a one-on-one environment. The situation where Fearcraz and all them won, the thing you and Syndicate were in, that's not a realistic scenario. The fact is, it's 12 people on maps that you have people spawning in front of other people. There was times where I seen like the Game 360 go on a negative 14 kill streak. Like I even commented on it because I was the one doing the color commentary.
We are. This is this fat dude right here. We are learning about Wings of Redemption. He is one of the many lolcows online. One of the oldest ones. Here's a big old fat guy who's who's been trolled a lot.
After excuse, a man protecting his ego, and the live chat noticed. Messages flooded in, mocking him, telling him to stop. Wings lashed out, threatening to ban anyone who repeated it.
I think that's a good policy.
Well, by the way, anybody that says, tell me to shut up, you're getting banned from the stream.
Yeah, guys, knock it off on the shut up thing.
Then came the moment that changed everything. Syndicate didn't insult him, didn't mock him. He simply offered a challenge. He said he'd never played Wings before, and that plenty of people claimed to be the best, but if Wings truly believed it, they could settle it in a match right then and there.
I would go
Don't
for
use your 10 sensitivity versus my 2 sensitivity.
I'm not the person who's like, if I lose, I'm not going to be like, I'd do it for the fun of it. I'd go for it.
Let's do it.
So what map are we playing?
Dude, the match.
But only under one condition. He had to be the host.
He's going to be playing across the street. I'm not going to play unless I have host.
After some back and forth, the group settled on a compromise. Woody, another member of the podcast, would host as a neutral party, but it wasn't truly neutral. Syndicate was connecting from the United Kingdom, while both Woody and Wings were based in the United States. The result was an uneven playing field, with Syndicate fighting against a noticeable disadvantage in connection. Besides that, Wings even played a warm-up match with another host while Syndicite was busy setting up his Xbox. The map was chosen, a map which Wings claimed he had never lost in, the weapon selected by Wings himself. By all accounts, the match was tilted in his favor. This was supposed to be his chance to prove himself, live in front of thousands.
Like, I could put up a fight against.
The guy with the black hair? Oh, I don't know. But he's just like I think he's a interviewer. I don't know his name, but he was interviewing Wings of Redemption, also known as Jordy Jordan, or just Jordy.
Knowing like COD 4 and 2 with the war, and then throw me in
Dude,
against Black Ops.
you would get destroyed in World of War. I have never lost.
Like I don't know what else he does aside from interviews. As far as I know, that's just what he does. He just interviews people. I don't know. I don't know his name. I kind of feel bad that I don't. I feel like I should, but I don't. My bad. I would probably forget it anyway because I'm terrible with names. Oh, man.
As the game began, things looked promising for Wings. Early on, he managed to keep pace, trading kills with Syndicate and holding his own. But as the match wore on, Syndicate began to adapt. Slowly but surely, the balance shifted. The gap widened, and before long, Wings found himself falling behind. The final score was clear: 14 kills for Syndicate, 9 for Wings. A decisive loss, especially under conditions Wings himself had pushed for. At first,
dude had some advantages and still lost? That's crazy. Wings still lost.
Hunter was playful, but as the score tilted against him, Wings' tone grew harsher. But it started as light trash talk became frustration, and then anger. When the game ended, that frustration boiled over. On stream, Wings muttered a bitter "fuck you" in Woody's direction, then hurled his controller across the room. The crash was sharp and unmistakable, ringing out for
He hurled it across the room!
Again, furious and humiliated. Why did you even stream that?
Fuck! Why the you stream that shit?
What do you mean?
No, I didn't say.
But the irony was impossible to ignore. The stream wasn't Woody's idea. Wings had made sure the match was broadcast. Earlier in the same conversation, amidst his trash talk, he had insisted they play right then and there, and that it be streamed live. Syndicate may have issued the challenge, but it was Wings who demanded to be immediate, public, and definitive.
I'm not gonna play unless I have host.
Game Dunzo, baby.
Ooh. We're doing this now. You wanna go buy Game Dunzo server? Be my guest.
No. We can set that up, right? Already upstairs?
His confidence had been absolute. He had even joked that people would need to pay him $1,000 to play in the future. But for now, he was giving Syndicate the chance for free.
How much money you paying me?
You get none of my money.
You do it for free right now, or you
I don't
pay me
want
like
any of
$1,000 later?
And yet the very moment it all fell apart, Wings wanted it erased. Almost immediately after his outburst, he demanded
Of
the stream
course.
ended, even though the others were prepared to continue.
I don't give a. Please cancel the stream. I do not want to hear these talk.
Alright.
The spectacle he had created, the match he had forced into the spotlight, was cut short at his request, leaving behind only the sound of his anger and the memory of a meltdown that could never truly be taken back. For Wings, this wasn't just a loss. It was a collapse of the building, a moment where the confidence he wore like armor cracked.
The beginning of the end.
It was unforgettable. To Wings, it was
The
unbearable.
beginning of the downward spiral.
Became the moment that defined him, not as the best Call of Duty player, but as someone who cracked under pressure in front of a community that would never let him forget it. The meltdown would go on to define Wings' reputation for years, but moments like this don't come out of nowhere. The anger, the defensiveness, the need to prove himself, it all had roots that stretched far deeper than a single Call of Duty match. To understand why this moment hit so hard, you have to go back to Wings' early life, to the struggles.
Wings of the Fallen.
Born on April 21st, 1986 in South Carolina, Wings' story began under circumstances that would shape much of his future. His arrival into the world came as the result of a teenage pregnancy, and almost immediately, instability marked his life. His father, an alcoholic, chose not to stay. Abandonment came early, and the young boy's family relied heavily on his grandparents for shelter, living together in a small trailer because his parents were too young and too unprepared to support him.
I did not know that. Fuck. Result of a teen pregnancy and his alcoholic father left. That's fucking rough.
In fact, there's information floating around online that suggests Jordy might have actually been the product of an incestuous relationship. While it's hard to verify whether there's any truth to that
What?
claim, the rumor has been repeated enough within the community that it became part of his internet lore. And when we tried to look it up, we found this video on Reddit where...
Wait, so... There's a possibility. So you're telling me... his parents might be related? God damn it! I mean, that might not be true. Just full disclosure. That might not be real. But just the idea of it is just so fucking gross. It is fucked.
Wings himself mentioned it. He said that his mom and dad both were Jordans and that they were never married. Reddit where Wings
Wait,
himself
what?
mentioned it. He said that his mom and dad both were Jordans and that they were never married.
Cousins and it's all over it. Like Family Guy makes jokes of it and stuff like that.
Well, it's not rampant like that. It's not. But like I'm the wrong person to ask for that because my parents actually were somewhat related. My daddy was a Jordan and my mother was a Jordan. They was never married.
So yeah, there is that. But even if
God damn it! Oh my god! Oh no! Oh god damn it! God damn it! Oh no! What the fuck?
way into Wings.
He's an incest baby! Oh no!
Life, while playing with his brother, a baseball bat slipped and struck him in the head, causing severe swelling and leaving him at risk for further complications. The incident didn't impair his thinking, but it was a stark reminder of how quickly circumstances could turn against him. Yet despite the instability, Wings was not without ability. According to him, in those early years he was physically fit, often finishing first in races and games at school, but that streak ended around the age of 6, when a foreign exchange student joined his class. Suddenly the contest he once dominated slipped away. No matter what he tried, this new presence always outperformed him. The realization stung.
Got the Cascade badge and Infinite Fusion. Nice. That's That's the water gym, right? Water badge? Or one of the water badges, anyway. Pretty sure.
Wings being outshined wasn't just a loss, it was a blow to his identity.
Oh, excuse
And
me.
so, in a child's logic, he decided that the only way to reclaim his spot on top was to grow bigger and stronger. He asked his grandmother for more food, believing that size alone would make him unbeatable. She gave it without question, never knowing that this choice would mark the start of a lifelong struggle.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, guys. I did get back to the Sacred Gold Nuzlocke. We just got episode 13 up on the channel. In both formats. We made it as far as getting the Pewter City gym badge. We got a few new encounters along the way, including a Kadabra, which is awesome. And I got I don't know, I can't remember what else I got. We did have one casualty. I think we lost Donphan. We lost a Donphan, unfortunately. But we were able to get some other ground types. Sandslash. I got a Sandslash. So I got a few more ground types. Level them up. Get them ready for the electric gym. But before that, we got to do the water gym. So I made sure to level up my grass types, my one and only electric type, and whatever else I got that could work against it. And I'll probably use Kadabra after evolving it into Alakazam against Missy, because some of the water types are part poison, like Tentacruel. Assuming she has it. But even if she doesn't, you can learn stuff like Energy Ball. So, and an electric move. I think he can learn an electric move, if I'm lucky. I think most likely he could use something like Shockwave. I don't know about Thunderbolt though. Have to wait and see. So yeah, long story short, the Nuzlocke continues. Long story short, we're back, baby. We're back in Sacred Gold.
Instead of growing stronger, Wings grew heavier, and the weight he put on quickly became another burden to carry. By the time he was still just...
And tomorrow, I'll either continue Sacred Gold or continue Half-Life. I still gotta complete that, too.
Just a boy, his body had already begun to change in ways that made him stand out. The athletic future he once imagined faded as his weight grew, and with it came social isolation.
Just to get everybody updated.
Making friends.
And I know my schedule has been a little bit off recently. We've had some stuff come up. But now I think things should be back to normal. Should be the regular schedule. Hopefully, if we're lucky.
This was difficult, and fitting in was nearly impossible. And as the doors of sports and popularity closed, another door opened, the world of video games. Games became more than entertainment. For Wings, they became an escape, a place where the ridicule of classmates and the weight of insecurities couldn't reach him. In digital worlds, he could be powerful, respected.
The weight of insecurities! Did you... Oh, I love the pun. Oh, I love it. The weight of insecurity! I imagine that it's pretty fucking heavy.
Even admired. It was the beginning of a bond that would carry him through much of his life. But outside of games, reality continued its steady march of difficulty. Wings, his mother, and his brother eventually moved into Section 8 housing, government-subsidized projects that exposed him to a harsher environment. According to him, the neighborhood was so
What the
unsafe that even
fuck?
as a young child, he was required to have an ID card made because missing children were often reported. For a boy only 6 or 7 years old, this wasn't just unusual, it was terrifying. As the years passed, his struggles didn't ease. His weight climbed rapidly, and by high school, Wings was 6 feet tall and 240 pounds, a size that made him stand out for all the wrong reasons. It was during this time that he was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and social anxiety, two conditions that made the task of fitting in even harder. Making friends felt impossible. Yet eventually there were small breakthroughs. He found companionship in a girl named...
Fitting in. There are so many jokes you can make with that in regards to both weight and sex that I am not gonna bother to do that because they just... That's like low-hanging fruit. Come on.
Kelly, And slowly, he managed to build a fragile circle of friends, but those connections were fragile and hardship wasn't finished with him yet. Now, for those of you who have been following Wings for a while, you already know exactly who Kelly is, and the role she's going to play as this story unfolds. But for those who aren't as familiar, don't worry, just keep in mind that Kelly is an important figure in Wings' life, and her name will come up again later as we dive deeper into the story. For now, let's just go back to his early friend circle. One night, while living in the projects, Wings became the victim of his second serious injury. A man attempted to steal his mother's car, and in an act of defiance, Wings tried to intervene. His courage was met with violence. A gun went off and the bullet lodged in his leg. The wound would stay with him, both as a scar and as a reminder of how dangerous his environment had been. Despite these challenges, Wings entered the workforce. His first job was at a grocery store, where he was tasked with restocking and cleaning shelves. But monotony weighed on him, and in just 2 weeks, he quit. That decision, though small at the time, foreshadowed a pattern that would echo throughout his life. A struggle with consistency, with sticking to tasks that didn't engage him.
I will never work at a grocery store again. Grocery stores are generally...
Oh, boy.
I think I worked 3 days at the IGA as a whole. And to this day, it's probably the only job I've ever quit. And the reason I quit was it was so mind-numbingly boring. You talk about a boring job working at a grocery store.
Oh, was it?
I mean, you pretty much front shelves all day.
From there, he tried his luck at a video rental store. The job seemed better suited to him, surrounded by games and movies, but even there, danger followed. One day, 3 armed robbers stormed the store. Wings survived, but the trauma of being held up stayed with him. Not long after, he left that job behind too. Next came a stint as a Domino's delivery driver.
Big Larry used to, when I was a pizza delivery driver, Big Larry was so big. Like
Big Larry.
He had to be 600 plus. But he'd always order, I'd always know him. When I seen the order, I knew it was Larry's order before I knew where I was going.
600.
The pay was modest, but the risks were high. On one delivery, he was ambushed, struck on the back of the head with a barrel of a shotgun, and robbed of just $20. It was a humiliating and terrifying experience. And eventually, a conflict with a manager ended that job as well. Still searching, Wings found work as a 911 operator. For 2 weeks, he sat at a desk, fielding calls, but the stress and responsibility quickly overwhelmed him. Once again, he was let go. By this point, young Jordy had already cycled through several jobs, each one ending in either resignation or dismissal. Restlessness followed him everywhere. He struggled to find work that engaged him, and more often than not, he left positions behind as quickly as he started them. But his next job, the final one before YouTube, was different. This one he took seriously. Jordy found work at a Chinese-owned company called MechGloss, which specialized in producing a unique type of glass that was in high demand at the time. It wasn't the kind of work most would dream of, but it came with stability, purpose, and pay that was far above anything Jordy had ever
I mean,
had.
it's better
As a
than
crane
nothing.
operator, he was making $25 an hour, a wage that in the mid-2000s felt like striking gold. For once, the chaos that had defined his youth seemed to quiet down. He had money coming in, a routine he could depend on, and a sense that perhaps finally he had found his place. But the security didn't last. When the 2007 recession swept through the economy, companies like MechGloss were hit hard. Import and export complications strained their operations, and soon the business began letting go of its employees. Jordy, despite his effort and consistency, was one of the many to lose his job. Overnight, the sense of stability he had worked so hard to build disappeared. He found himself unemployed and directionless once again, left to wrestle with the same uncertainty that had haunted so much of his life. Jobless and moneyless, Jordy returned to the one constant that had always been there for him: video games. Outside of a small circle of family and friends, gaming was all he had to lean on. He poured himself into it, spending hours at a time immersed in the virtual worlds that had once been his childhood escape. But this time, those games would become more than just a distraction. A friend of his, known online as Z7 Taylor, had already been experimenting with something new. Taylor recorded clips of himself playing Call of Duty, edited them, and uploaded them to YouTube. The platform was still young, but those videos began to gather views, recognition, and a sense of community that Jordy couldn't ignore. He saw firsthand the attention Taylor was receiving, and it planted an idea in his mind. If Taylor could find an audience simply by sharing the games they already played together, why couldn't he? Jordy was already spending countless hours in Call of Duty lobbies, already developing strategies, already pouring his voice into the microphone during matches. All it would take was the decision to hit record, to upload, and to put himself out there. And so, inspired by his friend and driven by the sudden vacuum left by the recession, Jordy's next chapter began. What started as late nights spent gaming to fill the void of unemployment was about to transform into a career. The boy who had once retreated into video games for comfort was stepping into a space where the entire world could hear his voice. That voice would not be polished nor carefully managed. It would be blunt, unfiltered, and at times abrasive. But in that rawness lay something compelling, something that drew viewers in, even if it also pushed others away. This was the beginning of Wings of Redemption, a new identity born out of hardship, shaped by struggle, and destined to carry all the weight of Jordy's past into the spotlight. Jordy's leap into YouTube was not impulsive, it was calculated, born from observation and timing. After watching his friend Z7 Taylor receive attention for uploading gameplay, Jordy saw potential. If Taylor could build an audience by simply sharing Call of Duty clips, then surely he could too. But unlike
it will
Taylor,
work
Jordy
for
wanted to
me.
learn right from the beginning. So in the fall of 2009, he made an investment. He purchased an expensive capture device, the Hauppauge HD PVR, a piece of equipment that cost nearly $200, a steep price for someone recently laid off and struggling financially. But to Jordy, it was a gamble worth taking. The HD PVR would allow him to record crisp, high-definition footage of his matches, at a time when most of YouTube was still filled with grainy, low-quality uploads. That decision alone set him apart. In January 2008, he launched his channel, Wings of Redemption. The name carried weight, a mix of personal symbolism and gaming identity, a moniker that would soon become infamous. His first 2 uploads were simple enough, but it was on his 3rd video that Jordy did something most players weren't attempting yet. He spoke directly to the audience.
Hello. Yeah, hi again, it's my first commentary, and here we go.
His voice carried over the gameplay, offering
My
commentary,
first
thoughts, and personality
commentary.
alongside the footage. It wasn't just about what was happening on screen anymore, it was about the person behind the controller. The style was revolutionary for its time. YouTube was still young, And while commentary videos are common today, back then it was a novelty. Combined with the sharp HD quality of his recordings and occasional glimpses of his face, Wings of Redemption quickly
Where it all
distinguished himself
began.
in the sea of anonymous, faceless uploads. He wasn't just showing gameplay, he was building a persona. The formula worked. Jordy uploaded regularly, sometimes multiple times a week, and that consistency became one of his early strengths. His channel grew quickly. Within the first month, he had nearly 2,000 subscribers, a number that in 2009 represented real traction. By all measures, he was off to a strong start. It didn't take long for his network to expand. Z7 Taylor, the friend who had first
Yeah,
inspired him, caught
it
the
worked
attention
for a
of a
while.
larger creator at the time, a channel known as
Can't,
Hutch is Your Daddy. Hutch
can't
was one
deny
of the
that.
pioneering names in Call of Duty commentary, and his shout out to Taylor provided a ripple effect that extended to Jordy as well. With the association, Wings of Redemption's subscriber count surged. From just a few thousand, his audience swelled to nearly 7,000 shortly after. For a small-town gamer from South Carolina, those numbers were staggering. He had gone from obscurity to becoming a recognized name within the growing Call of Duty communities in a matter of weeks. But with exposure came scrutiny, and scrutiny quickly led to Jordy's first brush of controversy. In a now-deleted video, Wings of Redemption publicly criticized Hutch's style of play. Hutch was known for quickscoping, a flashy technique with sniper rifles that involved zooming in and firing with lightning speed. The method was risky but spectacular, producing the kind of clips that excited viewers and kept them entertained. To many, it was an art form, but to Jordy, it was unrealistic. On camera, he dismissed the practice outright, arguing that quickscoping had no basis in real-life military tactics. In his view, Call of Duty was meant to be played as a simulation,
So?
and players should treat it with the
It's a
seriousness of an actual
video
warfare.
game!
To him, snipers were not meant to
What are
dart
you-
across maps firing from the hip. They were meant to hold positions, to wait patiently, to act with precision. Anything else, he argued, was not how the game was designed to be played. He called Hutch an amateur for this.
I called you an amateur sniper without actual sniper ideals or traits.
Now, what do you think?
The audience, however, didn't take his side. Viewers
The
saw his
fuck?
comments not as a principled stance, but as hypocrisy. They pointed to Jordy's own favorite strategy, camping. Camping in shooter culture
Oh
is when
my
a player takes a spot
God.
on the map, hunkers down, and waits for enemies to come
Of
to them
course
instead
he's a
engaging
camper.
actively. It is effective, yes, but it's also one of the most heavily criticized play styles in online gaming. Players hate it because it feels cheap and passive, as though that camper is refusing to truly compete. To many, camping ruins the flow of a match, turning a fast-paced contest into a tedious grind. And while Wings might have considered his approach strategic, viewers called it out as cowardly and boring. The irony was clear. Here was Jordy, dismissing Hutch's entertaining quickscopes as unrealistic, while relying on a strategy that frustrated nearly everyone else. And the backlash came quickly, but rather than escalate into a feud, the situation diffused in an unexpected way. Hutch, instead of retaliating, reached out to Wings. The two eventually
the
sat
hell
down
is
for a
this?
collaboration, and had a friendly debate about their different approaches to the game.
Oh,
This is
boy.
Hutch bringing you a match of domination.
This ought to
Nope,
be good.
Everyone
on
enjoys
Wasteland,
it
but this is
here.
not my match.
Please
this is another
follow the
person's match. Who do I got with me
Yes, please follow. Please and thank you.
today?
Yo, it's your boy, Wings of
Oh, wow.
Redemption.
That's quite an intro, buddy.
What the hell?
One that showcased how small and interconnected the YouTube gaming scene was. in its
Why
early days.
did he
Even as
do
Wings
that?
turned into opportunities for collaboration and growth. For Wings of Redemption, it was both a lesson and a warning. His honesty and bluntness had already drawn attention, but it also highlighted the very traits that would follow him for the rest of his career. A tendency to speak his mind without filter, a belief that his way was the right way, and a willingness to challenge others even if it invited backlash. In some ways, this controversy marked the true beginning of his identity online. From the start, Wings was not going to be the polished, agreeable type. He was not there to entertain with flash or charm. He was there to assert himself, to carve out a space with his voice, and to do things his way. And while that approach brought him early success, it also planted the seeds for the conflicts that would define much of his career. Another example of Wings of Redemption's early controversies was his run-in with a group of gamers that were gaining notoriety at the time, who called themselves the Federation of Asshole Gamers, or FAG. This was a
Federation
loosely
of
organized collective that
Asshole
thrived on
Gamers,
creating
huh?
chaos, raiding online games, and bullying other players into submission. Their reputation spread quickly in the early Call of Duty community, and it was only a matter of time before Wings ended up in their sights. The conflict began not long after the infamous Hutch is Your Daddy incident, the argument that marked the start of Wings'
Bro,
reputation
what?
for being combative and defensive.
I did in that video was not camping in the least. I basically held down over half the map. Alright, I held down half the map and I was moving constantly. You do not have to be moving into new areas of the game, of the map, to not be camping. Seriously, even Seed Ander says that mess, you know. I mean, yeah, people will call me a fat nerd for that, but guess what? You just get your ass blocked. Straight up.
Oh, the horror.
With a
Anything
sniper.
but blocking.
I don't give a kid. Seriously. I will block you out of spear spite because I know people that really enjoy
Out of spear spite? You mean sheer spite? You fucking... God
my
damn it.
site would be willing to watch my video twice to get rid of your ass. Nobody wants your ass around here.
From then on, he became known as someone who would respond directly to criticism and negative comments, and often his
Oh,
responses
boy.
were heated. For a group like FAG, who made a sport out of provoking reactions, this was the perfect target. Wings was exactly the type of person they wanted to harass, because they knew he would not ignore them, and instead would lash out publicly. At the center of FAG was Daniel
Of course.
Keane, better known as Keemstar. Even at this early stage of his career, Keemstar had a reputation for stirring up drama and escalating conflict. When another Call of Duty commentator named That Guy Who Camps informed Keem that Wings had been speaking negatively about him, the news spread quickly, and Keemstar decided to act. The group launched a mass harassment campaign against Wings, raiding his lobbies, spamming his content, and most damaging of all, engaging in what became known as false flagging. This meant mass reporting Wings' videos in an attempt to get them removed from
Oh,
YouTube.
boy.
A devastating tactic at a time when creators relied on a few key uploads to grow their channels. Wings responded the way he usually did, by making videos addressing the situation directly. In one such upload, he asked the FAG members to stop false flagging his channel and pleaded for the harassment to end.
They're going to be trying to flag and thumbs down my videos, which in result will getting my account banned, and I'll have to go through the long, lengthy process of getting it back. To help protect my channel, if you could go and not subscribe to his live stream, but kind of go in the comment section and persuade people not to do this.
At the same time, he also urged his own viewers not to retaliate against them, warning that fighting fire with fire would only make things worse. He even asked his audience to try to convince the FAG members to leave his channel alone, a move that showed how desperate the situation had become.
I'm not telling you to flag his videos or anything, or his channel, because I'm already got footage of his channel threatening my personal space and my personal use, and I'm probably going to try to send it to him
no!
Block TV and see if that gets done. But I'm not telling you to take any action. Let me get that point clear. But let's work to try to keep my channel live if possible. Thank you.
But the request had no effect. The attacks continued, and Wings remained under siege.
This request proved ineffectual, and the FAG was able to successfully abuse YouTube's automated systems, racking up over 30 strikes on his channel. Protected by Machinima.
Eventually, in an attempt to settle things, Wings arranged a call with Keemstar. At first, the conversation was surprisingly tame. Wings acted calm, almost innocent, as if he were trying to de-escalate. But as the call went on, the real issues surfaced. Keem accused Wings of weaponizing his fanbase, pointing out that FAG itself had been suffering from false flagging. He claimed that Wings had taken credit for taking them down, and suggested that Wings' audience was being used to retaliate against the group.
A comment that Wings wrote, he said, and I believe this is the correct quote, "Nick, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've already killed FAG." I don't understand why you wrote that comment, because our channel has been under attack. There's false copyright complaints on it to the point that it's suspended until YouTube reviews it, and now we have someone that's taking credit for killing our channel. I don't understand why you wrote that.
Rather than outright deny this, Wings responded by saying, what did Keem expect? By attacking a much larger channel like his, retaliation was inevitable.
You should have seen that was going to come anyway. You attacked a channel that was 4 times your size.
The two seemed to reach a kind of uneasy truce, and by the end of the call, Wings himself described it as a ceasefire.
Any thoughts on our
ceasefire, huh?
Yeah,
incoming
but
at
things did
break.
not end there. When the call was supposed to be over, Wings continued talking, unaware or perhaps careless of the fact that the recording was still running. He began asking Keemstar questions that revealed something far more concerning. Wings admitted that he had gathered personal information about Keemstar, including his P.O. box, his street address, and even the name of his girlfriend.
I didn't realize that that their history together goes this far back. I thought they only started interacting with each other through Locale Live. Nah, it goes way back. The lore goes deep.
Stuff by you. Is your P.O. Box 148 Holland,
Like Wings' belly button.
New York 14080?
That's correct. That's correct.
Is your street address York 140809702?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I don't give my personal where I live at. I don't give that out.
Is your girlfriend named Melissa R. Flack?
Yes.
What? The fuck?
Is her phone number 7165?
At first, Keemstar seemed taken aback, asking why Wings had been digging into his private information. Wings tried to brush it off, claiming he just wanted to see how much of the information was correct. But then he admitted that he had looked into Keem's personal
That's
details
awfully suspicious.
Okay, can I ask you why you're trying to get my personal information?
I'm just trying to see how much of this is correct. Because
I'm just asking questions.
The fisticuffs.
Just out of curiosity.
My personal information to fisticuffs?
When pressed
Oh
further,
my
Wings gave a response that
fucking
shocked many. He
God.
joked that if he never succeeded in taking his channel down, he might have to make a trip to New York.
What was the motivation behind this action?
This is, well, basically, I did some digging, and I tried to find everything I could find out about him in case he actually did drop my YouTube channel.
Alright. Well, this is a good example, though, Wings. Like, you know,
I was going to take a trip up to New York.
The implication was clear, and Keemstar did not take it lightly. He shot back, saying he was not scared that if Wings did come to New York, he would end up going back looking like a raccoon.
This was,
You might be going back looking like a raccoon.
Keem accused Wings of being a bully, but said that no matter what, he would always stand against him with his middle finger in the air.
That
Dude,
way
do
he
you
won't
know
be
how many
surprised.
people? Do you know how many people threaten me a day? It's like I know that you're a bully and that you get off on bullying people, but like I'm one person that is just gonna constantly have that middle finger in the air. It's never gonna go down. It's always gonna be you. No one is ever gonna talk me into submission or anything. So whatever you're trying to do, just stop now.
The moment ended the conversation, but it set the tone for how their relationship would unfold in the years that followed, one filled with conflict, animosity, and repeated clashes. This entire saga not only damaged Wings' reputation, but also solidified his image as someone who could not ignore his critics. Every time he responded, every time he lashed out, it gave his detractors more ammunition to use against him. The feud with FAG and Keemstar...
And not only that, you can't really trust him with certain kinds of information. Especially if he's gonna give it away like that.
His early career, a controversy that revealed both his unwillingness to back down and the dangers of his confrontational style. By the start of 2010, Wings of Redemption was no longer just another small creator in a growing sea of Call of Duty channels. His voice and consistency had begun to pay off. Just months into his YouTube career, he was approached by Machinima, a powerful and exclusive network at the time. Partnering with Machinima meant one thing above all else: money. Around this time, Jordy was also offered the chance to return to his old job at Metglass, the crane operator position that had once given him stability and solid pay, but he declined. To him, going back would have been a step backward, a retreat into the very life he was trying to escape. Jordy chose to double down on content creation, determined to make it his future. For the first time, Wings could begin earning revenue from his videos, transforming what had once been a pastime into something that resembled a career. It was validation, not only that his content had value, but that he, a gamer from South Carolina with no college degree and a history of short-lived jobs, could finally make something of himself. The numbers reflected it. Within just 4 months of signing on, Wings' channel had skyrocketed over 45,000 subscribers. For early YouTube, this was no small achievement. It put him firmly in the conversation with the biggest names in the Call of
He's
Duty
struggling with the RE4 orb puzzle.
Finally make something of himself. The numbers reflected it. Within just 4 months of signing on, Wings' channel had
Come on,
skyrocketed
man.
over 45,000 subscribers.
You almost had it.
The numbers reflected it. Within just 4 months signing on.
Yeah, I'll just turn it a little.
Wings channel had
Just
skyrocketed.
turn it. No! You fucked it! You fucked it up!
Rocketed to over 40
Come on, man!
For early YouTube, this was no small achievement. It put him firmly in the conversation with the biggest names in the Call of Duty community. During this time, Wings also began collaborating with other creators, most notably Woody's gamertag against Kyle, who would later rise to fame under the persona as Russian. The three first connected casual.
Just watching him fuck up that puzzle in Resident Evil 4 is just really funny to me.
YouTube, this was no small achievement. It put him firmly in the conversation with the biggest names in the Call of Duty community. During this time, Wings also began collaborating with other creators, most notably Woody's gamertag against Kyle, who would later rise to fame under the persona as Russia. The three first connected casually over Skype calls, but their chemistry quickly stood out. After a few collaborations, they made the decision to create something more permanent together, a podcast. The show, titled Painkiller Already.
Just how he fucks it up. Each time he gets so close, it's like, Come on, just turn it a little. No, not quite. Line it up a little bit. No.
Already, better known simply as PKA, started out as pre-recorded discussions between the trio. Before long, however, they shifted to live streaming the episodes on Justin.tv,
PK.
Twitch, and from there, the format found its rhythm. It wasn't just about gaming anymore. They talked about everything: current events, relationships, outrageous hypothetical questions, even deeply personal aspects of their own lives. Each week, a different guest would join in, but the real draw was the dynamic between the hosts themselves. For Wings, the podcast was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it massively expanded his reach, introducing him to audiences who might never have found his YouTube channel otherwise. On the other, it opened the door for the world to see him unfiltered, and sometimes that honesty worked against him. Through PKA, we learned things about Wings that would become defining parts of his online identity. He openly talked about his struggles with weight.
Dude, the way he struggles with that puzzle is amazing. I fucking love it.
Including his early discussions of weight loss surgery, and even mentioned experimenting with things like B12 shots to try and boost his metabolism.
I have 46 weapons, and some of them are fully automatic.
What?
Mine are too.
He also admitted to bouts of uncontrolled anger, casually recalling how he had smashed televisions, broken multiple controllers, and even destroyed a hand
like
during
Boogie.
rage.
That was my rage. But Wings, you're clearly going to win this.
Kindred
3
spirits.
controllers, 3 Xbox controllers, 2 TVs, 1 keyboard, 1 handgun.
And then there was perhaps the most unsettling revelation of all. Wings owned an arsenal of 46 firearms, something that surprised and concerned many of the viewers.
You know that, well, everybody knows that. Considering, is it laparoscopic surgery? I have that wrong. The band surgery. Lap band surgery. Thank you. Lap band surgery.
What I'm doing right now is I'm on a low-carb diet. Where
That's
I
a bit
basically eat, like, a lot
excessive.
of eggs, chicken, and meat. But I'm going to the doctor Saturday. His name's Dr. Norman, and he's here in Myrtle Beach. And I'm basically going to be getting what you call a V12 shot. And what it is a shot they put into your stomach. It's a big old long needle. And it increases your metabolism. And there's a set of pills that go in there and just kind of keep perks you up and keeps your metabolism going, keeps your heart rate up.
That winning 46 firearms might have sounded impressive on the surface, but to many viewers it painted a far more troubling picture. Who really needs that many weapons? Especially when you are not a collector by trade or a professional marksman.
Yeah,
You're all for self-defense.
that's true.
As many weapons seems like overkill. For Wings, it seemed less about practicality and more about control, a way of compensating for feelings he was
That's
never
a bit
quite shaped.
much.
The fear of being powerless, of being exposed, had been with him since childhood. Growing up,
All right,
in poverty,
look.
bullied for his
In America, you can own a few guns. Like I don't take issue with that. I'm a pro gun lefty, just so you all know. But like over 40? Yeah, like unless you're a marksman or something like that, like Vlade said, I don't really see why you would need that many guns. It just doesn't make any sense. It's weird. That's a bit excessive. And where would you put them? How would you... Do you even have room to to have them put away? Where do you find the space?
parents, shot in the leg as a teenager, all of these experiences left a scar that never faded. The guns, then, were not just tools. They were symbols of security, a reassurance that he would never again be at the mercy of the world around him. But just like his struggles with weight, his tendency to lash out, or his endless comparisons to others...
So it's like a coping mechanism, I guess. Like a trauma response type of deal.
The arsenal revealed something fragile beneath the surface. It was not strength. It was not confidence. It was protection layered over insecurity. Every weapon was another reminder that
A
Jordan
lot
was
of
still fighting
fear,
the battle for
too.
himself, one that no amount of firepower could truly win. In time, that same need to defend himself would appear in different forms, from his excuses in competition to the way he clashed with viewers online. The guns were only the beginning, an early glimpse of the insecurities.
I
that
mean,
would
I
haunt
guess I
Wings of
can't
Redemption.
necessarily... Oh my god, he fucked his screen up so bad. I mean, I guess... I can't necessarily blame him all that much for that. But at the same time, it's like, you gotta get some help. Professional help, man. You gotta do something. I don't think having an overabundance of firearms Just gotta make the pain go away.
For the rest of his public life. In many ways, PKA became the stage where
I mean, it's fine if you wanna own a bunch of guns.
One moment, then volatile, bitter, or insecure the next.
But I don't think it ain't gonna solve your. It ain't gonna help with your trauma.
And, like, there's a Wings that
at least not much.
Like that guy that reads poetry in his commentary, that guy that has deeper thoughts and a sensitive side, he's there too, and I get to see him. And sometimes his subs don't. Recently it's been changed, but there was that like phase he had where I guess he and his subs had conflict for like whatever 50 videos, 100 videos in a row, and a lot of guys are stuck on that Wings, but there's more to him.
And while this unpredictability drew attention, it also planted the seeds for the controversies and conflicts that would define much of his career. Looking back, the stories Wings shared on PKA were not just entertaining anecdotes, they were warnings. Each confession, from his struggles with food, to his explosive temper, to the strange comfort he took in owning dozens of firearms, painted a picture of someone constantly at war with himself. At times he seemed self-aware, admitting his flaws openly. But self-awareness is not the same as change. That was the contradiction at the heart of A Wings of Redemption. He could admit his weaknesses, yet when confronted with them in real time, his instinct was always to lash out, to protect the fragile image he had built. And nowhere was this clearer than in the infamous Syndicate match. Everything he had revealed on the podcast, his volatility, his defensiveness, his deep need to be seen as great, had all come boiling to the surface during that one-on-one game. The meltdown that followed was not an isolated moment. It was the perfect storm of everything the Wings had already shown the world, captured live, and amplified by the unforgiving lens of the internet. And this wasn't the end of it either. The public outburst might have been embarrassing enough, but what came after, according to Woody, was even more startling. Years later, Woody revealed that once the stream had ended, Wings' anger didn't cool off. It got worse. Behind the scenes, Wings went ballistic, directing his fury not at himself, not even at Woody, but at Syndicate. He allegedly threatened Syndicate's life, saying things along the lines of breaking his teeth in with a magazine and other violent remarks.
Try to change the topic and play 1v1 against a different guy. Like, let's just put that in the past and move on. He doesn't want that. He wants to end the stream, so we do. After the stream ends, he's continually threatening this guy. He says he's going to break his teeth out with a mag light. That if he was there, he goes like...
Syndicate, for his part, didn't take the bait. He stayed calm, almost detached, brushing it off with a kind of, yeah, sure, whatever attitude.
Nuts on it. And Tom, on the other hand, is also known as Syndicate, is just being cool about the whole thing. Like, look, man, you win some, you lose some. Like, don't make too big a deal out of it.
The contrast was striking. On one side, you had Wings, humiliated and seething, struggling to process the loss he had insisted on making public. On the other, Syndicate, unfazed, unwilling to let the tantrum rattle him. But the story didn't stop there either. Despite the meltdown, despite the threats, a rematch between Wings and Syndicate was arranged, and that second encounter, while less infamous than the first, would prove just as telling in its own way. On August 27, 2011, Wings of Redemption and Syndicate once again crossed paths, this time not in a live match, but in a series of private text messages. The idea of a rematch had been floated, with someone even offering to put up a prize of $5,000 for the winner. Despite all the hostility and disrespect Wings had shown during their last encounter, Syndicate was willing to bury the hatchet and entertain the idea of playing again. But then Wings made a move that shocked everyone. Instead of simply agreeing to the rematch, he asked Syndicate to throw the match. The proposal was straightforward. If Syndicate deliberately lost, they could split the money.
You guys will put, I forget what it was.
If he deliberately lost?
And
he tried to get the fix in? Oh my god.
Came to him and said, look, we'll do this. We'll do a 1v1. You throw it. Look, I'm going to win anyway because I'm Wings of Redemption, but you throw it. And then I'll keep, I think, what do you want the split to be?
See, that's the best part. Wings would keep the lion's share and get the victory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not how a bribe works.
That's not how bribes work.
Wings justified the request by saying he would win anyway, framing it as an easy way for both of them to profit while burying the hatchet. He even admitted that he didn't make $2,500 a day and needed to provide for his girlfriend at the time, a woman named Shalene, whom he had met on a dating site called Plenty of Fish, and her 2 children. The reasoning raised obvious questions. If Wings were so confident he would win regardless, why ask Syndicate to lose on purpose? To many, it revealed something deeper. As his friend Woody
it doesn't
later
make a lot of
explained,
sense,
Wings
does
tied
it?
all of his self-worth to gaming. He had little else in his life he felt proud of. His weight, his financial struggles, and his frequent meltdowns often left him mocked, memed, and dismissed. Gaming and YouTube were the only areas where he could still see himself as successful, and that desperation seeped into moments like this.
Why is he getting so upset? I guess this would be my mindset. You said this guy's really good, top of the rank, right? Like
at zombies.
Yeah, but I mean, so he just the game in general that he would be proficient at, I would imagine. So
sure.
Yeah. If you're going against somebody like that and you lose, you'd be like, okay, well, I lost. Maybe talk a little bit of shit, but you'd be like, well, the guy's good, right? I got a loss. I got a loss.
Wings thinks he's great.
Think so.
Wings is self-appreciation is out of this world. He thought for a while that he was better than all the pro gamers. That he was better.
It's like the president.
Quickscoper's better at zombies than the zombies guy. Better anyone at everything. He plays all his games on hard mode, right? As if that was some sort of like. Qualification to be an outstanding gamer. So he was surprised that the #1 zombie player on the planet was better than him. He didn't see that coming. And you say, why is he you also have to recognize
he was so full of shit.
It's not just a game to him. This is his living. This is his sense of self-worth. This is like being good at games.
It's not a game. It's my life.
As a man, he is a dominant gamer.
Unfortunately for Wings, his attempt to fix the match did not stay private. Syndicate leaked the messages on Twitter, exposing the bribe attempt to the public. What might have been a chance at redemption instead turned into another, further damaging his reputation. Before
Wordplay.
Wings had already been trolled for his meltdowns, his blaming of teammates, and his defensive style of camping. He still carried a certain level of respect in the Call of Duty community. He had even done good things, like raising $10,000 for a young girl with cerebral palsy, personally donating $2,000 out of his own pocket to make it happen. But after the Syndicate DMs went public, things shifted. The trolls had more reasons, the respect he had earned began to erode, and the image of Wings of Redemption as a sore loser was replaced by something worse. Someone willing to cheat, even bribe, to protect the fragile identity he had built as a dominant gamer. Looking back, The Syndicate saga was more than just an embarrassing episode. It was the first and most pivotal turning point in Wings of Redemption's reputation. Before this, he had been seen as a talented Call of Duty player with a growing channel, a podcaster with opinions, and even someone capable of rallying his audience for good causes. But after this, the perception shifted. The meltdown during the live match, the violent threats behind the scenes, and the leaked attempt to bribe Syndicate all combined to create a new image of Wings, volatile, insecure, and willing to cut corners to protect his pride. But despite the hate and the setbacks, Wings kept making videos. He continued to upload regularly, but by this point, the YouTube space was evolving rapidly. New creators were entering the scene with flashier edits, higher production value, and more entertaining personalities. By comparison, Wings' content, though it had seen some small upgrades, remained largely the same as it had been in 2009. His straightforward commentaries and simple gameplay no longer stood out. As a result, his subscribers stagnated
remained
around
stagnant.
400,000, and his views began to steadily decline. To make matters worse, his personal life was unraveling as well. Shalane, the woman he had been dating and whose children he had helped take care of, left him. For Wings, who had invested so much of his time and resources into that relationship, the breakup was a heavy blow.
That's
What's up,
crazy.
everybody? It's your boy Wings Redemption, and that's another one of the videos. Not very hype, but I got some very important news and channel updates here for you today. For those of you who know, I've been dating a girl named Shalene for about a year now, and today I kind of decided for a huge life change. I actually asked her to move out of the house again.
Still, he managed to bounce back temporarily when he began dating another woman named Brandy, whom he also met
Oh,
through
boy.
Plenty of Fish. For a brief moment, things seemed to stabilize. Professionally, Wings attempted to revitalize his channel by putting together a special video to celebrate reaching 100 million total views. He spent days editing and preparing it, hoping it would reignite interest in his content, but the video failed to land. It lacked the spark that audiences had come to expect from the evolving YouTube landscape, and its underwhelming reception devastated him.
Was his 100 million total views celebration video. It would take him 3 days of editing to put this together, but due to its poor editing and failure to portray a clear narrative, it would well underperform.
In a now-deleted tweet, Wings was seen threatening another
Sad.
creator online. This all came shortly after his 100 million
Oh,
views.
so
Took the video
sad.
down, failing to draw in more attention than his regular uploads. Wings had poured days of work into the project, and when it didn't perform, the disappointment hit him hard. Feeling dejected, he turned to Twitter, where he posted about suicide. The reaction from the community was swift and unforgiving. Instead of offering sympathy, many accused Wings of using suicide threats as a ploy for attention, claiming he was only doing it because his video hadn't gotten the views he wanted.
Of course.
Wings, because from what we have found, he was blaming it all on the fact that since his views were low, he wouldn't be able to make much money off this video, and he was already in a bad financial situation. Among those who called him out was fellow content creator El Presador, who openly criticized Wings for his behavior. That's when Wings made things even worse. In another now-deleted tweet, he directly threatened El Presador's life, writing, "I've got a lot of guns, El Presador, and if I decide to kill myself, I'm taking you with me." It was an outrageous escalation. A death threat directed at another
That's
content creator,
crazy.
stemming from nothing more than frustration over YouTube numbers. El Presador, understandably, did not take kindly to the message. For Wings, the incident became yet another example of how his insecurities and volatility constantly boiled over in public. During all of this drama, another
You
familiar
can't
figure entered the
just
picture,
do
Keemstar.
that shit.
Wings and Keem already had history, and Keem used them all to his advantage. Drama was, and still is,
Yeah, I know. I'm on to talk.
his bread and butter. By involving himself, he saw an opportunity to capitalize on Wings' latest controversy, while also reviving old tensions. Nat Keem managed to bring all of the key players into one place, his podcast. On the panel was Keemstar himself, fellow commentator Whiteboy 7th Street, and a user known as Extra Ranker. Later, El Presador, the same creator Wings had threatened, would join in as well. Wings appeared too, this time backed by Woody, one of his closest friends, and at that point, one of the few people willing to publicly defend him. What followed wasn't just a discussion, it was a public spectacle. With so many of Wings' rivals in the same space, and with Keem at the helm steering the conversation toward conflict, it quickly
Although I
became
think
less
there's a
about red or blue.
difference between how I do it and how Wings has done it. Right?
And more about exposure, at least at first. As the
If you've
podcast
been
began,
watching
none
me
Wings
for
were
any
mentioned
amount
that
of
El Presador
time,
had joined the call yet. Keemstar,
you would
acting
know.
as the host, brought in other commentators such as Whiteboy 7th Street and Extra Ranker to get the conversation started. Almost immediately, the discussion turned toward Wings and his recent meltdown online. Whiteboy was the first to voice his opinion. He said that while he respected Wings as a creator, faking suicide threats because a video did not receive enough views was unacceptable behavior. He compared Wings' actions to those of an emotional teenager, someone acting like an emo 13-year-old, as he put it.
Right. That's what a
True.
13-year-old emo chick does. I care about Wings. I like Wings. I'm sure all the viewers do as well. I can relate to him. I have a personal relationship with him. You know, I can feel him. I can understand him. And that's why I got away with so much stuff. But faking it, crying wolf, I lost it.
Duranker built on that criticism, pointing out that all he had ever heard from Wings was constant complaining. In his view, Wings was ungrateful because he had what many would consider a dream job, and yet continued to act like it was not enough. These comments created
Yeah,
an atmosphere of
that's
tension,
true.
even before Wings had the chance to join the call.
I respect what Wings does, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying all he ever does is complain.
When Wings finally entered, he came in already defensive. He immediately confronted both Whiteboy and Duranker, asking why they had spoken about him before he could defend himself. His anger quickly zeroed in on Duranker. Wings belittled his job, claiming it was easy and not something to be proud of.
I told you what it is. You're a production supervisor. You walk around with your hands in your pockets. You probably turned a wrench in 8 years, and you want to sit there and talk about gall of working hard. So you have a cake job. Your job is cake. What you do is you hold your hands in your pocket. You wait till the safety meeting in the morning so you can suck up to some big wigs. Then you go home and you drink your Miller Lite. Well, it sounds like you're doing.
He attacked Duranker's income, boasting that he made more money in a single day than Duranker made in an entire week.
Actually, I'm on my phone. I'm actually at work because I have a job. Anyway.
Actually,
Damn.
You know what? I did your job for 5 years, and you know what? I make more money now than I did at that job in one day of the week than I did.
Wings, and that's what I'm saying. You make a lot of money, but all you do is
But the fact is,
To Wings, hard labor or low-paying work was not a sign of resilience or dedication, but of failure. He accused people who did such jobs of having made mistakes in their lives rather than being hardworking individuals.
Manual labor.
No. You're making it seem like I've never worked a real job before. The reason that I have worked a real job is the reason I don't want to work a real job again. It doesn't matter if it's labor or backbreaking work. You know, if I see a person digging a ditch, you know what I don't think? That's a hard worker. I think that's somebody that's up in his life.
After shutting down to Ranker with that tirade, Wings turned his attention toward White Boy. His temper continued to flare as he hurled insult after insult, trying to undermine White Boy's credibility and status. At one point, Wings threatened to expose White Boy's earnings, claiming that he could reveal exactly how much money White Boy was making on YouTube.
You're real close to me just telling you what you actually make.
That's not anybody's business what people make, though, Wings.
I know what you make. This contract is much different from mine.
Woody, who was in the call as both a co-host and a friend of Wings, tried to calm him down, but Wings refused to let the matter go. Wings insisted that White Boy's accusations were absurd. If he had truly wanted to profit from a suicide story, he argued, then he would have made a YouTube video about it where the ad revenue and clicks would have paid off.
He's calling me a view whore when he said himself I'd get like 1,000 views. You're a dumbass, dude. I don't do that for views. If I did that for views, I would do it on my YouTube channel. Why don't you take your one-eyed ass?
Instead, his tweet had been an emotional response, not a calculated grab for money. His tone, however, was not measured. It was aggressive, harsh, and cutting. He mocked White Boy as a dropout who wasted time with drugs and told him to start thinking like an adult rather than a careless teenager.
Why don't you take your one-eyed ass and learn something? Quit smoking pot. Quit being a high school dropout.
One-eyed
White Boy defended
ass.
himself, unwilling to back down in the face of the Wings' rage. He argued that faking suicide, even if only for attention or out of frustration,
That's
had real
fucking crazy.
consequences. It was not something that could be dismissed as a bad day or a mistake. He reminded Wings that his platform carried influence, and that actions like his could have ramifications on fans and the wider community.
Suicide. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? You faked the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
The heated exchange escalated to the point that Wings could no longer contain himself. In a fit of anger, he left his computer and stormed out of the room, leaving the rest of the call to continue without him. It was an embarrassing moment for him and for Woody, who found himself trying to pick up the pieces in the aftermath.
You faked the suicide for views. Your raw instinct.
After Jordy returned,
Once Woody joined the call fully, he attempted to reframe the situation. As one of Wings' closest friends at the time, he felt an obligation to defend him, or at least to provide context that might soften the
Incoming
blow.
ad
Woody
break.
explained that Wings was not trying to fake suicide for attention. Instead, he painted Wings as someone who thought in the short term and often reacted emotionally when things did not go his way. The failed video had left him
really?
disappointed.
Mm.
Rather than processing it quietly, Wings had turned to Twitter in a moment of weakness. Woody argued that this was not a ploy or manipulation, but simply a man letting his emotions spill into the public eye.
Wings, can I ask you a question?
Oh, that's
So when I
all.
was
I'm
watching
not.
Twitter
There's
feed,
no nefarious.
This is how it played in my own head. I saw, you upset, and I know you, right? You're a guy who thinks a little bit.
I'm not trying to
when
manipulate
at the end of the day,
anybody.
You feel wealthy. When the bills roll in, you feel broke. When the views are high, you feel, if you have a good day view-wise, you feel like things are awesome. If you have a single bad day view-wise, you worry that the world is crashing. So I watched you on YouTube, and I thought, you know what? He's not joking or putting on a suicide hoax. He's just a guy who has extreme feelings and expresses, like, there's no sort of long-term, like moderation filter on there. But if I get 700,000 views today and 30,000 views tomorrow, I feel like I got 730,000 views over 2 days. You feel like, oh my gosh, my channel crashed today. The world is ending.
For some listeners, Woody's explanation was sympathetic and humanizing, a reminder that creators are people who sometimes falter under pressure. For others, it sounded like excuse-making.
When
For
do you
someone who
think you'll
repeatedly
finish?
refused
Probably not for a while. This is a 3-hour-long video.
ability for his behavior. What could not be ignored, however, was that the incident had added yet another layer of controversy to Wings' already fragile reputation.
I
Wings
mean,
was
I
ready to
have
join
it.
the call, but the tone shifted noticeably.
I have it sped up, so but it'll still be a long time.
Instead of lashing out, he opened up to Keemstar in a moment of raw honesty. He admitted that he wasn't happy with his life, that he felt stuck, going nowhere, and that the constant barrage of trolling from people like El Presidor left him feeling genuinely depressed.
El Presidor is one of the main instigators of my frustration. Like, generally, when I'm feeling bad, he's the person there to try to kick you when you're down.
Why don't you get that he's just a troll?
White Boy, who had been critical earlier, showed a bit of empathy. He told Wings not to let the trolls get to him, because every time he reacted, he was giving them exactly what they wanted. Wings agreed that
trolls.
he understood this in theory, but in practice he couldn't help himself. He said he knew
Those
he was feeding the
Tesla
trolls, but when
trolls.
the insults piled up, he always crashed out.
He says he's trolling you while he's doing it, and you still bite into it. You're feeding him, Wings. You're feeding the troll.
I understand that.
Then why don't you just stop?
Because it's not built into me to stop.
Keemstar, in an unexpected twist, actually tried to motivate him. He told
It's
Wings to
not
focus on what he
built.
had rather than what he
It's not built into me to stop, huh? I can't control it. Oh my god.
he lacked. The fact that people like El Presidor were trying to use his name for clout, Keem argued, only proved that Wings was a big deal. He reminded him that he was respected as one of the pioneers of the Call of Duty commentary scene, and that people still valued him for helping build a community.
What do I have?
Wings, think about what you just said. You said that you have El Presidor trying to get big off of you. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
El Presidor's a leech.
No, but what I'm saying is, if El Presidor is really just trying to get big off you, that is an awesome thing. That's a compliment,
It's not an awesome thing. It hit you all at once, dude. Have you ever? Well, you probably have.
You gotta look at it glass half full, glass half empty. You have so much, and people in this community, look up to you. All right, they do. People in the community actually look up to Wings. Wings has been around for forever, and as much as people battle with you, people do respect you. And admire you. Look at how many people
Oh my
tune into PKA.
god.
No,
Keemstar looked like shit back then. Oh
if
man.
you were out of it, it'd be probably like half the people there.
El Presidor joined the call soon after. He was still furious over the death threat and immediately clapped back at Wings' earlier comments about him leeching for views.
still intent on calling the FBI.
Yeah, but you're too lazy, and I also know that.
Their back and forth was heated, but eventually they agreed to let it
That's
go publicly,
fucking crazy.
sweeping the conflict under the rug.
In the end, however, the drama was resolved.
So, Wings, El Prestador, this is a breakthrough moment. El Prestador said, let's sweep it under the rug. What do you think, Wings?
But it was what Wing said afterward that painted the clearest picture of his mental state. He admitted that YouTube itself
Hope
was
it
the root
won't
of his
be
depression.
after
Whenever he was offline, he felt miserable, weighed down by the constant harassment, the hate, and the endless stream of out-of-context clips that
0
trolls used against
p.m.
him.
in my
Yet he
time
couldn't
zone.
quit, not just because it paid more than a normal job, but because it had become his entire identity. To him, leaving YouTube would mean going back to being a nobody in real life, and he couldn't bear that thought. Gaming and YouTube had to find his self-worth.
I
since
mean,
the
we'll
beginning
see
of
how
his
it
career.
goes.
And now, with his channel stagnating and views dropping, he felt trapped in a cycle of misery.
Depression? Can we say that?
I'm not really depressed though. I mean, as soon as I leave this room, I'm happy. As soon as I forget all of this, I'm happy. That's why I said beforehand when I was a little more upset that I know what I need to do. What I need to do is quit YouTube and move on with my life. But at the same time, this is the high point so far in my life. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be the only high point in my life. It's hard to walk away from having access to 50,000 people. It's hard to walk away from, basically being able to get advice at any time of the day, any day of the week. It's hard to walk away from, being somebody of importance to going back into a world where you're nobody.
Keemstar even offered him advice on how to revive his content. He pointed out that Wings had been making essentially the same style of videos since he started, while many other commentary YouTubers had evolved, experimented, and worn different hats to keep things fresh. If Wings wanted to feel better about himself and have success again, Keem said, he needed to adapt, change things up, diversify, and break out of the rut that was dragging him down.
I've had so many different hats that I put on, where you, Wings, you've kind of just been the same guy for like 5 years. You know what I mean? Maybe it's time to reinvent yourself and the
You get why I said it? Right.
Yeah, because you upload.
Because it's like, because he probably, I'll probably be busy with something else by then or be asleep. Wait, is it PM or AM? Is it like, is it night where you're at?
Looked at the video and you were like, I don't know what to do with my channel anymore. Like if I get into drama, I get views, but if I just
I mean, either way, I get it.
10,000. So maybe there needs to be a Wings talk show. Maybe there needs to be a Wings in real life thing. Maybe there needs to be something different, like reinvent yourself,
But here's the tragedy. While the advice was solid, adapting wasn't something Wings was good at. He was stubborn, set in his ways.
Oh, AM. So it'd be midnight. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Same insecurity that pushed him to lash out at trolls also kept him from evolving as a creator. In his mind, change was a risk, and risk
Midnight in 2 hours.
Depended on holding on to the little success you had left. This moment on Keemstar's podcast
Holy
exposed
crap.
everything. Wings' depression, his fragile self-worth, his unwillingness to adapt, and his toxic relationship with the very platform that gave him purpose. It wasn't just a moment of drama. It was a glimpse into the cycle that would follow him for years. Bursts of hope, crashes of anger, attempts to rebuild, and the inevitable spiral back down. It showed that for Wings of Redemption, the real battle wasn't against trolls or fellow creators, it was against himself. After the podcast, Wings tried to settle back into his routine.
It was
He continued
against
uploading his usual Call
himself.
of Duty commentaries, but began mixing in a few more vlogs. For a short while, these vlogs helped bring some life back to his channel. They gave fans a glimpse into his personal world, something a little different from the endless gameplay. But the momentum didn't last long. By January of 2013, disaster struck again, this time hitting him where it hurt most, his income. Machinima, the network that had been Wings' lifeline, suddenly dropped him. For years, Machinima was one of the biggest names in the YouTube gaming scene, providing partnerships and revenue to thousands of creators. But Wings had been in their red zone for quite some time. His views weren't performing the way they once did.
Damn,
and
that's
promises he made to Machinima,
crazy.
whether about output, growth, or consistency, had gone unfulfilled. Eventually, they cut ties.
I made a few decisions in my life that
I forgot he was part of
really
Machinima.
crippled me when they dropped me, because I had like a 3-year contract with Machinima. I signed one, and under the premise of me signing a 3-year contract, I bought things and made obligations that I normally otherwise would not have. So basically, my channel's not doing very well. I've been going into the red for February, March, April, May, June, 5 months now. And when I got that week off, it kind of like kick-started a lazy bug in me. And when you start getting lazy, you start laying down, you start sleeping more, you start getting depressed, you start realizing how fat you are, and then being fat depresses you, and that makes you want to eat, and you eat, you feel depressed. It's just a constant cycle of being a failure.
Yeah, I hope you got it. I misunderstood what happened earlier since I thought it was against my nation or country or religion as a whole. No, I get it. There's oftentimes people conflate, I thought you were slandering them. No, it's cool. A lot of people forget that distinction all the time. The distinction between Jews and Zionists. People forget or just flat out don't know that there is a distinction between the two. Now, there are some Jews that happen to be Zionists, but the Zionism takes precedent, right? Like, them being Jewish, depending on who we're talking about, that's not even a factor. At least not to me.
Wings, this was catastrophic. YouTube was his only real source of income, and without Machinima, he was left scrambling. Rather than partner with YouTube...
Yeah, no, it's cool, Ash. I got you. No problemo.
YouTube directly. Wings signed with another network, Fullscreen TV, but the deal was far less lucrative. He went from making solid money with Machinima to scraping by with a contract that offered significantly lower pay. Overnight, his financial stability...
Also, I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago when I said this. Just a quick update. We are back on Sacred Gold. I did a episode 13 or part 13, whatever you want to call it, of the Sacred Gold Nuzlocke about a week ago, I think. Yeah, just about a week. But yeah, we're back into the swing of things, the Nuzlocke things, back in the game. I am here. But were you there when I mentioned the return of Sacred Gold? Is what I wasn't sure of. So I just figured I'd mention it again. So there you go. Yeah, Sacred Gold's back. I brought it back. You're the best. You're welcome. And thank you. We're both the best.
Was gutted, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Adding to the pressure, Wings suffered yet another breakup. In a now-deleted video, he admitted that his relationship had ended, and he was left not only alone, but in financial ruin. He confessed that he was broke, unable to afford even something as simple as taking someone out for dinner.
I can't afford to go get another girlfriend because I can't afford to take people out right now because I'm pretty much making no money. Every month's the red.
For a man who had already tied so much of his self-worth to his channel, this was another blow to his confidence and his sense of direction. His uploads began to slow. Where he had once been consistent, pushing out content to keep the algorithm on his side, now he barely uploaded. His channel had stagnated, sitting stubbornly at around 400,000 subscribers, and the view counts were a shadow of what they once were. His audience was moving on, but Wings wasn't. He also became more vocal about his growing disillusionment with content creation. On multiple occasions, he vented that he didn't even feel like...
You think I'm the best? Yeah, I just said. We're both the best. Everyone here is the best. Except for Wings of Redemption. He's fallen on hard times. He ain't doing so great. Jordy, let's see, we're about an hour and some change in. And, just go back a little bit.
Where he had once been consistent, pushing out content to keep the algorithm on his side, now he barely uploaded. His
And
channel had stagnated, sitting stubbornly at around...
In this point in history, he's struggling quite a bit.
400,000 subscribers, and the view counts were a shadow of what they once were. His audience was moving on, but Wings wasn't. He also became more vocal about his growing disillusionment with content creation. On multiple occasions, he vented that he didn't even feel like making Call of Duty videos anymore, but continued anyway because he needed the money. It was no longer about passion, no longer about proving himself, it was survival. And in many ways, that lack of motivation bled into the videos themselves. The gameplay and commentary felt tired, recycled, and uninspired, a reflection of how Wings himself was
That's
feeling.
crazy.
This is the state Wings of Redemption found himself
That's
in during
sad.
2013. Financially strained, emotionally drained, stuck in a creative rut, and unsure of how to move forward. What had once been his escape had become
Stuck in the
rut.
rut.
Downward Spiral Wings was on. His longtime friend and co-host of the Painkiller Already podcast, Kyle, decided to step in. Kyle came up with an idea that could potentially save both Wings' health and his career. A weight loss challenge. The proposal was simple but ambitious.
There's no fucking way.
Lose 50 pounds under his guidance, and turn the entire process into a YouTube series. Kyle promised to handle the editing and production, leaving Wings to focus entirely on working out and changing his lifestyle.
One episode, I threw this at Wings because, he was bemoaning his
Stationary life.
Sure, and I said, look, man, come to my house. We'll do a month-long boot camp. We'll get the fans behind it. We'll do a Kickstarter to get you like fitness gear, supplies. We'll film the entire thing. We'll make posters. We'll make coffee mugs. We'll get like a big viewership. Not only will this revive your body, it'll revive your YouTube channel. This will be amazing. Come to my house. I'll take a month out of my schedule. I will devote it to you. We'll do this thing together. It'll be fun. I sort of half-heartedly meant it. I didn't really expect him to ever say yes because of all the things that we told you so far. He doesn't get out of his bubble too much. And then the man said yes.
For Wings, the idea was intimidating. He openly admitted that he was a homebody, uncomfortable with change, and nervous about putting himself in such a vulnerable position.
It's a really big change in life, and it's a change that kind of makes you feel better about yourself.
But at the same time, he knew something had to give. His weight had been a point of mockery, insecurity, and struggle for years. His YouTube channel was dying, his personal life was collapsing, and his mental health was deteriorating. So, on October 13th, 2013, Wings took the leap and traveled to Kyle's house to begin what would become one of the most pivotal
Oh
experiments
my
of his career.
God, he
As Kyle
actually
went as far as
tried it.
remodeling parts of his house to accommodate Wings' size, including adjustments to the bathroom.
And so that night I was taking a shower in my shower after the show, and I was washing my hair, and I bumped my elbow on the shower wall, and I was like, God, the shower is a little narrow. And then it occurred to me, Wings of Redemption could not fit into my shower. And if he was going to
Jesus
live with me, he would have to put in a new
Christ.
shower. So construction began the next day on a $5,000 shower. We
This gesture showed just how invested Kyle was in giving
Oh
Wings
my
every possible
God,
chance
that's
of success.
fucking
Soon
funny.
the workout vlogs began rolling out on Wings' channel, and to everyone's surprise, they performed exceptionally well. For the first time in a long while, Wings' audience was engaged and excited. The series also forced Wings to open up more about his struggles with weight and self-perception. In one of his vlogs, he reflected on how he used to think he was overweight when he was around 300 pounds, a number that seems small compared to where he was now.
I was kind of disappointed in myself how I wasn't as strong as I remember myself being. But I guess that's the way.
Oh God, those man tits right there. Look at the size of this fucking guy right here. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. What the fuck?
Things happen is you always feel like you were better at a certain point. Like I find myself remembering thinking back to when I used to be like 330 pounds, and back then I thought I was really heavy, and like now I'd kill to be 330. Like, oh, Lord, that's 110 pounds, you know, and that's exactly what it is at this point. It's 110 pounds, and there's really nothing you can that you can do about it. But
these raw
I feel like we just walked into something that we were not supposed to see. I feel bad looking at that.
Personal insights.
Really nothing that you can do about it. But
these raw personal insights gave viewers a
I
glimpse into his
feel like I just walked in at the worst possible time. Oh, looking at that, man. That's fucking crazy.
insecurities and vulnerabilities, and the overwhelming support he received online became one of his driving motivators. Even better, the physical results were real. In the very first week of the challenge, Wings lost an impressive 25 pounds. He credited his audience's encouragement as the reason he was able to push through the initial discomfort and fatigue. For once, both the numbers on the scale and the numbers on YouTube were moving in the right direction. But in classic Wings fashion, the momentum didn't last. Despite the progress, he soon began to feel like he had hit a plateau. Frustration set in, and he started voicing doubts about continuing. This baffled not only his viewers, but also his friends, who had invested time, effort, and energy into helping him succeed. Kyle had gone out of his way to make this possible, and the community was rallying behind him. Yet Wings was already talking about giving up. It all came to a head during an episode of Painkiller Already, where his co-host staged a kind of intervention. They reminded him that his channel was finally doing well again, that he had more support than ever, and that this was a rare opportunity to turn his life around.
We've got all these people here trying to help you, Wings. We're smashing our heads.
We're working on hour 2 of you telling me the same thing.
Well, when are you going to get this into your dumbass skull that we are trying to help you? There are tens of thousands of people out there that are rooting for you, and all you can do is sit there and say, can't be bothered.
To their credit,
I can't be bothered.
Wings had a genuinely solid support system at this time. After some convincing, Wings agreed to stick with the challenge, and by the end of the month, he managed to lose a respectable amount of weight, even if he fell short of the original 50-pound goal. After the fact, Kyle spoke candidly about what it was like living with Wings during this experiment, and his recollections weren't flattering. He described the month as one of the worst periods of his life, painting Wings as a reclusive and socially awkward house guest. Kyle claimed that Wings often isolated himself, staying in his own bubble, and seemed to lack awareness of basic social etiquette. In one infamous story, Kyle revealed that Wings would leave the bathroom door open even while using it, despite Kyle's roommate and girlfriend being present in the house.
Living with him outside of the workout was one of the most horrible ordeals of my life. That month was one of the worst months of my life because Wings lives within his own bubble. He doesn't socialize, and so he doesn't curtail himself to social norms. Right away, myself, my roommate Kitty, and my girlfriend were in my kitchen, and the bathroom is visible from the kitchen. And we hear this noise of water flowing into more water. And we all look up ponderously, and the bathroom door is agape, and Wings is pissing. And we, and we can see most of him. I couldn't see the penis.
Oh my god!
And we were all just in shock.
Jesus
and finally,
Christ.
Kitty yelled,
Why?
You're pissing with the door open. She's British, if you can't tell. And we all just bust out laughing. Like, can you believe that? He's like, what? What's the big deal? You know, just taking a piss. And they go,
I'm the person with the door open. What's the big fucking deal? Russell, look here. I'm taking a piss. What do you want from me?
How out of touch Wings could be when it came to living with others, further fueling the reputation that he was difficult to be around. The weight loss challenge was a bittersweet chapter in Wings of Redemption's history. On one hand, it showed that with structure, support, and accountability, he could make progress, both physically and creatively. His fans were re-engaged, his channel got a much-needed boost, and for once, people were rooting for him instead of trolling him. On the other hand, it also revealed the deeper patterns that plagued him. His tendency to quit when things got tough, his inability to fully appreciate the help being offered, and the awkward personal habits that strained his relationships. After returning home from Kyle's, Wings actually surprised a lot of people by continuing some of the progress he had made. He went on regular walks to maintain his weight and even hired a personal trainer named Drew.
You put up some decent weight, considering we just got started, you haven't done this in a while. But the endurance there.
He doesn't want to embarrass me. I did 12 reps of 100, and then I went straight to 15 pounds, and I struggled.
Drew occasionally appeared on Wings' channel, and the two quickly became close. Unlike Kyle, Drew had real training knowledge and discipline, and he was able to give Wings the structure and expertise that he desperately needed. For a time, Drew acted as both a trainer and a friend, someone who kept Wings accountable while still encouraging him through the struggles. It worked, at least temporarily. Wings kept up with the routines and showed genuine improvement, not just physically, but mentally as well. Viewers began to notice the difference. While he was still mocked and trolled by many in the broader YouTube community, a surprising number of fans started to come back around, acknowledging that he was at least trying. He was making some attempts to change his content, to address his health, and to take his life in a new direction. For once, the narrative around Wings seemed to be shifting toward positivity. Even if other creators were still critical, he had one major advantage: the support of his PKA friends. Woody and Kyle defended him publicly and encouraged him to keep going. The podcast remained a safe space where he could vent, joke, and be part of something bigger. In many ways, PKA was the glue that kept him afloat during this stage of his career, but with Wings of Redemption, stability never lasts long. In 2014, during a regular PKA episode, the group stumbled into a conversation about survival shows and survival video games. This casual talk sparked a bold idea. Why not plan their own real-life survival trip? A full 5 days in the wilderness, bringing only the essentials, living off the land as best they could. It would be a fun challenge, something new for the podcast, and great content to share with the community.
It's into April or something. And Factions Fire, if you guys are interested, if you're watching this weekend, next weekend it resets. So, and then I was like, I'm just going to make this happen. I decided about my own rules, right? We were like going all over, and I was like, let's bring lots of ammo and tools and stuff like that. And then Kyle was like, let's bring a match and a banana hammock, a Speedo, and we'll see what goes on. And I was like, I'm just going to go. I'm going to define this thing. I'm going to invite you guys. And if you come, you come. If you don't, I run solo.
Initially, the plan included all 4 co-hosts: Kyle, Woody, Wings, and Lefty. But Lefty quickly opted out, saying he wouldn't be available for the trip.
At the wrong opportunity, but I am going to have to remove my hat from...
I'll be right back.
Incoming ad break.
Back. Anyway, where were we?
I don't even remember tossing my hat in the ring. I think it was just forcibly put there by everybody else.
Instead of just letting it go, Wings took the opportunity to clown him. He mocked Lefty relentlessly, joking that if he didn't want to come along, maybe he could just stay back and clean the guns, playing into the idea that Lefty wasn't tough enough for the outdoors anyway.
I don't have outdoors experience, and on top of that, I don't understand survival. And on top of that, I've never shot a gun before, and I don't know what I'm doing.
You don't have to shoot guns. You can clean it.
That left the survival roster down to 3, Woody, Kyle, and Wings. From the beginning, Woody and Kyle were all in. They started buying gear, planning strategies, and building hype for the trip. Both of them uploaded videos showing off their survival kits, walking viewers through the food, tools, and supplies they were bringing.
The attendants would begin making videos to hype up the survival trip and bring more exposure to it. They would present the gear they were going to bring and explain its uses, as well as showcasing the talents and techniques they had picked up in preparation for the trip. But when it came to Wings,
the energy was contagious. Fans were excited to see how these internet personalities would handle a real-world challenge. Wings, however, didn't match that enthusiasm. When he finally uploaded his own video, the difference was glaring.
It purchased very little compared to the other two, and preparation videos had very little in terms of information or how he had been preparing for the trip.
Where Woody and Kyle looked prepared, motivated, and ready for adventure, Wings' gear looked sparse and uninspired. He didn't seem to have put much thought into it, and his tone was less about excitement and more about obligation. It was as if he were being dragged into something he didn't really want to do. That hesitation carried over into the podcast too. Every time the trip came up, Wings sounded reluctant, making excuse after excuse for why it couldn't happen yet. He suggested pushing it back to May instead of April. He even claimed that because the trip was scheduled so close to his birthday on April 21st, he
gotta reschedule
Kyle and Woody
at least 10 times.
Conflicts and more like stalling.
My
I'm not stalling.
Anytime before that.
Wait, why? I've never heard of anyone celebrating a birth month before.
Yeah.
Whoever heard of a birth month?
Women.
My birthday is May 9th. First off, I still need to practice. Like, I mean, like, I don't have all my stuff. My boots are in the mail. I don't even have pants.
Look, we're talking about doing this in 16.
But
you don't even have pants, huh?
They pushed him to commit, insisting the date had already been set, April 14th. They weren't about to let Wings wriggle out of it. Eventually, after enough pressure, he agreed.
We're talking about doing this in 17 days, 18 days from now. That's what we just talked about.
Amazon Prime.
And you're like, my boots are still in the mail, man. I've got to get more skills.
I was always under the impression it was going to be beginning of May.
Dude, let's do this. Let's do this. April 14th, don't say no. Don't puss out. Don't be a sissy. Don't be a loser. Be a winner. Make a thing happen.
Why are you against May?
You want to live an extraordinary... Because May is the distant future. You want to live an extraordinary life. You want to do extraordinary things. Then you find out how to make them go. I watched the Painkiller Already subreddit, and they're like, man, a lot of these guys would really like to do this. Man, I would like to do this thing. There's a reason not a lot of people do this. And it's because they're wired to figure out reasons why they can't do it, why they shouldn't do it.
I'm not backing out. I'm the last person who's going to back out.
The fans were thrilled. Not only was this going to be an entertaining survival challenge, it was going to be another big moment in Wings' story. Some people hoped it would be a breakthrough for him, forcing him out of his comfort zone. Others predicted disaster, imagining the chaos of Wings trying to rough it in the wild. Either way, people were excited, with Woody and Kyle showing their gear, hyping up the adventure, and making detailed plans. The trip felt real. Everything was set. The date was locked. The group was ready. Then came the fabled night before the trip. According to Kyle, the disaster began the night before the survival trip. He was already on the road, just a few hours away from where the group had agreed to meet. Excited, he gave Wings a call to check in. He asked if Wings was ready, if he needed anything, and even offered to rent a motel with 2 rooms so they could share.
Then came the time of judgment.
Kyle was blindsided. Wings calmly told him that he wasn't coming.
I'm driving in the night before, and I think to myself, hey, let me give old Wings a call, make sure we're all good to go here, you know, because it's Wings. Call him up, hey man, you ready to do this thing? I'm driving in now, about 3 hours from the place. What are you up to? You know, you could leave, if you left right now, you'd be here around 11, and you know, you could share this motel room with me. I could get a room with 2 beds or something. He's like, I'm not going. What do you mean? I'm not coming.
What do you mean?
When were you going to tell me? I'm telling you right now. What the? So I call. I text Woody. He's not fucking built.
Literally the night before the trip, after months of planning, after all the hype, after the gear had been bought and the date locked in, Wings pulled the plug. Shocked and frustrated, Kyle immediately called Woody, hoping for the same thing that had worked so many times in the past. Woody talking Wings back into it. Time and again, when Wings wavered or tried to back out of something, Woody had been the voice of reason that convinced him to follow through. But not this time. No amount of convincing could get Wings to change his mind.
He's not fucking going. And so Woody gets on the phone with him. Woody tries to talk, and I'm thinking like, Woody's gonna talk him into this. I'm still driving with this idea. Woody will talk him into this. Woody's a great motivational speaker when he needs to be, and I'm sure Woody's
There's some
filling him with.
compilations of me telling Wings, like, you know, if you want to be an extraordinary person, you have to do extraordinary things.
Be a winner, not a loser. Be a doer, not a don'ter. You know.
Be a
Yeah,
doer,
sure,
not a
you know,
don'ter.
and he just doesn't come. He just doesn't come.
Do
The
not
survival trip that
come.
was supposed to feature the 3 of them became just Kyle and Woody, and even that didn't go smoothly. Kyle felt dangerously ill during the trip, forcing them to cut it short. What could have been an epic PKA adventure ended in disappointment, frustration, and another black mark on Wings' reputation. When fans asked why he had backed out, Wings uploaded a series of defensive videos trying to justify his decision. He explained that none of them actually had survival experience, and that going into the woods for days on end was too dangerous. He also cited his mental health, saying he simply wasn't in the right headspace, and that people should realize just how bad things must have been if he was willing to risk his friendships and his channel by canceling at the last minute. In his mind, it wasn't cowardice, it was self-preservation.
Obviously, I didn't show up I didn't go to the PKA survival trip today, and I've seen people tell me like, "Oh, why don't you go now? Go now, do it." Dude, that's not an option. And the reason I didn't tell them ahead
Why
of time
not?
is mainly because I didn't want to basically start the trend up before and have them try to talk me out of it. Because I'd already made my mind up. I wasn't going to go. I didn't want to deal with it. You think I want to be this person? You think I wanted to make a decision where, you know, it could be the end of my channel or the end of friendships? Do you think I want to be like on the outs with Kyle and Woody? No, I don't. But the fact is, I got to the point emotionally where I was willing to risk my channel never rebounding. I was willing to risk my friendship with Kyle and Woody because I was afraid of this trip.
I was willing to risk it all.
Where I was at mentally.
But to Kyle, Woody,
Oh,
and fans,
so
there was
noble
something
of
else
you, so
entirely.
brave of you.
The trip had been a group effort, something they had all invested time, money, and energy into. To cancel the night before, after months of build-up, felt like another instance of Wings sabotaging himself and dragging.
Hang on a sec. God damn. Here I am.
others down
Shaking the
process.
headphones.
For the PKA crew, this may have been the final straw. Not long after the failed survival trip,
The
Woody and Kyle made a
final
difficult decision to remove
straw.
Wings from the podcast. It was a shocking move, given that Wings was the one who had originally started PKA in the first place. But from their perspective, the constant
It's
drama,
crazy.
unreliability, and public meltdowns had become too much to
But
handle.
not
At first, Woody and
unsurprising.
Kyle tried to handle the situation with respect. Out of loyalty to their longtime friend, they didn't speak negatively about Wings publicly. They didn't trash him. They didn't reveal behind-the-scenes details. They simply moved forward without him.
Yes, I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us. You know, he's having a hard time, and he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly, so for the time being.
But Wings didn't take kindly to being kicked off the very show he had helped create. Before long, he began lashing out on Twitter, airing his grievances, and reigniting the drama that his friends had tried so hard to put to rest. In his response video, Woody finally broke his silence. He addressed the situation head-on, pointing to Wings' behavior on Twitter. Wings had been telling people that the PKA members were never really his friends, and even went so far as to claim on Keemstar's show that
They
they never
were
gave him a
really
cut of the
my
podcast money.
friends.
But this didn't line up with his own words, because in other videos, Wings admitted that getting kicked off PKA cost him nearly a third of his income.
The core of it is he says like these guys were that the PKA crew were never friends to him, that we never called him, we didn't share. You know,
Yeah,
with him,
sure,
and things like that.
totally.
And that frustrates me because it's a
So
lie.
believable.
And that's kind of why he's gone, because it was this constant backstabbing, this constant taking shots at him. Every time he fell into some sort of slump or got grumpy or whatever, he would lash out at all the people that were close to him. The truth
Of
is,
course.
if you follow Wings on Twitter, you know that sometimes he'll just go off about all his personal
He's a
problems
total
and put it on Twitter.
bullshitter.
And I would be the guy that texted him or called him and tried to sort of work it out. I was the guy that held his Twitter account to sort of back off on that a little bit.
To Woody, this was part of a long-running pattern. Whenever Wings was upset, depressed, or in a bad place, he lashed out at the people closest to him. whether it was Woody, Kyle, or anyone else who tried to help. Instead of recognizing the support he'd been given, Wings twisted things to make himself the victim. Woody explained that this wasn't what real friendship looked like, but what really stung was a separate incident involving another online personality known as Jesus. This was someone who had threatened to rape Woody's wife and daughter, a line that went far beyond trolling and internet beef. Instead of condemning the man, explained that this wasn't what real friendship looked like, but what really stung was a separate incident involving another online personality known as Jesus. This was someone who had threatened to rape Woody's wife and daughter, a line that went far beyond trolling or internet beef. Instead of condemning the man, Wings had actually donated money to him.
When obviously Jesus.
What the fuck?
He said that
God, you fucking idiot!
And he called Colin retarded 100 times, and Wings donated money to that guy.
Oh God!
For Woody, that was unforgivable. It showed not just poor judgment, but a betrayal of the very people who had stood by him for
What
years.
the
Woody
fuck?
laid it all out for the audience. He reminded viewers that both he and Kyle had gone above and beyond for Wings, time and time again. Kyle had literally remodeled his bathroom to accommodate Wings'
Oh God!
size, taking a month out of his life to help him lose weight.
Yeah, dude, Wings is a scumbag. Fuck him. Fuck him so hard.
He even created content to upload directly to Wings' channel so that his friend could grow his brand. And Woody himself, he had always been Wings' first line of defense whenever things went wrong. Whenever trolls attacked him, whenever other YouTubers mocked him, and Woody was there to defend his reputation. Just like during the Keemstar podcast when Lale Pressador came after Wings. The reality was simple. They had been good friends. They had done everything in their power to support him both personally and professionally. And yet, Wings had the audacity to turn around and claim they were never really friends at all. To Woody and Kyle and to many fans watching, it wasn't just ungrateful, it was shameful. Even with his friendships in ruins and his reputation taking another hit, Wings still had one thing going for him: his fans. In late 2014, he launched what became known as the 365 Walking Challenge, where he committed to walking 4 miles a day for an entire year. For the first time in a while, his
There is
content
no
felt consistent,
goddamn
focused, and positive.
way.
Viewers tuned in not just to see gameplay, but to track his progress and cheer him on. The series gave his audience a reason to root for him again, and despite losing Kyle and Woody, he showed that he wasn't entirely alone. While his personal relationships were falling apart, the Walking Challenge
Except-
proved that a core fan base was still willing to support him as long as he showed effort and consistency. It was a rare
Waiting
moment
for the
where
shoe to
community
drop.
seemed to rally behind Wings instead of against him. That was until day 79. when Wings
Until-
took off track and admitted he had gained 6 pounds back. It was a discouraging setback, but his old trainer, Drew, stepped in and offered to train him for free. With Drew's guidance, Wings managed to keep pushing forward. For nearly a year, his content shifted away from Call of Duty and leaned more toward workout vlogs, progress updates, and glimpses into his attempts at self-improvement. While he wasn't pulling the same numbers as before, it showed a different side of him, one focused less on gaming and more on personal growth. People stopped seeing Wings of Redemption purely as a gamer and began to
Oh, there's some personal growth, alright.
slowed down. He gradually transitioned into streaming on Twitch instead. On Twitch, the curtain pulled back further, and what viewers saw was not just a creator streaming games, but a man unraveling in real time. Wings' streams became a raw record of struggle. He was candid about his finances, admitting that he was living off savings, that YouTube uploads had almost stopped, and that the steady income he once relied on had evaporated. For someone whose identity and security had been wrapped up in an internet career, that was devastating. More alarming were the things he said about his future. On multiple streams, he verbalized a plan that sounded irreversible. He intended to keep going the way he was, burning through savings until there was nothing left and then end his life.
What
so
the
let's see, wait,
fuck?
His highs are nice and high, right? He's working with Drew. He's enjoying weightlifting, which is a cool thing. He hasn't really enjoyed any workout prior to that. He, I guess that's it. Those are his highs. On the
That's all.
downside, his financial situation continues to head worse, right? Like, and he stopped working basically. So his job, of course, is to make YouTube
I'm
videos.
hungry.
And what has he made? Like maybe 3 in the last month.
Yeah, he's living off his savings.
What the
so he's gaining
fuck?
weight, he's losing money, and he was on a Twitch stream. So as we say this is maybe like 5 days ago, guessing. He said his plan was still to keep doing what he's doing until he runs out of money, and then not murder himself. Suicide. That's what I'm looking for.
Those words spoken in front of thousands of viewers were a signal flare for how dark his thinking had become.
He's
Some of
gotta
the audience
commit
responded with
slip and
concern
slide.
attempts to help. Others reacted with skepticism or cruelty, accusing him of seeking attention. Either way, the statements altered how people followed him from that point on. His online presence stopped being just entertainment and became a live, fragile negotiation between survival and collapse. At the same time, his professional support system was eroded. Drew, the personal trainer who had once provided structure and accountability, was no longer a regular on his channel. The workouts that had once been central to his content and to his recovery fell away. Without a coach in his corner, Wings' discipline slipped. He fell off his diet, he stopped training consistently, and within months, much of the weight he had fought to lose returned. The physical comeback mirrored an emotional regression. The visible progress he had shown during the bootcamp faded, and with it the sense of momentum.
Oh
that had
my
briefly
God,
lifted him
the
out of
puzzle
rut. The
again.
consequences rippled outward. Friends who had stood by him grew weary. Professional relationships thinned. The viewers who once cheered on his walks and workouts were now watching a repeating pattern, a short stretch of effort, a visible relapse, angry or despairing streams, and then a period of silence. His channel, which had once been an engine of both identity and income, produced less and less content that advertisers or platforms wanted to promote. That meant fewer viewers, less revenue, and a feedback loop that fed the very despair he described on stream. Financial strain amplified social isolation. He had no steady
The
job to fall
loop
back
of
on, and with
despair.
the practicalities of daily life became a source of stress and humiliation. Relationships that might have offered stability were gone. The girlfriend he had supported previously had left. Long-term friendships were fractured by public feuds and private betrayals, and the small victories that once defined him on YouTube no longer translated into respect in his everyday life. For viewers and for anyone watching closely, this period was tragic and instructive. It showed how digital fame can concentrate risk, when income, identity, social networks, and emotional validation all come from the same unstable source. A downturn in one area cascades into all the others. Wing's situation became a cautionary case about what happens when a person's entire sense of worth is tied to an audience that can be fickle, cruel, or simply move on. None of these excuses the moments in which he lashed out, threatened others, or made choices that burned bridges. Those actions had real costs and real victims. At the same time, the live broadcasts of his decline were an urgent reminder that public figures are still people, and that when someone talks about ending their life, the appropriate response is concern, intervention, and care, not mockery. The Twitch era
Right.
of Wings was not a comeback. It was a raw and painful exposure of how fragile a life built on internet attention can be. By 2016, Wings of Redemption had shifted almost entirely into Twitch streaming as his main source of income. On paper, it looked like he had carved out a sustainable lane, streaming regularly, interacting with fans, and keeping himself in the gaming space. But in practice, this era revealed some of the most infamous and unflattering moments of his entire career. One of the first viral clips of his Twitch streams on the wider map was him venting about Call of Duty. He admitted through frustration
Of course.
that he hated the game because it had ruined his life.
Man, almost 700 on the COD remastered, man. Like, I hate Call of Duty. I hate it. It ruined my life.
Oh my god.
The statement wasn't just hyperbole.
Call of Duty
He was
ruined my
referring to
life.
bitterness and regret tied to his failed YouTube career. This kind of raw outburst quickly became a staple of his content, whether intentional or not. But what really accelerated his notoriety on Twitch was how poorly he treated the very fans who supported him. Wings developed a reputation for being toxic and hostile toward its viewers. Stories spread about him telling one fan that he hopes your entire family dies in a car crash.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. Yeah, it was the damn Call of Duty that done did me in. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with you being a backstabbing Weasley. I'd say a little, but no, big fuck.
Simply because the fan outplayed him in a match.
Okay, that's how the game works, buddy. That's the mechanic of the fucking game, you know? I'm just trolling you, chill. It's not
Yeah, whatever. I hope your family dies in an automobile wreck.
What? Who the fuck knows that?
I say that because you're a piece of shit.
In another instance, when a viewer tried to offer him tips on Rainbow Six Siege...
And it's saying that kind of shit to just random people. Playing a game, just trying to have fun. That's fucked. Now, it'd be one thing if he said that kind of shit to, I don't know, a politician, especially an American one. I wouldn't care so much. Like, if it was against the Trumps or the Clintons or whoever the fuck else. You want to say that kind of shit about them or to them, go right ahead. Fuck them. Doesn't bother me. But not just some rando playing Call of Duty on Xbox just trying to have fun. It's like, come on, man. That's not polite. That's rude as shit.
Threatened to ban them outright. These weren't isolated moments. They reflected a pattern of hostility, entitlement, and inability to handle frustration.
Ban Lardmuff, by the way. You're supposed to ban anybody that wants to sit here and criticize my skill.
Rather than turning people away,
Criticize my
this behavior
skill!
attracted a new type of audience.
Oh my god.
Just like figures such as Chris Chan or Nikocado Avocado. Wings had inadvertently built a viewer base that tuned in not out of admiration, but to watch him unravel. His rages, meltdowns, and over-the-top reactions became the main draw. Fans would actively troll him, baiting him into outbursts, knowing that his lack of self-control would lead to explosive and entertaining results. This dynamic created an ecosystem.
Nikocado. I kind of miss Fat Nick a little bit. There's a part of me that kind of misses it. Especially for the YouTube poop edits that are made out of Fat Nick. It's unfortunate.
YouTube creators like Sean Ranklin started uploading compilations of Wings' Twitch meltdowns, and these channels often gained more traction and views than Wings' actual content. Clips of him crying about his failed weight loss surgery or delivering his now iconic "look here, look, listen" rant went viral. He placed in internet culture not as a respected creator, but as a spectacle.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not stop it, so stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
By this point, Wings wasn't just a gamer anymore, he had become content for others. His legacy was no longer tied to the Call of Duty commentary scene, but to his public meltdowns, infamous soundbites, and his inability to separate himself from the trolls that relentlessly fed on his reactions. However, the trolls never ran out of ways to get under Wings' skin. They thrived on his reactions, and the louder and angrier he became. One of the most effective trolling tactics from this period came from a small piece of personal information. At some point, people discovered that the house Wings was living in had once been listed under the name Richard Jordan. Very quickly, Richard became a running gag in his streams and chats.
Richard!
Spamming the name constantly.
Why do you guys keep saying Richard? Keep in mind, if you continue to say Richard, whether you're a sub or not, we're just going to get rid of you for 24 hours, right?
To Wings, this was not funny. He got annoyed whenever the name came up, insisting again and
I mean,
again
it's kinda
that nobody in
funny.
his family was named Richard, and that it had nothing to do with him.
My brother's name is not Richard. My brother's name is Kenneth. It's not Richard. There's nobody in my family named Richard. I don't know where
Yeah.
you guys get.
Thanks for giving that away, dumbass.
But his denials only made things worse. The trolls saw how much the nickname bothered him, and they doubled down. What he didn't realize was that every time he gave the reaction they wanted, he only encouraged them further. The harassment didn't stop at chat spam. Trolls escalated their efforts to much more serious levels. Wings became a victim of swatting, where false calls were made to police in order to send them to his house. This incident was not just disruptive to his streams, but also dangerous, since law enforcement responding to fake emergencies could easily have led to tragedy.
Dude, he legit got
Oh my god.
There were also endless food deliveries sent directly
Holy
to his home,
shit.
another method designed to humiliate him. Sometimes he would receive odd single
Oh
items
my
like just a
God.
hamburger bun,
The
while other
food
times it would be bags of
deliveries.
salads or random meals.
Really? No, I'm not gonna get that. dignified response. Watch, here it is right here. Here's your salad.
Is he gonna eat it? Oh.
Dude, I didn't ask for DoorDash to begin with.
I thought his fat ass was gonna eat it.
And then on top of things, they sent me a salad without salad dressing and shit like that. Like, make it real. Hey baby, can you bring us a Mountain Dew?
Each delivery was meant to remind him with his weight and eating habits. These kinds of stunts showed how relentless the trolls were. It wasn't just online insult anymore. They had learned how to blur the line between digital harassment and real-world disruption. And for Wings, it became a constant battle to keep his streams on track while under siege. Around this point in 2017, Wings began talking more seriously about undergoing weight loss surgery. His struggles with his weight had been an ever-present part of his online persona, often the subject of both his own discussions and the ridicule of others. But now, for the first time, he announced that he was officially considering a surgical procedure. Wings set a specific goal. He wanted to raise $8,000 in order to have the operation performed in Mexico, where the costs were far lower than in the United States. From the beginning, the fundraising process was messy. Whenever Wings was live, donations and surgery discussions became constant topics. The pressure to reach his financial goal seemed to weigh on him during every stream. If he played poorly, if he was killed in a game, or if the donations slowed down, he would lash out. In one notorious stream, trolls managed to join Wings' lobby and began repeatedly team-killing him. What started as another cruel prank quickly escalated. As the sabotage continued, Wings broke down in tears on stream, saying that their actions were ruining his channel and destroying his only chance to pay for surgery. He cried about how the constant trolling and harassment meant he would never be able to afford the operation that he desperately needed. The incident became one of the most infamous low points of his career, a moment replayed endlessly by trolls for years afterward.
I don't know when I'll stream again.
I bet.
I really need to make this fucking money. I really wanted to get this fucking surgery, man. I wanted it so fucking bad. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. All I wanted to do was, like, I was fucking lonely. I wanted to just stream and have a good time, have a good game.
His frustration levels increased. His outburst became more dramatic. Viewers began to notice that Wings was tying his in-game performance and his mood directly to the progress of his fundraiser. Despite the volatility, his fan base eventually delivered, and Wings reached the full amount he said was needed for the surgery. But instead of moving quickly toward the operation, delays began to mount. Wings explained that because he had chosen to go through a cheaper clinic in Mexico, he needed to wait for official paperwork and documents to be processed. According to him, the procedure could not move forward until all of these details were resolved. For many viewers, this sounded like stalling. It created the impression that Wings was not truly committed to the surgery, and that he was finding reasons to push it further and further into the future. It did not take long for his critics to seize on this narrative. One of his most vocal opponents, Keemstar, reignited their long-standing rivalry by accusing Wings of lying about his progress. At this time, Wings had been documenting his fitness efforts through a series he called Walking 365, where he attempted to walk regularly as a way to prepare for the surgery and improve his health. But Keemstar exposed that Wings had not been sticking to the schedule as consistently as he claimed. This triggered another outburst from Wings, who made a video responding to Keem, going so far as to wish death upon him.
And I've seen how terrible a person he could be. I'm dead serious. Like, if somebody deserved to die on this planet, Daniel Keem would be one of them. That's dead serious. Like, if you wanted to do Sharia law, Daniel Keem should be one of the first people to die and have his hands chopped off. He's a despicable person, and that is
That's fucking crazy.
Truth right there.
This cycle of accusations and angry responses had played out many times before between the two men, but the weight loss fundraiser gave it a new intensity. Their rivalry became public once again, and Keemstar decided to escalate it further. He took to Twitter and challenged Wings to a boxing match. For Keem, this was a way to publicly embarrass his rival, but for Wings, it was unthinkable. He immediately dismissed the idea, saying that he could barely walk as it was, let alone train for a fight in the ring. The challenge evolved into a more serious conversation when the two appeared together in a live call. During the debate, Keemstar made an unexpected offer. He said that he would personally pay the $25,000 required for Wings to undergo the surgery in the United States if Wings would agree to fight him in a boxing match 1 year later. The offer was meant to put Wings in a position where he could not refuse without looking weak, but Wings declined anyway, insisting that he would never fight Keemstar under any circumstances.
I mean, like, if you're so worried about me having it done in Mexico, why don't you donate the $25,000 so I can have it done right here in Conway?
Why would he?
Deal. If I donate the $25,000 to have it done in Conway,
Never
and
mind.
you survive, okay, then you have to box me a year after the surgery.
After refusing the deal,
I'll
Wings shifted the
box.
story once again. He announced that he was now saving up his own money to have the surgery performed in America instead of Mexico. He added that doctors had told him he needed to lose a certain amount of weight before
Oh my
they would even consider performing the procedure, which meant
God.
the process would take far longer than his audience initially expected.
Ah,
This only reinforced the idea
full
that
of
Wings was not
shit.
being honest about his intentions. Despite the doubts, by late 2018, Wings finally went through with the surgery. To prove it, he posted screenshots and updates confirming that the operation had taken place. When he returned to streaming, the difference was noticeable. Although he was still a large man, he was visibly slimmer compared to his pre-surgery appearance. Reports circulated that his weight had dropped to around 300 pounds, a significant improvement from his earlier weight, which had consistently been over 400. For a brief time, it seemed like Wings had taken a real step forward. The surgery marked a turning point, and this time it was in a more positive direction. Wings proved many doubters wrong by actually following through with the procedure. After months of
prove the
controversy,
trolls wrong!
For once, he had delivered on a major promise, and that alone earned him back some respect from his fanbase. Viewers noticed he looked thinner on stream, and although he still had a long way to go, it was clear progress compared to where he had started. He regained some trust from his fanbase for following through with the operation, and the fact that he posted evidence of the procedure silenced many of the doubters who had accused him of lying or pocketing the money. His streams, while still rocky, showed signs of improvement. The explosive meltdowns that had once defined his content became less frequent. Instead of erupting in anger whenever something went wrong in a game, Wings would often just sigh heavily, a quieter but noticeable shift in how he dealt with frustration. The legendary crash outs still happened, but they occurred far less often than before. He also attempted to find a more practical solution to the endless trolling that had plagued him for years. In a late 2019 call with his former friend Woody, Wings admitted that he had been reaching out to many of the channels that made rage compilations of his meltdowns. According to him, he struck informal deals where they would pay him for the clips they use in exchange for avoiding takedowns or strikes.
Yeah, I heard you say that you were making money off the troll channels.
I am.
That's true?
That is true. Any troll channel you see with advertisement on it is paying me kickback.
So you playing those
Really?
videos and you get the money?
No. I have deals worked out with each one of them for different amounts.
Get out. You have deals worked out with them, so they pay you for content?
No, they pay me to not.
Like
strike
he
them.
works with them. Wait, they pay you to not. What the fuck?
Blackmail-y? I don't have another word for it, dude.
I mean, it's not blackmail. It's like they're making money. You cut me a little piece of the money because you're using my content. Like all you're doing is re-editing my content. So like I have the power to like take your content down. But if you want to work out a deal where you pay me for like the rights to use my content, I'm down to let your channel stay up.
While some saw this as a kind of low-level blackmail, others viewed it as a clever way of taking back some control. Surprisingly, it worked. The compilation still circulated, but Wings was at least benefiting from them, and the trolls who had once dominated his streams started to lose some of their momentum. Wings had finally started to settle into a more positive routine, a stark contrast from the chaos that had defined so much of his earlier career. For once, there was real evidence that he was trying to take control of his life both online and offline. He had taken up a job as a DoorDash delivery driver, earning some extra income outside of streaming.
I never really did DoorDash. I did DoorDash strictly to put money in my savings account.
For Wings, this wasn't just about the money. It was about proving to himself and to others that he could work a normal job, contribute to his savings, and have something that wasn't tied directly to the trolls who had tormented him for years. It gave him a sense of independence that had long been missing. The streams during this period reflected that small but noticeable shift. Rather than letting every frustrating moment boil over into anger, he had begun to lean into it, slowly learning how to control the narrative. Rage had once been his greatest weakness, the fuel that kept the trolls coming back. But now, in a strange twist, he started to embrace it in a way that showed a lighter side of himself. One memorable example of this came during a stream with one of his fans. After a tense moment in the game, the fan asked him if he would rage the next time he died, just for fun. Wings surprised everyone by laughing at the request and agreeing. When he eventually did die, he threw himself into the performance yelling out, "Why the frick did you do that?" in an exaggerated voice.
Okay, I got you. Hey, hold up. I'm gonna get $5 of this, right? What the hell? I gotta act and everything. You gotta get them up, bro.
Alright, Jordy, get ready. Come on. You ready for this? You got any last orders?
Fuck! Why the f you do that, Skate?
The anger wasn't real this time, and both he and his chat knew it. What might have once been a genuine meltdown was instead delivered as a joke. His audience reacted positively, spamming laughing emotes and cheering him on. For a brief moment, the tension that usually hung over his streams was replaced by something lighter. It showed that, at least sometimes, he could laugh at himself and give the viewers what they wanted without spiraling into genuine frustration. These moments were important. They demonstrated a rare instance where Wings felt like he had some control over the way his audience perceived him. For years, trolls had taken every rage clip and used it against him. But by choosing to rage on his own terms, he flipped that narrative ever so slightly. He wasn't just a victim of his temper anymore. He was learning how to control it. Of course, things were never completely smooth. Mistakes still happened, and Wings had a tendency to attract trouble, even when he wasn't looking for it. During one stream, while browsing a car website, he accidentally doxed himself by revealing personal information. Dickhead! But the trolls immediately latched onto it. Even though the relentless waves of harassment from his past had died down, the few trolls who remained active seized on every chance to remind him that they were still watching. They used the accidental dox as yet another opportunity to poke at him, spamming references in chat and circulating the clip wherever they could. The incident was frustrating, and it lingered over his streams for weeks afterward. Whenever he tried to focus on gameplay or casual conversations with his chat, there would always be at least a few comments referencing the mistake. It was proof that while the atmosphere around his streams had improved, the trolls would never disappear entirely. He could reduce their power, but he could not erase them. Still, compared to the torment he had endured in the earlier years, these incidents were minor bumps in the road. The trolling no longer dominated his entire life, and his streams were no longer defined solely by conflict. For the first time in a long time, he was starting to carve out a version of his career that was at least partially on his own terms. Around this time, Wings also found himself in an unusual situation, one that would allow him to show a very different side of his personality. For most of his career, whenever he interacted with people outside of his core fanbase, it was usually hostile. Trolls would invade his chat, or show up in his games, and their goal was always the same: to provoke a meltdown. The exchanges almost always devolved into insults, anger, and shouting. Viewers had grown so used to this dynamic that many assumed it was the only way Wings could interact with people. But then came an interaction that stood out from everything else. Another YouTuber, Frederick Knudsen, who would later go on to make a documentary about Wings as part of his Down the Rabbit Hole series, reached out to have a genuine conversation with him. For once, it wasn't about mocking him, baiting him, or tricking him into another embarrassing clip. This time, it was about understanding him. The conversation between Wings and Frederick was surprisingly calm and thoughtful. Wings, who was so often painted as a one-dimensional figure defined by his anger, revealed a more human side during this exchange. The two spoke at length about topics that had little to do with gaming or trolling, instead focusing on something far more personal. Food.
Everyone has their own personal relationship with food, and people think that food is this very universal thing. And it's like, yeah, everyone eats, but not everyone eats or views food the same.
You know, like watching your video, because I kind of skimmed through it because it's like 2 hours long, and I've lived.
I don't blame you.
I've lived through everything in the video, so like.
Yeah, you don't need a recap.
But like I was really depressed at how fat I was in a lot of those scenes. Like,
yeah. No,
you don't realize how fat you are until you go back and look at like you at your worst.
Food had always been central to the way that people saw Wings.
Okay, yeah, you could definitely see a noticeable difference. Yeah, he definitely he was definitely less fat by then.
Habits, his weight, and his struggles with health. But in this discussion with Frederick, the subject was handled in a very different way. Wings explained his perspective on the relationship between people and food, acknowledging that everyone approaches it differently. Some people, he said, struggle.
The
to
more
eat
I
enough,
see it,
while others, like
the more I
himself,
realize,
struggle to eat
okay,
it wasn't
yeah,
framed as
it
a joke or
is.
an attack. It was simply a recognition of the fact that food can mean different things to different people, and for some, it can become a lifelong struggle. Frederick, for his part, shared that he had the opposite problem. Whereas Wings admitted to eating too much.
For some, it becomes a coping mechanism.
Difficulty, Frederick described his own difficulty with eating enough. The contrast between their experiences allowed for a moment of genuine connection.
I have sort of the opposite relationship with food.
There's like a stress eating and shit like that.
Well, I guess it's kind of similar, where I won't
to try and feel better.
Like I deserved it. Like if I've worked enough today, like have I worked enough today to deserve food? And that's its own problem.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend what you're putting down right now.
For once, Wings wasn't the target of ridicule. He was simply another person sharing his story, opening up in a way that viewers rarely got to see. This moment mattered because
Who the
it
hell's
was part of
that?
an endless cycle of rage clips and trolling. It showed that beneath the defensive exteriors, Wings was capable of introspection. He could hold a real conversation without it collapsing into hostility. And while it didn't erase the years of controversy and negativity that surrounded his name, it gave people a glimpse of something different. For many viewers who would later see Frederick's video, that conversation was an important reminder. Wings of Redemption was not just a collection of angry clips, insults, and meltdowns. He was also a human being with struggles, insecurities, and thoughts that extended far beyond gaming. Things were looking up for Wings. His streams felt lighter, his work outside of YouTube gave him some stability, and he seemed to be moving past some of the darkest stretches of his online journey. But just as it felt like he might finally be turning a corner, terrible news was about to shake things once again. 2020 turned out to be an especially rough time for Jordy. To start with, his grandmother passed away, a woman he had been extremely close to ever since his parents pretty much abandoned him. For most of his life, she was the one who raised him.
Oh, that's who that woman is. Well, shit. Fuck.
Gave him the stability he never really had anywhere else. She also
had no
to be the one who
idea.
spoiled him, often feeding him whatever he asked for, which many believe played a major role in the weight issues we still see with him today. Wings' grandmother first started appearing in Jordy's vlogs in 2013, and she quickly became a fan favorite. Many people in the Wings community began affectionately calling her Gaster Grandma, a nickname referencing her tough upbringing in poverty-stricken Conway. While
Gangster Grandma? What the fuck?
Wings often spoke fondly of his grandmother.
That's just some silly shit.
Stream. Some moments caught live painted a much sadder picture of their relationship. He was often disrespectful towards her and took her for granted. She would do his chores, serve him food.
Some goofy ass folks.
Like a 34-year-old man-child. In one instance, Grandma brought him lunch during a stream, only for Wings to snap that he was working and shoo her away.
Stream on YouTube, which I don't stream on YouTube
my
anyway.
God.
Working. No. No. I didn't need that right now.
Despite his repeated claims that he
That was
lived
rude.
her, what viewers saw suggested the opposite. By this time, Wings was 34 years old, but still living like a high school kid, spending his days gaming while Grandmother took care of the household chores.
Yeah,
Sadly, at
she
the
was.
beginning of 2020, her health took a
She was bringing him food instead of the other way around. Like, what the fuck?
serious turn for the worse. Doctors discovered that she had multiple tumors in her lungs, and she was admitted to hospice care, where she remained for a while. This absolutely shook Jordy to his core, and as we've seen countless times before, whenever Jordy is upset, he tends to pull some bizarre stunt or lash out in ways only he can. His behavior during this period was less erratic, strange, and, well, very much in line with what people had come to expect from him. But 2020 didn't just bring tragedy into Jordy's life, it also delivered a shocking twist that no one saw coming. Out of nowhere, Jordy announced to the world that he was getting married.
Alright, serious question here. Woody, do you know if Wings is getting married?
I saw him say that he was engaged. He made several references to her. He said that people are all up in his business and want to know about his fiance, but he doesn't want to share too much.
Not only did he make the announcement, but he even showed off the ring he had bought in his video, proudly telling his audience that he had proposed. For many fans,
The
this was news
ring.
that left them baffled and scratching their heads. And there were more than a few reasons why this announcement caused such a stir. First off, if you know anything about Jordy, you already know that he has a long history of strange and short-lived relationships, most of which were filled with pure chaos. Over the years, he met several such
Chaos.
through this dating site called Plenty of Fish, and while he didn't actually meet his fiance, now wife, on that platform, Plenty of Fish still gets brought up a lot whenever people talk about the whole wife saga. Honestly, the entire thing is just complete and absolute chaos from start to finish. And don't worry, we're going to dive into all of that mess as the story unfolds. Now, the second reason why people were so baffled by the whole marriage announcement was the fact that Jordy never once brought his fiancée, his then girlfriend, on camera. For anyone who had been following him for years, this was a huge red flag because if there's one thing Jordy had a pattern of doing, it was dragging his personal life right into the spotlight. Every relationship he'd ever had in the past was broadcast in some way, whether it was him talking about it endlessly on streams, mentioning it in videos, or even directly showing his girlfriends on camera. It was almost as if he couldn't resist making his relationships part of his content. So when he suddenly claimed he was ready to get married, showed off the ring he had bought, and made all
couldn't
these big
resist
statements
showing
about
them
proposing,
off.
people were naturally skeptical. Why was this relationship being kept so private when all the others have been shoved front and center? To a lot of fans, something about the whole situation felt strange, almost like he was hiding something. It just didn't line up with the Jordy people knew, and that's exactly why so many were left questioning it when he first announced it. So with all that in mind, it was pretty understandable when his trolls, and even some regular viewers, started saying that Jordy was rushing the marriage. Think about it. To the fans, this mysterious woman had never been mentioned, and suddenly he was talking about marrying her. On top of that, nobody had ever even seen her face. It just didn't sit right with people who had watched Jordy overshare about every other relationship in the past. In response to all the doubts and
That's
accusations,
true.
Jordy decided to do a live stream officially announcing the marriage.
Jordy announced he was getting married.
And like people are concerned about how fast I'm getting married. I mean, me and this girl have been like off and on for 6 years, and the reason we've been off and on is I kept pushing her away, mainly because of one simple reason. Like, she's super religious, I'm not.
In In that video, he addressed the critics directly, saying he didn't care if people thought he was rushing into it. He explained that his fiancée had stuck by him through thick and thin, and in his own words, through all the girls and hoes, which to him,
Through
was
all
the
the
real deal.
through all the girls and hoes. Oh boy. Well, that's certainly quite the expression.
He also emphasized that he had known her for a very long time, suggesting this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment relationship like people assumed.
Not to date. And at the same time, it's like, she's one of the few people in my life that's always been there for me. Like, through all the other girls and hoes and shit like that, she's been a universal constant. So,
What the
do I think I'm
fuck?
rushing a marriage? No, not really. I think I'm getting married to the right person.
And to really hammer the point home, to prove he was serious about walking down the aisle with this mystery woman that nobody in the community knew anything about, Jordy even pulled out a marriage ring box on camera and showed it off to his viewers. For him, it was the ultimate proof that he wasn't bluffing. But for the fans, it only raised more questions, because they still didn't know who this woman was, or why Jordy was suddenly keeping her hidden from the public eye. In that same video, Jordy went on a bit of a tangent and revealed a lot more about the situation. He explained that even though he and this woman had known each other for a very long time, the two never seriously considered marriage in the past. According to Jordy, the main reason was that she was very religious, and he wasn't comfortable with that. Not because he disliked religious people, but because he was worried about what that might mean for his future children. Children that, as he admitted, he never even wanted to have in the first place. He said flat out that if they ever had kids, he didn't want them being forced into following a religion, and that became one of the biggest disagreements between them. She wanted to start a family right away, and Jordy wanted nothing to do with children, so for him, it didn't feel like a relationship that could ever really work.
Mainly because of one simple reason. Like, she's super religious, I'm not, right? Like, religion's a big part of her life. And I'm not so concerned about her being religious, as if we had children, I wouldn't want them to be forced into religion.
But then Jordy revealed that circumstances had changed. He claimed that she could no longer have children, and because of that, he now saw no reason to avoid being with her. In his mind, that removed the one major obstacle that had kept him from committing to her in the past, and suddenly marriage seemed like the obvious next step.
But I recently decided I don't want kids. There's a good chance she can't have kids. And that took away all the, like, downsides of, like, hey, we probably won't work out long distance because, like, you want children. I don't know if I want children. I don't think we'll agree with how to raise children. So all that went out the window, so, like, there's no reason not to date.
In the beginning, a lot of people didn't believe him at all. They thought Jordy was just making the whole thing up, spinning some kind of story for attention or sympathy. But as time
Thought it
went
was
on,
a fake
and he continued to
girlfriend or
double down his
something.
claims, it became harder to dismiss. Jordy wasn't backing away. He kept insisting that he was really getting married. And of course, whenever Jordy digs his heels in like that, the trolls and internet sleuths see it as a challenge. They wanted to know if this mysterious fiancée was even real, and if she was, who exactly she might be. And in true Jordy
This
fashion,
mysterious
Jordy gave them the breadcrumbs they
woman.
needed. In his own videos while talking about her, he let slip just enough details for people to connect the dots. He mentioned that his fiancée was a cancer survivor and also worked as a nurse, and that was all it took. Within no time, people were able to track down her Facebook page and uncover her identity. Now remember back when we mentioned Jordy's high school best friend Kelly? Well, it's time for her to make a comeback in this story, because the mysterious fiancée turned out to be none other than Kelly herself. Yes, that Kelly. She would go on to become the wife of Wings of Redemption, officially tying the knot with him in 2020. Kelly was a former insurance clerk or a registered nurse. We are not really sure, but it doesn't really matter since she's now left her job and is living off Jordy, who in turn is living off the donations and charity of his fanbase. The proposal itself wasn't exactly the most romantic moment in history either. Jordy reportedly bought Chick-fil-A and then proposed to her right in the middle of a hospital office. Over the years, Kelly has taken on several nicknames within the community, some self-styled, others less flattering given to her by Jordy's critics and trolls. But regardless of how people view her, she's played a massive role in the Wings saga. In fact, in 2020, she even launched a YouTube vlog series called Fit Before 40, where she documented her weight loss journey leading up to her 40th birthday. However, the so-called wife saga was plagued with problems and
Oh,
dramas
wife
right from the very
saga.
beginning. The nightmare that came after their marriage would, of course,
Calling
become
it the
highlight
wife
of it all.
saga
But even
is
before they tied
funny.
the knot, things were already extremely shaky and confusing. For starters, Jordy had actually cheated on his fiancée before they were even married, and this wasn't just a rumor. It was with a catfish, who tricked him into talking on, of all places, the very same website where Jordy had found so many of his past girlfriends, Plenty of Fish.
This guy was catfished like 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago. How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. So he was catfished. I don't know who you're talking about.
Screenshots of their conversations quickly made their way online, and to this day, they're still floating around as proof that Jordy was never truly loyal to Kelly, at least not as a husband. But of course, this was just the beginning. Once trolls uncovered Kelly's identity, it didn't take long for things to spiral even further out of control. They wasted no time digging into her personal life, and soon enough, they were contacting her family directly. And believe it or not, they actually managed to turn Kelly's own family against Jordy, essentially sabotaging his marriage before it even had a chance to properly begin. Now, you might be wondering, how could trolls possibly sabotage someone's marriage like that? Well, here's how. They revealed that Jordy had gone ahead and bought the engagement ring for Kelly, even though her parents had specifically told him not to propose. That's right.
Oh,
Kelly's
shit.
own parents didn't want Jordy to marry their daughter, and he ignored them completely. By exposing
plot
this detail, the trolls added
thickens.
fuel to an already shaky situation, making it clear that the marriage was not only chaotic from Jordy's side, but also deeply opposed by Kelly's family from the very start.
Here's what actually happened. Wings claimed he was getting married, and then someone did some research and found out that she has cancer.
A bunch of
and she's
bullshit.
about to
Hey,
have
it's
cancer
Boogie.
surgery this spring. Meanwhile, he just bought her a ring, even though they told him not to buy a ring.
But trust us when we say this was only the beginning of the chaos that came after. Things really started heating up when Wing's situation became a hot topic on the Painkiller Already podcast. His own former friends, Taylor, Kyle, and Woody, along with his longtime rival Boogie2988, all weighed in on the fiancé situation.
Longtime
During that
rival.
discussion, Kyle in particular didn't hold back and basically exposed Jordy as being nothing more than a gold digger. And honestly, looking back at what Jordy himself was saying at the time, it's hard not to see where that accusation came from. Because when he talked about Kelly, he constantly mentioned two things: that now he was getting married, his income would expand, and that he would finally have free health insurance in his life.
And I guess she wants kids immediately, whereas he doesn't want kids at all. And he claimed that she was a nurse who made, quote, bank.
Think about how bizarre that sounds. He wasn't saying he loved her so much he couldn't imagine life without her, or that he wanted to build a future together. No. Instead, the things he highlighted as positives were financial security and health insurance. In our opinion, at least, that's a pretty disgusting thing to say when announcing to the world that you're about to marry someone. Marriage is supposed to be about love, trust, and building a life together. But to Jordy, the way he framed it made it sound more
You
like
would think so, wouldn't you?
Add in the fact that Kelly's family wasn't thrilled about the relationship to begin with, and it's not hard to see why so many people felt this marriage was doomed right from the start. However, like we said, this was just the start of the chaos. During a live stream, Jordy managed to reveal something that left people shaking their heads. While searching for something on his computer midstream, his search bar autofilled with a website that people immediately recognized, and it wasn't anything innocent. It suggested that Jordy had been looking up sites where you can actually hire escorts. Sadly, the screenshot that surfaced is pretty blurry, so it's hard to make out every detail. But for those who don't know, the site he was caught looking up is called Skip the Games, and if you do a quick search yourself, you'll see that it's definitely not the kind of website any engaged person should be visiting, let alone something you'd want to accidentally reveal to the entire internet during a live stream.
Excuse me?
Now keep in mind, this was during the time when Jordy was already engaged to Kelly, so naturally fans and trolls alike jumped all over
What
it,
happened
calling him out for
here?
what looked like yet another example of shady, unfaithful behavior. Given his history of cheating before, it really wasn't that surprising to people that he might be up to something sketchy again. But here's where it gets a little interesting, and maybe even worth giving him the tiniest bit of benefit of the doubt. You see, trolls have been known to send escorts directly to Jordy's house as a way of harassing him. In fact, there was even one instance where an escort showed up while he was
God, of course they did.
Jordy abruptly ended the stream on the spot. So it's possible, just maybe, that the reason he was searching those sites wasn't to hire someone for himself, but instead to figure out where trolls were finding these escorts and how they kept getting sent to his doorstep. Still, regardless of the reason, the damage was already done. To the outside world, it looked like yet another scandal. And an
Too little, too late.
But even if we somehow try to explain away the escort website situation, it didn't just end there.
Such
Trolls kept digging,
awesome.
and eventually people caught Jordy slipping on another live stream. While he was scrolling through his computer, viewers noticed
Got
something
caught
that was just
lacking.
really questionable in his search suggestions. His search bar seemed to expose that he had been looking up BBC Shemale Corn, a discovery
Oh my god, a fucking course. Oh my god. What a dumbass.
that immediately set the troll community on fire. The reason this caused such a stir was that Jordy had always loudly proclaimed that he was 100% straight. He often defended himself against rumors by saying he wasn't doing anything outside of traditional relationships.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Folks, we got another one. We got another closet case.
If you want to consider me, but I've never messed with any kind of men or anything like that, and I don't find men attractive. No, I mean, like, I have no
Are you
desire
sure?
to be with a man. Like, almost every person I've ever dated is a woman. Like, almost every person I've ever dated is a woman. Like,
What do you mean almost? Come on. Happy Pride Month, everybody.
almost every person I've ever dated is a woman.
So when this clip surfaced, trolls instantly began mocking him and questioning his... Despite Jordy quickly deleting the stream,
Incoming
the
ad
damage was
break.
already done. The recording had been clipped, circulated,
Almost.
People began saying that Jordy was secretly gay. Others claimed he was lying about his preferences, and the whole situation spiraled into a constant source of harassment.
funny.
What made things worse is that trolls didn't just make fun of him. They used this as another weapon to embarrass him and put pressure on his already crumbling relationship with Kelly. Jordy, of course, tried to do damage control. During another Q&A stream, when someone bluntly asked him about the search history, he did a complete 180 on the situation. He denied that he had been looking for what people thought, insisting instead that he had just clicked on the wrong thing. According to him, sometimes the
yeah,
thumbnails
sure,
or titles of
totally.
certain adult sites can be misleading, and he accidentally ended up clicking something he didn't mean to. He stuck to the story that it wasn't intentional, but given his track record, and the fact that trolls already saw him as dishonest, very few people actually believed him.
Wings, are you coming out as giving so much confidence? I'm not gay, man.
Are you sure?
What is my thoughts on pegging? I don't know what it is.
Bullshit, you don't.
Okay. I'm gonna put something out there. Just putting it out there, alright? Have you ever thought that maybe I was looking for blow porn and I clicked the wrong video? Because there's some girls out there that are really convincing.
What?
Is that ever a possibility?
Oh my god.
However, another thing people were quick to notice was that Jordy was actually on
Dude,
page
just
5 of the search
admit
bar.
it, it's
If you look closely at the screenshot,
fine.
you can clearly see the page number displayed in the search bar, and that tiny detail made people question. If it really was just an accidental click, how did he end up all the way on page 5? That little discovery made the whole situation even more hilarious, especially since Jordy had absolutely no explanation for it. Over time, the event became infamous within the Wings community as the page 5 incident. At this point, the narrative wasn't just about him being caught doing questionable things. It was about trolls relentlessly stacking every mistake, every slip-up, and every rumor on top of one another, creating a mountain of controversy that Jordy couldn't climb out of. And unfortunately for him, this was only one chapter in what would become a long list of humiliations broadcast live to the internet. And on top of everything else, people eventually uncovered that Jordy, despite loudly announcing to the world that he was now engaged, was still active on Plenty of Fish. That discovery added another heavy blow to his already fragile reputation, and it gave trolls even more ammunition to question the legitimacy of his relationship with Kelly. To most onlookers, it was simple. If he was truly committed, why was he still browsing dating apps? Combined with the earlier revelation that he had bought Kelly a ring, even after her parents specifically told him not to propose, the cracks in their relationship quickly turned into chasms. Before long, everything unraveled, and the marriage was officially off. This was one of the darkest periods in Jordy's life. He openly admitted during a stream that he had fallen into a very deep depression, confessing that he had lost all motivation to stick with his diet and keep up his weight loss journey.
Yeah, I've been going the opposite way in weight lately. I mean, like, I've been eating like shit ever since like the trolls went and kind of fucked with my marriage and like got her family.
Oh yeah.
And, like, I've been trying to deal with that mess, and I don't know. I just been super depressed and unhappy. I mean, like, my grandma got diagnosed with cancer. Trolls fucked with my marriage. They're trying to fuck with me on the taxes. I mean, just a bunch of little things. Like, I got a nail in one of my tires. I had to replace that. It's $300 I didn't want to spend. And like, I haven't been motivated to do anything lately. Like, I've just been sleeping a lot and just kind of like meandering through life.
It was also around this time that Jordy's grandmother's health began to decline. Viewers expected Jordy to be supportive, but instead, he refused to visit her, saying he simply didn't want to see her in that condition. To many, this came off as selfish and detached, and it became yet another reason trolls criticized his character. So how did Jordy cope with his failed engagement, his worsening drama, and the relentless trolling? By spiraling. He began lashing out at viewers, going on long, angry rants during his streams, and spending more time online than ever before. Instead of focusing on his health, he turned back to old habits, sitting in front of the camera with bottles of sugary drinks and piles of food. The weight he had lost after his surgery
Of
increased
course.
back, and before long, he managed to gain back around 10 pounds. But he refused to
Oh
accept
my
it, saying that
God.
he was still the same size.
It's like a
Actually, around
boogie
the same time,
situation, beating the fucking surgery.
Like, the only thing different is like I've just not been hiding it on the camera. Like, I haven't really gained hardly any weight. I've gained a little bit.
For those who don't know, Jordy had undergone a gastric sleeve surgery, a procedure where a large portion of the stomach is surgically removed, leaving behind a smaller sleeve-shaped stomach. The surgery is designed to limit the amount of food a person can eat at one time, making it easier to lose weight. However, the surgery is not a magic fix. If the patient continues overeating after recovery, the stomach can gradually stretch and expand again, undoing much of the progress. That's exactly what's happening with Jordy. Instead of sticking to the strict lifestyle changes required to maintain long-term results, he slid back into binge eating and drinking habits, ultimately setting himself up for the same struggles he had faced before the operation. And of course, the trolls weren't about to let this slide. The moment Jordy started slipping back into his old eating habits,
I mean,
people
why
flipped
would
every
they?
single instance of him chugging soda or scarfing down junk food on stream. Memes began circulating that mocked the fact that he had spent thousands on gastric sleeve surgery, only to undo it by drowning himself in sugary
Just to
drinks.
undo
Some even called the
it.
surgery pointless in his case, saying that Jordy didn't really want to change. He just wanted an easy way out. Every pound he gained back was
Of course.
documented, laughed at, and thrown back in his face, which only made his depression worse and pushed him deeper into the very habits the surgery was supposed to save him from. But somewhere in late 2022, things started to look up for Jordy again. Against all odds, despite the constant trolling,
the
family
fuck?
drama, and his own self-sabotage, he and Kelly actually went through with the wedding. That's right, Jordy officially tied the
Wow.
knot, and the internet only found out when a handful of pictures started circulating online, showing him dressed up in formals.
He
It didn't take
actually
long for
did
people
it.
to confirm it. Wings of Redemption was now a married man. However, with this marriage came an entirely
That's
new wave
crazy.
of chaos. Perhaps the wildest and most bizarre incident during the wife saga was the infamous robbery news fiasco. A short clip began
The
circulating online,
robbery.
showing what looked like a local news segment. In it, a video of Jordy and Kelly appeared, alongside text claiming that a married couple had been caught red-handed robbing a business on the Northwest Side. The story went even further, alleging that the attempted robbery.
Thank you very much. We are staying on top of some late
Oh,
breaking news.
God.
Police say a man and a woman have been busy robbing businesses on the Northwest Side. Now, unfortunately for them, officers were also on the job and they managed to catch up with them. Katrina Weber live where the arrest happened, which is near Highway 151 in Petrenko. And you say it was a case of police being in the right place at the right time, Katrina.
Well, that's right. Those officers just happened to be passing by this area at the time when the call came in about a robbery here around 4:30 this morning. Those officers were actually on their way to yet another robbery call out on Road in 1604. That's when the
There
robbery
he
call
is.
came in. They say they caught the couple in action, arresting a woman who was still inside this Texaco gas station store. A man tried to run, according to police, but they ran him down. Robbed two other stores in the medical center area, and again they found the couple's. A man tried. Tried to run, according to police, but they.
Probably the fastest his fat ass has ever gone. At least since he was a kid, anyway.
Caught him on the access road.
The fastest his fat ass has ever gone in a long time.
They found the couple's car still in the parking lot. Police say that this couple robbed two other
Holy
stores in the medical
shit.
center area. And again, they've both been arrested and they face a long list of charges, including aggravated robbery.
This clip absolutely exploded online, and trolls wasted no time in spreading it everywhere. For many people who had only ever heard Jordy mention his wife,
Oh, comedy gold, 10 out of 10, dude.
and of course, the reveal couldn't have come at a worse time. But here's the catch. The entire thing was fake. The news segment was doctored, the story was made up, and Jordy and Kelly had never robbed anyone. It later turned out that the so-called robbery thing
Wait, what?
first glimpse of Kelly. Her face reveal, if you will. And of course, the reveal couldn't have come at a worse time. But here's the catch. The entire thing was fake. The news segment was doctored, the story was made up, and
Oh,
Jordy
you bastards! Motherfucker. I I've been fooled.
Kelly had never robbed anyone. It later turned out that the so-called robbery news clip everyone was talking about actually had nothing to do with Jordy or Kelly at all. The report itself was about a robbery that took place in San Antonio, California, but the clips of Jordy and Kelly used in that segment were completely fake. They had been carefully edited and stitched together by trolls to make it look like the two were involved. At first glance, the footage appeared to be CCTV or security camera footage of the couple at a gas station, but when people took a closer look, the truth became obvious. The quality was far too low, and the shaky movements gave away that it was actually filmed on a phone, not from a stationary security camera. Even worse, the part of the news segment where the reporter said that Jordy tried to run from the police was also fake. It was just an old clip from his boot camp days that had been repurposed to fit the narrative. Honestly, it's totally hilarious to stitch together a clip of him trying to run. Picture a cop chasing Jordy and struggling to keep up. The image is ridiculous. If Jordy ever tried to bolt from the police, he wouldn't last half a second. Regardless, eventually people started piecing things together.
It's
and
still
realized the whole thing was a
funny.
hoax. Jordy and Kelly had absolutely no connection to the robbery, and the video was just another elaborate troll attempt designed to humiliate them and stir up more chaos in the already messy Wings of Redemption saga. Now, obviously, Wings wasn't about to stay quiet about all this. If there's one thing we've learned over the years, and it's that Jordy just can't resist feeding into the drama, sometimes even intentionally.
Well,
on top of that, he
just
genuinely
can't
furious
help
that clips of him
himself.
and Kelly were being used to spread fake news and make him look bad. During one of his live streams, Wings went on a rant saying that he was planning to take legal action. He claimed he was looking for lawyers to file a defamation lawsuit against Home Depot, because according to him, someone working there had secretly recorded him and used company